Chapter 1378. At this moment, Jalo could clearly feel that the invisible aura on little Xingxing's body was much stronger than it was half a year ago. Although it was still far from the beast realm, it should have reached the middle stage of the Nirvana Sovereign Realm. When she broke through the Nirvana Sovereign Realm and reached the middle stage of the Nirvana Sovereign Realm, it took her a total of 10 years. From the Nirvana Sovereign Realm to the Martial Domain Realm, it took her a total of 50 years. In the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan, her talent was enough to be ranked at the top. But now, the little girl had cultivated for 10 years in just half a year. Based on this speed, Jalo guessed that the little girl would be able to break through to the beast realm in a few years. At that time, she would be an absolute monster among all the beast clans. A beast realm cultivator at such a young age had never appeared in the entire beast clan. "I'm cultivating normally." Little Xingxing rolled her eyes at Jalo. She didn't feel that her cultivation speed was fast at all. Instead, she felt that her cultivation speed was a bit slow. Fortunately, Jalo didn't know what little Xingxing was thinking. If she knew that little Xingxing was complaining that her cultivation speed wasn't fast enough, she would have collapsed. "Little girl, how's your comprehension in the Earth realm?" The old lady walked out from behind Jalo and asked little Xingxing with a kind smile. "Not bad. I've comprehended most of the things inside." Little Xingxing intimately went to the old lady's side. "Have you comprehended most of the things in the Earth realm?" Jalo couldn't help but roll her eyes at little Xingxing. The collection in the Earth realm was enormous. It could be considered the core of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. She had spent at least a few decades in the Earth realm. Even now, she didn't dare to say that she had comprehended most of the things in the Earth realm. However, Jalo knew that the little girl before her wouldn't lie. The only explanation was that the little girl was too monstrous. A monstrous father and daughter pair. Jalo sighed in her heart. She couldn't help but think of the purple-robed youth. Unfortunately, so much time had passed, and a miracle still hadn't appeared. "It's good that you've mostly comprehended it. Then, go to the heavenly realm to comprehend it," the old lady said to little Xingxing with a smile. "Great-grandmother, I won't go and comprehend it for now. I want to leave the golden-winged great rocks and come back to comprehend the divine abilities in the heaven realm." Little Xingxing raised his little face and spoke with a serious expression, as if he had already made a decision in his heart. "You want to leave? Where are you going? Your godmother is still in the heavenly realm. Don't you want to wait for your father to come out?" Jalo frowned and asked little Xingxing in confusion. "I want to return to the beast region to temper myself. Only by tempering myself can I make breakthroughs and grow stronger faster. My father is trapped, but I know he'll be fine. We still have some grudges to avenge in the Central Plains. Now that my father is trapped, I have to do something for him. 100 years later, when my father comes out, we'll be able to slaughter our way back to the Central Plains." On little Xingxing's childish face, golden flames faintly rose in his eyes. He seemed to have matured a lot in the past half a year, giving off the feeling of a little adult. Then little Xingxing smiled at Jalo and said, "Aunt Kaling, when my mother comes out, help me tell her that I'm in the beast region and that she doesn't have to worry." "All right, Auntie will tell your mother." Jalo was stunned for a moment before nodding slightly. At this moment, her father had already taken that fellow as his godson. Naturally, that fellow was her little brother, and she was naturally little Xingxing's aunt. Jalo had always been happy to have such a monstrous little niece. "It's good to go out and temper yourself. You're much stronger than those little fellows in the clan." The old lady looked at little Xingxing and didn't stop him. She only instructed little Xingxing. "In the beast region, as long as you don't meet the older generation, no one will be able to do anything to you. Once you meet those old fellows, just reveal your great-grandmother's identity. I believe they won't dare to touch you. However, you must be careful of the dragons. You also have to be careful of some eccentric old fellows." "I'll be careful, great-grandmother." Little Xingxing nodded. She could feel that this great-grandmother really cared about her. "Also, accompany great-grandmother well for 3 days. You're only allowed to leave," the old lady said to little Xingxing. Little Xingxing nodded and replied with a smile, "Okay." And so, for the next 3 days, little Xingxing accompanied the old lady in the secluded valley. Although she said she was accompanying the old lady, only little Xingxing knew that the old lady had been guiding her cultivation for the past 3 days. She taught her everything. On the evening of the 3rd day, the old lady gave little Xingxing many treasures and spiritual medicines and warned her again. On the morning of the 2nd day, little Xingxing left the golden-winged Great Peng clan. "Little Xingxing, come back when you have time. Be careful. Little Xingxing will miss you." Jialo Kaling and the old lady personally sent little Xingxing off. There are also a few younger brothers who had been protected by little Xingxing. They also reluctantly said goodbye to little Xingxing. Little Xingxing turned around. Her bewitching and clear eyes were slightly moist. "I'm leaving then." The small figure leaped into the ripples of the pale, golden space vortex in midair and gradually disappeared. Rumble in the void of the purple thunder profound cauldron. The energy of the purple gold, profound, lightning, kept falling. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged naked. His flesh and blood were emitting a golden radiance. Accompanied by purple electric arcs, a mysterious energy was nourishing his body. In the space of the purple gold, profound lightning, Du Xiaofu's body was dazzling at this moment. It was like a miracle. For no reason, it made people feel that it was like a humanoid Peng had turned into a divine being. Du Xiaofu's physical body was transforming from the inside to the outside. It was a mysterious transformation. In the end, it was as if the shadow of a golden-winged great rock appeared from within Du Xiaofu's flesh and bones. The shadow of the golden-winged great Peng was connected to Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a divine being, giving people a feeling that he was pure and flawless. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a divine being from the kingdom of heaven. He didn't belong to this world. No one could see any trace of the demon king on his body, refining the god body from the inside to the outside, from the cells, marrow, bones, flesh, meridians, acupuncture points, internal organs, all the way to the limbs and the surface of the body, under the refining of the purple gold profound lightning. Du Xiaofu used the body refining technique of the golden-winged Great Peng to transform his body. Everything was mysterious and abstruse. When he reached the profound realm, he had leaped to a new level. Time flew. Du Xiaofu didn't move or shake. He just focused on his transformation. His heart was calm as he immersed himself in the joy of cultivating. Just like that, until the mysterious shadow of the golden-winged Great Peng on Du Xiaofu's body merged with his flesh and blood. The purplish gold profound lightning in this space quietly disappeared, and the endless rumbling sounds of lightning and thunder gradually faded away until it completely calmed down in the end. Phew! Finally, traces of purple electric arcs overflowed from Du Xiaofu's body. The purple electric arcs were like spiritual snakes that went in and out of his mouth and nose. Then they disappeared. Sizzle. Then Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. His eyes were overflowing with golden light. It was as if they had materialized and soared into the sky, breaking through the purple thunderclouds. Boom! A powerful and domineering aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body in an instant, causing the entire space to tremble with a loud bang. Haha! Along with a joyful laugh, Du Xiaofu jumped out from sitting cross-legged. He stood in the air with his arms open. His whole body was overflowing with golden light. He was like a real Peng in human form. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was sparkling and translucent. It emitted a faint purple gold color. It also had a spiritual aura. It was extraordinary and domineering. refining the body, the real divine body. Success! Feeling the changes in his body at this moment, the dazzling golden light in Du Xiaofu's eyes did not disappear for a long time. He had finally succeeded in refining the divine body with the purple gold, profound lightning for more than half a year. Although it was not the real Peng's body that had succeeded, Du Xiaofu knew very well that the real divine body was definitely not inferior to the real Peng's body. He was not a real golden-winged Peng bird. Naturally, he could not truly become the real Peng's body. The real divine body was his real Peng's body. Boom! Suddenly, just as Du Xiaofu was feeling happy, the space trembled as if it had suffered a violent impact. Finally can't hold it in anymore. Du Xiaofu withdrew his expression. His mind probed as the arc at the corner of his mouth solidified, following which he put on a new purple robe, shoes and socks from his chinquan bag before his body immediately disappeared. Rumble! In the space of the golden lightning sea, golden lightning from all directions surrounded the huge purple gold profound lightning and swept towards it. The violent and scorching aura of destruction seemed to want to destroy the purple thunder profound cauldron. The huge, three-legged golden lightning bird flapped its wings in the sky. Its ferocious eyes were filled with anger. After more than half a year, it finally could not hold it in any more. That three-legged cauldron was a lightning treasure, and it was devouring its energy in an endless stream. Unknowingly, the golden crow-burning sky lightning suddenly realized that it had lost at least 40% of its energy in the past half a year. If this continued, the golden crow heaven-burning lightning felt that it wouldn't take long before it was completely devoured by the strange, three-legged cauldron lightning treasure. Kid, come out. Do you think you can be safe and sound by hiding in there? Do you want to slowly exhaust me? You won't get what you want. At most, we will fight to the death. No one will be able to take advantage of us. The three-legged golden lightning bird screeched and pulled the lightning in the golden lightning sea towards the purple thunder profound cauldron. Rumble! Thunder exploded and lightning raged. At this moment, the purple thunder profound cauldron was like a lonely boat in a tsunami. It was swaying with the waves and could be overturned at any time. However, if one looked carefully, one could still see that the purple gold profound lightning vortex was still spinning at the mouth of the purple thunder profound cauldron. It was continuously devouring the golden crow-burning sky lightning. Today's update will start at night. During the day, I have to practice driving, work, and catch up on my sleep. That's why I can only stay up late at night to rush the manuscript. Today's update will continue. For the past few days, I only released one update a day. So, I have to pay back the overdue updates. Oh, Xiaoyu, I need to catch up on my sleep. Chapter 1379. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared outside the purple lightning profound cauldron. His body was wrapped in golden light energy as he stared at the golden lightning three-legged bird in front of him. Rumble! At this moment, lightning raged within the golden lightning space. The space trembled violently, and the sound of thunder was ear-piercing, causing one's mind to feel dizzy. The golden lightning three-legged bird looked at Du Xiaofu with surprise in its fierce eyes. At this moment, when it looked at the human, it felt an inexplicable tremble. Compared to half a year ago, the human's aura seemed to have changed. It felt completely different from before, causing it to tremble for no reason. Brat, you can't wait any longer. However, the golden lightning three-legged bird looked down at Du Xiaofu with its fierce eyes and suppressed the inexplicable trembling in its heart. It did not want to miss this opportunity. Its huge lightning body flapped its wings, bringing with it countless golden lightning bolts. The palpitating, huge golden lightning bolts crazily danced and swept towards the purple lightning profound cauldron from all directions. At this moment, the purple lightning profound cauldron was like a lone boat in a stormy sea. It was on the verge of collapse under the torrential golden lightning, but it was still continuously devouring the golden crow sky burning lightning. Dang dang! Du Xiaofu's body was continuously pushed back by the wild, golden crow sky burning lightning. He waved his sleeve and brought with it a large amount of purple gold, profound lightning. Only then did he stabilize his body. I want to see if you can continue to resist. This scene caused shock to flash across the three-legged bird's eyes once again. However, it was unwilling to fall into the trap of being continuously devoured. Its huge, lightning body moved horizontally. Numerous bright, golden lightning bolts covered the sky like a heavenly thunder eruption and once again pressed towards the purple, lightning, profound cauldron. Devour! Du Xiaofu's expression darkened. The profound energy on his body invisibly poured into the purple, lightning, profound cauldron. Immediately, the purple, lightning, profound cauldron, which was on the verge of collapse, expanded once again, after which it sat in the air like a boulder and no longer swayed. Countless purple-gold spiritual snakes spread out from within the purple, lightning, profound cauldron's cave. They shuttled through the air and gathered into a deep purple-gold, profound lightning vortex. Rumble! Large amounts of purple-gold thunderbolts spread out from around the purple-gold thunderbolt vortex. Rumbling noises reverberated in the air, and the destructive power of the golden crow sky burning thunderbolts continued to be devoured by the vortex, disappearing without a trace. Bastard! The three-legged bird screeched loudly. Its voice became sharp. Its fierce eyes shot out lightning, and golden lightning filled the sky. It was as if countless bombs had exploded, and the destructive power kept attacking the purple lightning profound cauldron. A terrifying, devouring power erupted from the purple thunder profound cauldron. It did not reject the incoming golden crow sky-burning lightning. As the saying goes, the first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, and the third spurt of energy was exhausted. Under the continuous outbursts of the golden crow sky-burning lightning, even in its most violent and destructive state, it was unable to do anything to the purple, lightning, profound cauldron. Its aura involuntarily retreated once again. This change in aura could not escape the prying of Du Xiaofu's sharp essence spirit. It seems like its aura has weakened quite a bit. Du Xiaofu's body was also pushed back quite a bit. Although the violent attack of the golden crow sky-burning lightning was blocked by the purple lightning profound cauldron, it also affected Du Xiaofu imperceptibly. However, it was this effect that allowed Du Xiaofu to clearly feel that the golden crow sky-burning lightning was at least half as weak as it was half a year ago. In addition, the golden crow sky-burning lightning had consumed a lot of energy to destroy the seal in the hall. Therefore, when facing the golden crow sky-burning lightning, Du Xiaofu did not feel that it was as difficult to fight against it as it did at the beginning. Let's see how long you can fight against it. The three-legged thunderbird roared and once again flapped its wings, and a wave of thunderbolts swept towards Du Xiaofu. It started to focus on Du Xiaofu's physical body and deliberately avoided the three-legged cauldron. Motherfucker! Do you really think I'm easy to deal with? A kind person would be bullied, and a soft persimmon would be pinched. Du Xiaofu was also angry. As he roared, his golden eyes were instantly filled with a purple thunderbolt. He condensed a seal, and his whole body was immediately covered with a purple thunderbolt talisman. Boom! Suddenly, the golden thunderbolt space trembled violently. Suddenly, with Du Xiaofu at the center, waves after waves of purple lightning surged in the empty space. They instantly covered the entire space, causing the vast space to violently tremble. Du Xiaofu activated the thunder martial vein, and purple electric arcs spread out from the surface of his body. There was a purple rainstorm, and purple-silver snakes flashed in the void. The murderous aura spread. It did not carry any killing intent, but it showed the majesty of creation and the righteousness of heaven and earth. In a short moment, purple thunderbolts gathered in Du Xiaofu's palm and fiercely collided with the golden thunderbolts in front of him. The purple thunderbolts were as strong as Yang, and they could be mighty and punish all living things. In an instant, the two thunderbolts collided, and the thunderbolt energy exploded, like a bright firework, bursting into the sky. Rumble! The golden and purple thunderbolts were overflowing, and such a collision caused the space to reverberate. Dang dang! Under the violent and scorching destructive power, Du Xiaofu's body was directly pushed back. The collision of energy made Du Xiaofu's face turn a little pale, but he was able to resist it. The remaining power of the golden thunderbolt was directly absorbed by Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein, and it could strengthen the thunder martial vein. At this moment, under the violent and scorching destructive aura of the golden crow sky burning thunder, Du Xiaofu felt that his physical body was not much affected at this moment. That was the benefit of the real divine body. His physical body and the immortal Xian body complemented each other, and it was once again strengthened to a new level. It's getting weaker and weaker. Du Xiaofu stabilized his body and raised his head slightly. He looked at the enormous, three-legged large lightning bird that was agglomerated from the golden crow sky-burning lightning in the sky. It was just as he had sensed. The energy that the golden crow sky-burning lightning exhausted was unable to recover within this realm. Instead, it would only become increasingly weaker. Therefore, the golden crow sky-burning lightning was unable to endure any longer and launched an attack at him. Looking at the thunder martial vein that covered Du Xiaofu's body and the three-legged cauldron thunder treasure above his head, the three-legged thunderbird's fierce eyes were burning with greed, and at the same time, some fear surged out. But then the golden thunderbird's face darkened, and its huge body did not stop, and directly dived towards Du Xiaofu. "Kid, everything you have is mine. Give up resisting, and after I devour you, I will no longer be trapped in this darkness." The three-legged golden thunderbird screeched and moved, bringing with it a domineering and destructive thunderbolt. It surged out violently from the surrounding space, whistling and sweeping out in a crushing manner. It's not like I haven't devoured spiritual thunder before. If you have any ideas about me, then I'll refine you, and your best chance has been completely lost. Du Xiaofu's mouth curved into a malicious smile. If it was half a year ago, when the golden crow sky burning thunder recklessly attacked him, Du Xiaofu would be absolutely fearful and afraid. But at this moment, the golden crow sky burning thunder had unknowingly fallen in front of the purple thunder profound cauldron, and half of its energy had been devoured. And Du Xiaofu was even more tyrannical than before. Under this situation, the situation had quietly changed. "Go!" Du Xiaofu shouted, and the thunder martial vein in his body was activated. The purple thunder profound cauldron rotated, and a large amount of purple-gold thunderbolts swept out, covering the sky and the earth. It boiled in this space, and a domineering and destructive energy filled the air, violent and destructive. Rumble. As a result, the three thunderbolt forces collided, and the thunder and lightning space resounded endlessly. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was not at a disadvantage, but he also did not have the upper hand. But in the stalemate, Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and the purple thunder profound cauldron above his head continued to devour the golden crow sky, burning thunder. The thunder martial vein in his body devoured the energy of the golden crow sky, burning thunder, and Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the thunder martial vein was being nourished and slowly strengthened, as if it was tempering his body. Outside the dark forest, there were millions of majestic mountains. In the middle, demonic beasts roamed freely, and ferocious beasts emerged endlessly. Behind the millions of mountains, there was a long river of 8,000 miles, which was a paradise for demonic beasts in the water. The vast and boundless water surface stretched as far as the eye could see, and there was no end in sight. In the early morning, around the long river of 8,000 miles, there were mountains surrounding it, and the morning glow rose like countless giant dragons spitting out golden waterfalls. The sunlight gradually shone, and the scales on the surface of the water flickered. Roar! In the long river of the central province, many ferocious beasts shuttled back and forth. Their huge bodies occasionally leaped out of the water, and their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. Awoo! In the millions of mountains, the roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. In the vast mountain range, huge beast shadows were continuous. It was a huge beast tide. Rumble! In the early morning, on the long river of the central province, there were countless huge ships arranged in a formation, stopping in the middle of the sea of demonic beasts in the water. On the ships, there were densely packed figures standing upright. On all the huge ships, there was the same symbol. It was the shadow of a golden-winged rock with lightning runes. It was the emblem of the barren country and the World Society. This was the army of the barren country and the World Society. At this moment, there were densely packed figures floating in midair above the long river of the central province, forming a sea of people. All of them were wearing shining armors, and their weapons were flashing with runes. Their auras were sharp and murderous. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, shrouding the entire long river, and the space faintly trembled. In front of the army, there were hundreds of auras that were vigorous and sharp. Their eyes shone brightly, as if they had materialized. The figures at the front were the mysterious Dragon King, Stone Turtle King, Ice Python King, Flame Carp King, Absolute Sword King, Golden Condor King, Hua Fancom, Chow Yu, Han Exan, and other World Society experts. Over the years, their cultivation and strength had improved by leaps and bounds with the cultivation resources of the World Society and the barren country. One must know that these experts had their talents enhanced by the divine thunder body tempering in the purple thunder profound cauldron. Such treatment could only be enjoyed by the elites. At the front of the army were the Medicine King, Yi Wuming Morong Yuroa, Yi Zijin Li Shui, Eagle King, Gong Dao, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, and other World Society higher-ups. Chapter 1380. Everyone waited quietly. Mist rose from the vast water surface in front of them, blurring their vision. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking resounded, and a figure appeared in the sky. It was a young man in his late 20s or early 30s. He was quite handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. Looking at the huge lineup of the World Society, the young man's eyes flashed with some shock, followed by some disdain. The young man's eyes swept over Morong Yuroa, Yizijin Li Shui, and the others' beautiful faces and tempting figures. Finally, with a faint sneer, he said in a cold voice, "Under the orders of the leader of the Purifying Evil Alliance, the World Society and the Desolate Country are to retreat within 10 days. Otherwise, the Purifying Evil Alliance's army will flatten the Desolate Country and the World Society." His voice was arrogant, echoing in the central province's long river in the early morning. The young man was obviously doing it on purpose. His voice was mixed with celestial chi, stirring up monstrous waves on the central province's long river, proving that his cultivation and strength were extraordinary. "Go back and tell Dongli Chihuang that we will deal with the evil spirits in the dark forest ourselves. Our World Society and the Desolate Country will not let off anyone who dares to cross the 8,000 miles of the central province's long river." Morong Yuro walked out and looked at the extraordinary young man. He had an antique aura and was as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a painting. Under his long eyelashes, his eyes were filled with spiritual light, but at this moment there was a sharp chill in them. They absolutely could not allow the Purifying Evil Alliance's army to cross the central province's long river. This was the bottom line of the Desolate Country and the World Society. More and more signs made Morong Yuroa and the others feel that once the Purifying Evil Alliance's army crossed the central province's long river, it would bring an irreversible crisis to the World Society and the Desolate Country. The young man looked at Morong Yuroa with a sharp gaze and sneered. he said in a deep voice. Do you think your little desolate country and so-called world society can withstand the purifying evil alliance's army? Ridiculous. Even if the world society can't stop them, your so-called purifying evil alliance will have to pay the price in blood. If you don't believe me, you can try it. A tall old man in a gray robe stepped out. His eyes shone brightly as an extremely powerful aura spread out. The old man was the medicine king, Iwuming. At this moment, his cultivation level had already stepped into the 8-star level. Strictly speaking, he was already the medicine master, Iwuming. You overestimate yourselves. Do you think you can resist the purifying evil alliance? What a joke. You're just a motley crew that can't even withstand a single blow. 10 days later, I'll be waiting to flatten the desolate country. The young man looked at Master Apothecary Iwuming. His arrogant gaze swept across the World Society's army in front of him. Gradually, a chilling intent gushed out. Mingyan, your brother Mingyan was the one who couldn't even withstand a single blow, right? He was killed by our World Society's president in one move. You dare to offend our World Society? You'll follow in your brother's footsteps. Li Shui spoke. Her alluring figure stepped out. Her beautiful eyes rippled with a deep emotion. After all these years of controlling the World Society's Moon Shadow Hall, Li Shui's temperament was no longer the same as when she had just walked out of Tianwu Academy. Amidst her charm, there was an absolute sense of danger. There was an invisible aura around her that no one dared to underestimate. As the hall master of the World Society's Moon Shadow Hall, Li Shui naturally knew of the extraordinary young man's background. Among the younger generation of the Great Will sect, other than Dongli Qihuang, he was one of the top existences. Back in the sealed ancient grounds, his brother Mingyan led a group of people to besiege Yi Piaoling. In the end, he was killed by Du Xiaofu in one move. Bitch, you're courting death. Mingyan was enraged. This time he couldn't wait to flatten the desolate country and avenge his brother. Unfortunately, the president's decision was set for 10 days later. Hence, he had no choice but to endure. Boom! Now, at the mention of his brother's death, Mingyan was instantly enraged. As he shouted coldly, a bright light exploded from his body. His figure pounced forward like a bolt of lightning. Accompanied by a palm print, he pounced directly towards Li Shui. Small, complete, martial, honorable, who do you think you are? A clear voice rang out. Behind Li Shui, a graceful figure appeared slowly, but was actually as fast as lightning. In an instant, she appeared in front of Li Shui. The beautiful figure was alluring, charming, and noble. It was Yi Zijin. Her eyes seemed to be suffused with a few waves of mist. Her face was enough to cause the downfall of a country, like a fairy. Her jet-black, bright eyes surged with a chill. Her delicate hand trembled. Profound qi surged. A rune swept out. The light was resplendent, and directly a fingerprint swept out. In that instant, the surrounding space seemed to have been frozen. Mingyan, who was pouncing towards Li Shui, was shocked. However, it was too late. Slash! Yi Zijin's fingerprint pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning and destroyed Mingyan's palm print. Then, Mingyan seemed to have no power to fight back. The fingerprint flew into his palm and pierced a bloody hole. Blood spurted out. Ah! Mingyan screamed in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was thrown back. Yi Ziwen stood in the air. Dazzling runes flickered on her graceful body like a bright moon in the sky. She was so beautiful and powerful that she seemed to be able to solidify the void. You're only a transcendent, martial, honorable. How dare you? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the sky like thunder. A dazzling light exploded in the sky like a holy light. Bright talisman symbols filled the sky like a holy ring. The light was as bright as the sun and turned into a dazzling vortex of talisman symbols. It enveloped Yi Zijin from the sky, and the surrounding space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Anyone who saw it would tremble with fear. Rumble. When the terrifying power descended, it exploded the space and caused the 8,000 miles of the central region's long river to rumble. Huge waves surged in all directions, and countless demonic beasts in the water groaned in fear. When the vortex of talisman symbols descended, Yi Zijin raised her eyes and narrowed her dark eyes. The vast power was above hers. Boom! Suddenly, at that moment, another resplendent purple light shot over from the sky. It was as fast as lightning. It was an enormous purple lightning bolt in the sky. In an instant, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. Purple electric arcs filled the sky and caused the 8,000 miles of the central region's long river to tremble violently. The purple electric arcs spread across the sky like purple silver snakes flashing in the void. The aura was vast and mighty, punishing all living things. Under such pressure, countless people in the surroundings were shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock. They could feel the terrifying aura of the purple thunderbolt. The aura was terrifying. In a short moment, the purple lightning beam swept across the sky with an overbearing force and collided violently with a resplendent vortex of talisman symbols. Rumble! The terrifying energy collided. In a short stalemate, the surrounding space exploded one after another. Bang, bang, bang! The terrifying energy surged and swept across. Purple electric arcs overflowed and bright talisman symbols spread. In the 8,000 miles of the central region's long river, it was as if countless bombs had exploded. Roar! Countless demonic beasts in the water screamed and roared. The giant ship was shaken by the huge waves. This scene shocked everyone. Countless eyes were filled with shock. The terrifying energy dissipated and a fierce figure appeared in the air. His eyes were filled with purple electric arcs. The newcomer was a well-built young man. His robe was fluttering in the wind, with black robes that reached his shoulders. His bronze skin had a faint purple glow of lightning flowing through it. He was the vice president of World Society, Du Yunlong. Dongli Chihuang, if you want to fight, I'll take it. Du Yunlong raised his eyes and looked at the space in front of him. Lightning flashed in his eyes. His expression was cold and his voice spread out. 10 days later, if the desolate country and the World Society do not retreat, we will kill without mercy. A cold voice seemed to come from the other side of the 8,000 miles of Central Region's long river. 10 days later, I'll be waiting. Du Yunlong raised his head and stood with his hands behind his back. He then looked at Ming Yuan, whose face was pale and whose palms were covered in blood, and said, "You can get lost now. This debt is not over yet." Ming Yuan glared at Yi Zijin with a gloomy and resentful gaze. With unwillingness, he could only leave in a panic. "Brother Yunlong, are you okay?" Yi Zijin's black eyes were filled with coldness. She walked forward and looked at Du Yunlong, who suddenly appeared. Her eyes were filled with surprise. "I'm fine, but that Dongli Chihuang is unfathomable." Du Yunlong smiled bitterly. The purple electric arcs on his body disappeared. Then his face turned pale. His eyes were filled with seriousness. "Your strength seems to have improved a lot," Master Apothecary Yi Wuming crossed the space and looked at Du Yunlong. Suddenly, there was a faint golden light in his eyes. His face was filled with shock as he said, "Peak of the exceptional realm!" "Greetings, Master Apothecary." Du Yunlong bowed and looked at Master Apothecary Yi Wuming. He said regretfully, "It's a pity that after cultivating in seclusion for so long, I still can't break through to the chaotic primordial realm." "You little brat!" Master Apothecary Yi Wuming was speechless. He could only smile bitterly. All these years, he had watched Du Yunlong grow step by step. From the time when they were in the dark forest until now, Du Yunlong had reached the peak of the exceptional martial honorable realm in a short period of time. The peak younger generation of the 1 valley, 2 churches, 3 sects, and 3 groups were only at his level. Master Apothecary Yi Wuming knew very well how scarce the cultivation resources of the Du family were. If Du Yunlong had been like the younger generation of the 9 great forces and received such resources from a young age, he would have already surpassed Zhu Shui and Ling Jun and the others. The back waves of the Yangtze River drive the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. Master Apothecary Yi Wuming sighed helplessly. Other than Du Xiaofu, he knew very well that the Du family had many other abnormal younger generations. In comparison, he could only blush with shame. Vice President wears Sister Xiao Man. Li Shui stepped forward and asked, Elder sister is still in seclusion. She should be coming out soon. Du Yunlong replied. He looked at the World Society and the Huang Nation army behind him with a serious look in his eyes. Dongli Chi Huang will not take this lying down. According to the information given to us by the Ancient Heaven Sect, Dongli Chi Huang's target is the World Society and the Huang Nation. If not for the Ancient Heaven Sect and the Profound Talisman sect delaying him, I'm afraid Dongli Chi Huang would have taken action long ago. Murong Yuroa stepped forward and said softly, We have to make preparations. Inform the Heavenly General Guards to return. Also, ask the Tianwu Academy for help. Also, I hope we can get in touch with Brother Qingchen. Du Yunlong looked up. Faint lightning flickered in his eyes, and his expression gradually turned sharp. Chapter 1381. Moments later, dozens of figures sat in a temporary tent by the river in Central Province. Sitting at the top were Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, Du Yunlong, Murong Yuroa, Eagle King Gongdao, Li Shui, Yi Zijin, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, and others. Solitary Sword King, Black WYRM King, Golden Condor King, Han Exan, Gukuin, Meng Laikai, Hijun, Chao Yu, and others were among them. Over the years, Solitary Sword King, Black WYRM King, and Golden Condor King had already become emperors in terms of cultivation level. Inside the Purple Lightning Profound Cauldron, they had also been tempered by the Purple Gold Profound Lightning, and their talents had increased significantly. With the support of the Desolate Nation and World Society's cultivation resources, their current cultivation level was already close to the honorable realm. However, at this moment, the faces of all the World Society's upper echelons in the tent were solemn. Everyone present was well aware of the situation that the World Society was facing. In these years, the World Society's strength had increased greatly, and it was no longer the same as before. However, compared to the behemoths of the One Valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 3 schools, the World Society was naturally far inferior. Moreover, the World Society was facing the evil Purifying Alliance, which included all the first-rate factions in Central Province. Everyone knew that they were at a disadvantage. If they really went to war, the World Society would definitely not be a match for them. Murong Yuroa and others had long sensed that Dongli Chi Huang wanted to use the evil Purifying Alliance's name to deal with the Desolate Nation. From the news from various sources, they knew that if not for the Ancient Heaven Sect and Black Talisman sex obstruction, the experts of the other major factions would not be fools and would not be used so easily. Otherwise, the evil Purifying Alliance's army would have stepped into the World Society's territory several months ago. Sister Phantom, Shou Sha, Han Xie, and the rest have any news back? Yes. In the tent, Du Yunlong pondered for a moment before looking at Yi Wuming, Murong Yuroa, and the rest. Sister Phantom, Shou Sha, and Han Xie stopped the evil spirits a few months ago. They found out that the evil spirits are getting more and more strange. Their numbers are increasing. Phantom, Beast Sha, and Han Xie have stopped the evil spirits in their way a few million mountains. Li Shui said. Du Yunlong frowned. After a moment, he said in a low voice, if all of this was done in secret by Dongli Chi Huang, it can be considered deliberate planning. Chi! Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling resounded outside the tent, and a bloody and baleful aura spread out, causing one's soul to tremble. The crimson light receded, and a beautiful figure appeared in the tent. Her figure was beautiful, and her face was as elegant as a lotus flower. However, there was a hint of seductiveness in her. It was Phantom. However, at this moment, the Phantom's expression was flustered. Her bright red silk dress was torn in several places, revealing her fair skin. Her beautiful black hair was disheveled, and her aura was extremely weak. "Sister Phantom, what's wrong?" Within the tent, Morong Yurua, Yizijin Li Shui, and the others immediately stood up. Their expressions changed as they rushed to Phantom's side. An expert took action. Shou Sha and Han Xia were captured, and I barely escaped. Biting her red lips, Phantom's eyes surged with blood-red killing intent. The coldness made everyone in the tent feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their hair stood on end. Is there such an expert among the evil spirits? Yi Zijin frowned. Phantom, Han Xia, and Shou Sha's cultivation had all reached the great circle revered realm. Recently, they had devoured many other evil spirits, and they should have made some progress. Moreover, the three of them had strong evil spirit bodies, and Phantom's body was even more powerful. Yi Ziji knew that even if she took action, she would not be able to gain much of an advantage in front of Phantom and the other two. To be able to make Phantom escape in such a sorry state and capture the evil spirit beast, the person's cultivation was definitely not ordinary. It's not an evil spirit, but a human. His strength is very strong, and he is at least at the peak of Nirvana realm. Phantom said in a deep voice, "We received news from some powerful evil spirits that those evil spirits seem to be controlled by someone." After that, the expert appeared and seemed to be after the three of us. He only wanted to capture us alive and did not kill us. That was why I had the chance to escape. In the vast waters, there was a lone island. The area was not big, and the surrounding waves hit the reefs and water droplets splashed in all directions. A golden-haired young man in a red robe stood on the lone island, and his body seemed to be enveloped in light. His eyes were bright, and he was the saint of the great wheel sect Dongli Chihuang. Du Yunlong, interesting, the eastern mythical crimson phoenix, gazed at the sky. Her eyes were filled with doubt as she said, "Du clan, there are so many extraordinary people in the world assembly. Could it be that the Du clan has some kind of treasure? There must be something fishy going on." Chi, a figure, quietly landed beside Dongli Chihuang. It was an old man. His hair was in a bun, and he wore plain clothes. The invisible aura on him was extremely strong. If Du Xiaofu were here, he would definitely recognize him. This old man was the Taoist of Changdao from the Great Wheel sect, and he had always been enemies with his master, Gu Qingyang. "Is it done?" As the Taoist of Changdao landed, Dongli Chihuang was still looking at the sky indifferently. "We captured two. The one that escaped was a demon spirit, and he has some talent in escaping." The Taoist of Changdao nodded. A palm-sized cloth bag that looked like a universal pouch appeared in his palm. It was densely covered with mysterious talisman patterns and released an ancient aura. "It's enough to capture two. Heaven helps the good. The Huijian sect, the Infinite sect, the Shindu Gate, and the Xianming sect have no reason to stand by. The ancient divine sect and the Xuanfu school can't make any big waves. We've wasted too much time, and we can't waste any more time." Dongli Chihuang murmured, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said softly, "I don't know what kind of treasure the Du family has. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains this time." Rumble! In the dark space, in the space of golden thunder and lightning, the golden crow, sky-burning thunder was raging, and the thunder kept exploding. In the space, Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein was covered, and a kind of pressure of punishing the world swept out. The supreme power of thunder and lightning was not to be challenged, and it kept swallowing the golden crow, sky-burning thunder into its body. Above Du Xiaofu's head, the purple thunder profound cauldron was spinning, and it kept swallowing the golden crow, sky-burning thunder. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, was using all his strength to activate the purple thunder profound cauldron and the thunder martial vein in his body. The energy of the golden crow sky-burning thunder was rapidly dissipating, and it was unable to be replenished. The aura of the golden crow sky-burning thunder was getting weaker and weaker, and its energy was being swallowed to a terrifying extent. This caused the three-legged thunderbird's fierce eyes to be filled with fear and dread. Unknowingly, the golden crow sky-burning thunder realized that it originally wanted to devour the human and seize his treasures and benefits. But now it had fallen into a situation where it was difficult to escape. It was unable to stop the human's strange, martial vein and the three-legged thunder treasure from devouring it. Not good. Finally, the golden crow sky-burning thunder seemed to have completely felt fear, and the huge three-legged thunderbird's body began to crack. Rumble! Streaks of golden lightning surged, and under the golden crow sky-burning thunder's uncontrollable power, they continuously surged towards Du Xiaofu and the purple thunder profound cauldron, and were swallowed by both of them. As the body of the three-legged thunderbird cracked, its size became smaller and smaller. The golden crow sky-burning thunder was using all its strength to block, erupting with terrifying energy. It wanted to forcefully destroy the space, but it was unable to stop the strange human and the three-legged cauldron from devouring it. As more and more of its energy was being devoured, the golden crow sky-burning thunder also felt that under the dual suppression of the strange purple-gold lightning and the strange human's martial vein, it was becoming more and more suppressed. Human, I promise you, from now on, we will mind our own business. If we continue fighting, no one will benefit. The three-legged thunder bird screeched and began to compromise. If this continued, it would be completely devoured sooner or later. That human youth was too strange. It could only think of another way. It's too late now. Du Xiaofu sneered. The golden crow, sky-burning thunder was becoming weaker and weaker, and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He would not believe the words of the golden crow, sky-burning thunder. Du Xiaofu knew that the golden crow, sky-burning thunder was not ordinary. Otherwise, it would not have allowed almost all the younger generation of the golden-winged rock clan to die under the guard of the golden-winged rock clan. Almost all of them were killed. Brat, if you continue fighting, you won't benefit either. Both sides will be injured. If you're smart, you should mind your own business. The three-legged thunder bird roared angrily, and its expression instantly changed. It did not expect that the humans still did not want to stop. Both sides will be injured. You're dreaming. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance again. If I devour you, my primordial spirit should change again. Du Xiaofu's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. Although he knew that fusing with a bolt of spirit lightning was an extremely dangerous thing, he had experienced 2 previous experiences. However, with the previous 2 experiences, every time he fused with a bolt of spiritual lightning, his origin soul would become stronger and stronger. Even though Du Xiaofu had the upper hand, he couldn't help but think of a plan. Since the golden crow sky-burning thunder wanted to devour him, he might as well devour the golden crow sky-burning thunder himself. TSK, TSK, puny human, you actually want to devour me. Even the martial domain realm is not enough. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Suddenly, the three-legged thunderbird, which was constantly cracking and shrinking, completely cracked and turned into a bright golden lightning bolt that engulfed Du Xiaofu from all directions. Chi-la! At the same time, an exceptionally bright golden lightning bolt shot out and appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's forehead at an incomparably terrifying speed. This exceptionally bright golden lightning bolt exploded with the most domineering and destructive aura. It was actually able to resist the devouring of Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein and was about to rush into Du Xiaofu's forehead. At the same time, Du Xiaofu did not panic at all. the thunder martial vein in his body and the purple thunder profound cauldron above his head were still devouring the golden crow, sky-burning thunder. Swoosh! At this moment, a silver-yellow lightning arc filled the air between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. It was as if it had materialized and had an ancient aura, but it also contained a violent and destructive aura. Boom! The silver-yellow arcs of lightning were like bolts of lightning that instantly transformed into a silver-yellow cage of lightning, trapping the dazzling golden lightning that was swiftly flashing towards the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, an ancient and boundless aura suddenly descended. Your primordial spirit has merged with the spiritual thunder soul seed, and it seems that there is more than one kind of spiritual thunder soul seed. Within the silver-yellow lightning cage, the dazzling golden lightning instantly transformed into a 3-legged lightning bird that was 3 meters long. Its entire body was covered in sparkling and translucent lightning that was dazzling like divine gold, and its eyes were filled with absolute astonishment. It is already past 6 a.m., and Xiao Yu is still writing. Today is the first day of the month, and he is starting to step on your tails. No, I'm wrong. He is starting to ask for flowers and rewards. Of course. Xiao Yu will still return the chapters that he hasn't paid off, even though it's already this month. As for the previous 4 days, I was in a good state and didn't update much. Xiao Yu sincerely apologizes to everyone. Chapter 1382. Within the silver-yellow lightning cage, the golden crow sky-burning lightning felt the aura of at least 2 types of spiritual lightning soul seeds, as well as an absolutely terrifying pressure. Have you finally revealed your soul seeds? Then you don't have to run anymore. The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth curled up into a smile. That smile seemed to carry a sense of anticipation and anticipation. As Du Xiaofu's faint voice rang out, the surrounding silver-yellow lightning cage trembled, releasing a violent and destructive pressure. Then, it turned into a giant silver-yellow lightning tree. Boom! As the giant silver-yellow lightning tree appeared, another supreme pressure spread out from the strange silver-yellow lightning tree. It was a mixed pressure formed from the 2 spiritual lightning soul seeds in Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit, the silver net soul devouring lightning and the earth-shattering sky thunder, as well as the spiritual root. As the giant silver-yellow lightning tree appeared, mysterious runes covered the entire tree. The ancient and domineering aura could not be provoked, containing violent destruction. This is impossible. How can you merge 2 spiritual lightning soul seeds? At this moment, the golden crow sky-burning lightning soul seed could no longer calm down. Its gaze trembled as it stared at the giant lightning tree in front of it. The terrifying energy contained within the giant silver-yellow lightning tree made its heart tremble. Everything happened extremely quickly. An ancient pressure spread out from within the giant silver-yellow lightning tree. It was as though one was facing a king that could not be resisted. The giant silver-yellow lightning tree erupted with mysterious runes, instantly covering the front of the 3-legged thunderbird. Boom! A majestic and desolate aura spread out, as if a supreme being had ascended to the heavens. At this moment, the golden crow sky-burning lightning wanted to block it, only to find that it was suppressed by several kinds of forces. It was unable to replenish its energy and could no longer hold on. Crackle! At the same time, the silver-yellow lightning tree filled the air like tree roots, breaking through the defense of the golden crow sky-burning lightning and covering the crystal-clear 3-legged thunderbird. As if taking root and sprouting, it absorbed the energy in the 3-legged thunderbird's body, absorbing its nutrients. The 3-legged thunderbird, which contained a tyrannical and blazing destructive energy, started to distort. Its sparkling and translucent body started to wither and shrivel. This is impossible. No one can fuse with me. This is impossible. The 3-legged thunderbird screeched as despair gradually filled its eyes. At this moment, the soul seed of the golden crow heaven-burning lightning was the clearest that the silver-yellow giant lightning tree was actually devouring its soul seed's power. It was already powerless and unable to resist Wanzhou, one of the world's Kyushu. The vastness of Wanzhou was not inferior to any other continent. Of course, Wanzhou was also full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Experts were as common as clouds, and there were many huge forces. Compared to the Central States, 1 valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, 3 schools, and 9 great forces, those huge forces were absolutely not inferior. They were completely able to contend with them. The night was quiet, the moonlight was hazy, and the stars were blurry. High up in the sky, the bright moon and the stars intertwined, illuminating each other. The majestic mountain peak was shrouded in darkness. 18 figures knelt on one knee. The 18 youths all looked to be around 26 or 27 years old, and every one of them was extraordinary. Heavens above, earth below, I am Yi Piaoling. Second brother, Qian Guyu. Third brother, Yan Yi. Fourth brother, Mo Sha. Fifth brother, Ing Yan. Sixth brother, Yin Tianjue. Seventh brother, Gu Wuying. Third brother, Silver Fox. Ninth brother, Shi Tu. 10th brother, Yang Yiji. 11th brother, Jiang Yinfeng. 12 pools returning to seclusion. 13 Qian tombs. 14th brother, Mo Qianxuan. 15th brother, Yu Wenhanli. 16th brother, Fei Yu. 17th brother, Wen Yichen. 18th brother, Mu Ruobai. Today, we are sworn brothers of the opposite sex. From now on, we will face difficulties together, share blessings together, and advance and retreat together. If we violate this oath, lightning will strike us, and we will fall into the 18 levels of hell beyond redemption. 18 voices spread out, echoing in the night sky. The 18 youths kowtowed to the moon. After 3 simultaneous sounds, the 18 youths stood up, and 18 invisible sharp auras spread out, solidifying this part of the world. The 18 youths looked at each other, their eyes flashing with smiles. 18 heavenly guards. From now on, we 18 brothers will share blessings and hardships together. Among the 18 youths, a tall and slender black-robe youth looked at everyone. Under his bangs, his eyes were sharp, and there was a smile on his face. He was Yi Piaoling, the head of the Heavenly Guards of the World Association. In the Central Plains, he had already made a name for himself with his outstanding talent and decisive character. Back then, he was very famous in the Central Plains. Among the 18 youths, a silk-clothed youth walked out. His eyes were bright, and his slender figure left mottled shadows under the moonlight. His hair was black, and his back was straight, as if there was a huge amount of tenacious energy in his body. The silk-clothed youth looked at Yi Piaoling and said, "Big brother, tomorrow Yi Piaoling looked at the silk-clothed youth and interrupted him. He smiled faintly and said, 18, we are brothers. Tomorrow's matter, I will be there, and everyone else will be there. Yes, 18, with us and Big Brother here tomorrow. There won't be a problem." A tall and handsome young man in a blue and white robe walked out. His aura was overbearing, like that of a ferocious beast. He gently patted the shoulder of the young man in silk clothes and smiled. Then he looked at Yi Piaoling and curled his lips slightly. He said, "Boss, do you want me to fight tomorrow? I also want to fight that woman. My hands are itching. What do you think?" Yi Piaoling rolled his eyes at Qin Guyu before looking at the moon in the sky. He smiled and murmured, "100 charm, 1,000 beauty, Flower Zimo. Seems to be as famous as the president back then." Early in the morning, a faint light appeared on the eastern horizon, carefully soaking the blue sky. Then a beautiful morning glow filled the sky with a thin veil of mist. Strands of golden light shrouded the titanic crescent city, and the vast city began to be filled with vitality. Countless figures rushed out from all over the city, heading towards the same place. Few people in Wanzhou didn't know that Titanic Crescent City belonged to the 100 Flowers Gate. As for the 100 Flowers Gate, everyone knew that it was one of the top powers in Wanzhou. It was the holy land of cultivation for the younger generation. The 100 Flowers Gate was located in the east of the Wanzhou province. The headquarters of the 100 Flowers Gate was located within the Grand 100 Flowers mountain range. The vast mountain range was densely covered with exotic flowers and plants. Thousands of flowers bloomed throughout the year, and the fragrance of the flowers spread far and wide. It could be considered a unique existence in the Wanzhou province. Such a strange place was very pleasing to the eye, but no one dared to infect it because it was right next to the 100 Flowers Gate. It was that simple. Titanic Crescent City wasn't far from the 100 Flowers Gate's headquarters. Because of this, it was very prosperous and had a large area. Today, the Titanic Crescent City seemed to be particularly lively. Just as the sky began to brighten, many people rushed out from all over the city and gathered in the vast square. The towering buildings around the gigantic Crescent City Square were packed with people. Around the square, there were already tall and straight figures in armor, standing tall and straight. Their auras were sharp and fierce. From the flower-shaped insignia on their armor, they all came from a power that could shake the entire Wanzhou, the 100 Flowers Gate. Everyone in Wanzhou knew about the 100 Flowers Gate. It had as many experts as the clouds. It was rumored that the 100 Flowers Gate had existed for a long time. Over the years, the entire Wanzhou had experienced countless storms. Many large sects had fallen in the storm, but the 100 Flowers Gate had always stood tall in Wanzhou. Generation after generation of young disciples from the 100 Flowers Gate were able to make a name for themselves in the outside world. Every generation of young disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate had someone who could stand out among their peers in Wanzhou. This made the 100 Flowers Gate's position more and more stable. Today, Hua Zimo will personally take action. I'm really looking forward to it. The square was densely packed with people. Looking from afar, it seemed like there was no end in sight. Some people were whispering with excitement in their eyes. Today, the 100 Flowers Gate's Hua Zimo would take action. It could be said that at least 90% of the people in the crowd were here for Hua Zimo. Perhaps some people came to see the legendary beauty of Hua Zimo, or perhaps some people came purely for Hua Zimo's strength. But there was no doubt that Hua Zimo was the most important protagonist today. Her halo far surpassed the other protagonists today. Chapter 1383. As for the other main character, he was a nobody in Wanzhou. Yi Piaoling was an unfamiliar name in Wanzhou. However, this unknown youth in Wanzhou was going to fight against the 100 Flowers Gate's charming 1,000 Flowers Hua Zimo. This caused the majority of the people to feel disdain in their hearts. The reason was simple. The 100 Flowers Gate's Hua Zimo was the leading figure of Wanzhou's younger generation. It was said that back in the Tianhuang continent, Hua Zimo was as famous as the pure-blooded descendants of the dragons and phoenixes. In the past few years, there had been quite a number of people from the younger generation of the entire Wanzhou who had challenged Hua Zimo, including the top disciples of the younger generation of the various top forces. However, the final victor had always been Hua Zimo. Where did Yi Piaoling come from? How dare he fight Hua Zimo? He's probably courting death. It's said that Yi Piaoling fought Hua Zimo because of Mu Ruobai. Mu Ruobai? That guy is a terrifying master. I don't know where he came from, but he killed so many people from the 100 Flowers Gate alone. Even an elder from the 100 Flowers Gate died at his hands. Everyone in the Titanic Crescent City was well aware of the cause and effect of today's events. Everyone in the Titanic Crescent City was well aware of what had happened today. Although Yi Piaoling was a stranger in Wanzhou, the other main character of this matter, Mu Ruobai, was also infamous in Wanzhou. Wanzhou was vast and rich in resources, and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although most of the top younger generation came from those large factions, there were still dark horses that would occasionally appear. Mu Ruabai was the absolute dark horse of Wanzhou's younger generation. Back in a competition among the younger generation, Mu Ruabai had entered the top 10 as a dark horse, shocking the entire Wanzhou for a time. However, not long after, news spread that Mu Ruabai had taken away an inner sect female disciple from the 100 Flowers Gate. The two eloped and were immediately hunted down by the 100 Flowers Gate. One had to know that the inner sect female disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate were all extraordinarily beautiful, and their appearances were also outstanding. However, the inner sect female disciples of the 100 Flowers sect were forbidden from marrying outsiders. They could only marry other inner sect disciples. That was the rule before they joined the sect. Under the pursuit of the entire 100 Flowers Gate, Mu Ruabai could only hide with the female disciple. However, in the end, she was unable to escape the pursuit of the 100 Flowers Gate. In the final battle, Mu Ruabai was no match for the 100 Flowers Gate, and the female inner sect disciple had already been captured. In the end, Mu Ruabai escaped with heavy injuries. That battle had caused the 100 Flowers Gate great losses. One of their elders had been killed by Mu Ruabai out of anger. Mu Ruabai's actions had undoubtedly provoked the 100 Flowers Gate. Since Mu Ruabai was of the younger generation, Hua Ziemo walked out of the 100 Flowers Gate. 3 months later, she found Mu Ruabai in a Wanzhou ominous ground. But at this time, 17 youths appeared beside Mu Ruabai. The leader was the youth called Yi Piaoling. In the end, no one knew what happened. For some reason, Hua Zimo did not fight with Mu Ruabai and the others. Instead, they agreed to meet 7 days later in Titanic Crescent City. Yi Piaoling and Hua Zimo would fight to settle the matter between Mu Ruabai and the 100 Flowers Gate. Today was the date of the battle. Hua Zimo was going to fight, causing the entire Titanic Crescent City to boil over. Many people nearby heard the news and immediately rushed into Titanic Crescent City. Some people wanted to catch a glimpse of Hua Zimo's beautiful face, while others wanted to know the current strength of the leading figure of Wanzhou's younger generation, Hua Zimo, to what extent she had reached. The densely packed crowd completely congested the streets around the plaza. The sound of discussion was very noisy, causing people to feel their ears ringing. There are so many people. Do you think Yi Piaoling and the others have already run away? They don't dare to appear today. Where can they run to in Wanzhou? They can't escape the 100 Flowers Gate's pursuit. But then again, that Mu Ruabai's guts are really big. She even dared to take away an inner court female disciple of the 100 Flowers Gate. How many men in Wanzhou can only secretly dream about it? I'm so envious. The one with the guts should be Yi Piaoling. She actually dared to fight with Hua Zimo. It's said that if Yi Piaoling loses today, she and Mu Ruabai will cripple their own cultivation. Mu Ruabai and Yi Piaoling will be miserable. It's said that Hua Zimo has already reached the peak of the transcendent martial saint realm and has been in seclusion for the 100 Flowers Gate. She only came out recently because of Mu Ruabai. If during this period of time, Hua Zimo has already broken through to the primordial martial saint realm, then Yi Piaoling and Mu Ruabai will be even more miserable, right? The primordial martial saint realm is a powerful existence. How many experts of the older generation have not set foot in it? No matter how strong Hua Zimo's talent is, it won't be easy for her to break through. The densely packed crowd was clamoring, and the sun was high in the sky. Walala! In the sky, the fragrance of flowers suddenly filled the air, causing people to feel relaxed and happy. From high up in the sky, petals poured down onto the vast square. Boom! Just as everyone raised their eyes in surprise, the sky suddenly trembled, and a dazzling and resplendent rune light swept down. The resplendent light caused the countless gazes around the square to be unable to open their eyes. In the next instant, when the resplendent light disappeared, many people opened their eyes slightly and narrowed their eyes. At this moment, they saw over 100 figures appear in the square. "It's the people from the 100 Flowers Gate." In an instant, someone exclaimed as they looked at the hundreds of figures that had appeared in the square. An uproar of surprise immediately spread out. There were men and women, old and young, but all of them had extraordinary temperaments. The middle-aged men and women, as well as the old man, each of their bodies emitted a vigorous pressure, causing people to feel an extremely dangerous feeling when they looked at them. Many young men and women were tall and straight. Their faces were cold as they stood upright. The aura that faintly emanated from their bodies was also very astonishing and extraordinary. At this moment, the most eye-catching person was none other than the graceful figure in front of the crowd. She wore a lotus-colored gauze shirt, and her long, light, red, curly hair draped over her back. She was gently tied up with a silver ribbon. Faint runes fluctuated around her, as if there was a light mist surrounding her. The woman landed on the square, and only slightly raised her eyes to look at the sky. Her face was beautiful, her skin was sparkling like snow, and her eyes were filled with charm. "Hua Ziemo, that's Miss Hua Ziemo." Seeing the woman, the surrounding square immediately resounded with cries of surprise. Many people's eyes were blazing and dazed, as if their souls had been sucked out. Charming and beautiful Hua Ziemo. She had once made a name for herself on the Tianhuang continent in a short period of time, becoming one of the 12 heroes. These 12 heroes included the 9th Prince of the Dragons, Dragon 9, Huang Linger of the Phoenix Clan, Mu Jianqin of the Shang continent, Qinggu of the Thunder continent, Hua Ziemo of the Wanzhou continent, Feng Wuxi of the Yu continent, Yujing Tongxian of the Cloud continent, Qin Demon Shangguan Qisian, Demon King Du Xiaofu, and so on. This was enough to prove her worth. And in the Wanzhou continent, Hua Ziemo was the pride of the Wanzhou 100 Flowers Gate. If nothing unexpected happened, she would almost be the next sect master of the 100 Flowers Gate. Her heavenly beauty was astonishing, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. This kind of woman was enough to make all the men in the Wanzhou continent boil, and ordinary men would not even have the confidence to approach her. Whoosh, whoosh! Not long after the people of the 100 Flowers Gate landed on the square, the sound of wind breaking suddenly resounded outside the titanic Crescent City. A long streak of light seemed to be breaking through the air. In just 2 flashes, under the gazes of hundreds of millions of people, the streaks of light landed on the square like lightning. Boom! A total of 18 streaks of light converged, and 18 youths landed on the ground. 18 invisible auras fluctuated, causing the space around the square to quietly tremble. The 18 youths stood tall and straight, causing all eyes to look at them. It was as if they were 18 javelins on the ground, giving off a sharp feeling that made people's hearts tremble for no reason. Everyone's gaze landed on the 18 youths. The 18 youths gave off the feeling of a ferocious beast. Their bodies emitted a sharp aura that carried the smell of blood. This kind of aura couldn't exist without experiencing blood and slaughter. It was enough to prove that these 18 youths all had a common characteristic, and that was that they were all tempered by a path of slaughter. As the 18 youths appeared on the square, many faces of the 100 Flowers Gate trembled inwardly. Hua Zimo's beautiful eyes looked at the 18 youths, and in the end, she fixed her eyes on the black-robed youth in front of them. Her delicate hand gently stroked the hair in front of her forehead, and her eyes were full of charm. She faintly smiled, and her beauty could cause the downfall of a country. She softly said, "I didn't think that you guys would really come." Yi Piaoling's eyes slightly twitched. He was slender and emitted a faint aura of indifference. His eyes were sharp as he looked at Hua Zimo and said, "What is there to be afraid of?" Hua Zimo looked at the black-robed youth in front of her, and her eyes secretly flickered. Then she smiled and said to Yi Piaoling, "I always thought that in the world, only the Demon King Du Xiaofu was strong. To deal with you, I don't think the president needs to make a move." Yi Piaoling's thin lips were filled with arrogance as he spoke. His eyes didn't even look at Hua Zimo's body for half a second. Hua Zimo was secretly stunned. She looked at the arrogant smile on Yi Piaoling's thin lips, and her beautiful eyes began to shine. However, she was still full of charm and inexplicably moving. At this moment, countless men around her were dumbfounded. For the sake of your president, as long as you hand over Mu Ruabai, I can let you go. Hua Zimo gently said, Mu Ruabai is my brother, and I am his big brother. I will shoulder his matter. Yi Piaoling's indifferent tone was filled with a kind of sharpness in his eyes. So what if it's the 100 Flowers Gate? We brothers will shoulder it together. A youth walked out. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. His whole body was tall and sturdy, like the incarnation of a ferocious beast. He gave people a kind of incomparably fierce feeling. He was Chinguyu. Boom! The group of youths behind him stepped out. Their auras gushed out, and their eyes were sharp and fierce. Facing the 100 Flowers Gate, they didn't retreat in the slightest. Mu Ruabai's robe fluttered slightly. Looking at the group of brothers beside him, a light rippled in his eyes. Chapter 1384. Fierce auras filled the air, and the sound waves reverberated throughout the square. It was as if there was a magical power that caused the blood in many people's bodies to inexplicably tremble. As the voices of the dozen or so youths fell, the space above the square froze. Countless gazes turned sluggish in an instant. The 18 youths were so arrogant and fierce that they did not back down in the slightest in the face of the 100 Flowers Gate. Those 18 youths are so handsome. They're so cool. I wonder what their names are. Ripples appeared in the eyes of many women in the square. The 18 tall and fierce figures and arrogant auras stirred the hearts of many women. In the square, many female disciples of the 100 Flowers Gate were moved as they looked at the 18 youths. Their hearts were filled with shock. Among the younger generation in the entire Wanzhou, there were probably not many youths who could be compared to them. Hua Zimo looked at the 18 people in front of her, her thin eyebrows slightly knitted. Then she smiled faintly and looked at Yi Piaoling again. Her red and tender lips carried a kind of temptation as she said, Then let's fight. If you can defeat me, the grudge between the 100 Flowers Gate and Mu Ruabai will be written off. If you lose, you and Mu Ruabai will cripple your own cultivation. Let's fight. You're a woman, so I'll let you fight first. Yi Piaoling nodded. The strands of hair in front of his forehead moved slightly, and a sharpness gushed out from the depths of his jet-black eyes. Hearing this, Hua Zimo looked at Yi Piaoling in a daze. Then she laughed delicately, and her body swayed back and forth. However, it did not affect her image at all. Instead, it had a kind of seductive beauty. After a moment, Hua Zimo withdrew her smile and said to Yi Piaoling, Let's fight in another space. This titanic crescent city can't withstand the torment. Okay, Yi Piaoling only replied with a simple word. His thin lips held a hint of pride. Walala. Hua Zimo did not speak again. The runes on her body poured down like a rain of light, lingering around like clouds and mist. All of a sudden, Hua Zimo's charming temperament began to become pure and holy. Her temperament was calm and unhurried. Fight! As her simple words fell, her voice resounded. In the next instant, above Hua Zimo's head, winds and clouds began to surge in the depths of the heavens. Dark clouds gathered in the depths of the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Hua Zimo's graceful and delicate body seemed to be enveloped by countless flower petals. Hua Zimo's beautiful figure drew a beautiful arc as she soared into the sky. She quickly entered the dark clouds that covered the sky. Yi Piaoling looked at the sky with an indifferent expression. Light flashed under his feet as he rose from the ground and followed Yi Qingyu into the depths of the sky. He quietly disappeared into the churning dark clouds. Spatial ripples rippled in the surroundings as runes spread, opening up the space battlefield. I never thought that Hua Zimo would be able to enter the space battlefield at that stage. It is said that one must at least reach the martial domain realm to be able to do so. Could it be that Hua Zimo has actually broken through to the martial domain realm? Looking at the scene in the square, many knowledgeable people immediately trembled. Opening up the space battlefield, how powerful was that? If Hua Zimo had already reached the martial domain realm, then it was too abnormal. She was simply a monster. It doesn't seem like it. Maybe Hua Zimo has a treasure that can expand the space battlefield. She is afraid of destroying gigantic Crescent City. Soon after, some people saw some clues. Hua Zimo should not have reached the martial domain realm, but she should have a spatial treasure in her hands. Just now, Hua Zimo mentioned the World Assembly and the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Could it be that Yi Piaoling and the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, have something to do with each other? Demon King, Du Xiaofu, what a familiar name. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Have you forgotten? The leader of the 12 divine heroes is the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. The dragons, Dragon 9, were skinned by the Demon King in the end. Rumor has it that the Demon King Du Xiaofu is also the president of the World Assembly. Yi Piaoling and the others should be related to the World Assembly, so they should be the Demon King's people. I remember now. So it's the ferocious Demon King who will win in the end. Countless onlookers around the square were stunned when they saw Hua Zimo and Yi Piaoling enter the depths of the firmament of heaven. Originally, they wanted to watch a good show, but now that they were in the space battlefield, they couldn't even peek inside. In the square, 17 people, led by Chongguyu, Yin Hu, and the others, stood upright like 17 javelins. The gray space was filled with spatial turbulence, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Yi Piaoling looked around, and his deep black eyes showed some fluctuations. It was an independent space, so the treasure must be extraordinary. Hua Zimo looked at Yi Piaoling and said with a faint smile, "This is one of the treasures of my 100-flower gate, but it will not suppress your cultivation and strength. I will not have the advantage, so you can fight without worry." "Let's do it." I said, "You go first." Yi Piaoling looked at Hua Zimo, and he didn't dare to be careless. Hua Zimo smiled, and the charm on her body turned holy. The runes on her body were like divine light, and her graceful figure was surrounded by countless petals, which turned into a whirlpool. In the next moment, the graceful figure was bathed in the bright petals, and the fragrance of the flowers overflowed. Boom! Hua Zimo moved, and her beautiful figure flew across the sky. Her delicate hand was covered with energy, and it was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder, rushing towards Yi Piaoling. Just with Hua Zimo's attack, Yi Piaoling's dark eyes changed, and he knew that he had met a strong opponent. The woman who looked charming on the surface was, in fact, extremely terrifying. She was one of the 12 heroes, and she was as famous as the president. Swish! At this moment, Yi Piaoling's sharp and deep eyes emitted a sharp aura, which made the temperature of the space suddenly drop. That sharp and dense aura made people shiver for no reason. Their hair stood on end, and a chill ran down their spines. Swish! Yi Piaoling made his move, and a sharp and cold aura spread out from his body. In the black evil aura, he swept his hand, and the black profound energy along with the runes destroyed and corroded everything, resisting Hua Zimo's attack. Ha! Hua Zimo's expression changed slightly, and she burst out with a more vigorous and holy aura, which was powerful and terrifying. Her delicate hands kept forming hand seals, and Hua Zimo's attacks were like thunder, making the runes in the space shine and sweep towards Yi Piaoling. Yi Piaoling's eyes were sharp and his aura was cold. His black robe fluttered, and he faced Hua Zimo head-on. All these years, Yi Piaoling had been advancing in fighting and breaking through in killing. In the sealed ancient land, he had obtained the ancient inheritance. In the purple thunder profound cauldron, he had also been refined by divine thunder on the basis of the sacred body arts. He was Yi Pialing, the head of the World Society's heavenly guards. He was low-key and not flamboyant, but his name had quietly shaken the central state. He was like a wolf in the dark, an invisible blade in the World Society. Many people in Zhongzhou were even more afraid of Yi Pialing than of Du Yunlong. They were afraid of the World Society, which was like a rising sun. Boom! A great battle broke out. The runes were dazzling and the space trembled. A man and a woman. The man was fierce and murderous, like a fierce wolf king in the dark. The woman was pure and charming, like a fairy, like the most beautiful blooming flower of 100 flowers. Peak extraordinary Marshal revered, I didn't expect you to reach this step, Hua Zimo said, her voice clear and moving. You seem to be one step away from the origin realm. Yi Pialing's voice was calm, but it was inexplicably arrogant, like an elf in the dark. Boom! As the two of them exchanged blows, dazzling radiance burst out continuously. The entire space shook as though it was about to be destroyed. Countless people in the Juk city square looked up. In the sky above the Chenqiong city, where dark clouds were dense, they could only faintly hear the reverberating sound of the battle, which shook their hearts and souls. Listening to the muffled sound of thunder, it was not difficult to guess the intensity of the battle between the two. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the final result. Time passed slowly. After more than an hour, the space above was still filled with muffled sounds, causing the disciples of the 100 Flowers sect to secretly change their expressions. Finally, all of a sudden, the muffled sound of the energy explosion in the space above gradually subsided. The surging energy in the space above also began to calm down. Has the victor finally been decided? I wonder who won and who lost. Suddenly, countless people in the square looked up at each other, closely staring at the sky. Chinguyu, Silver Fox, Stone, Duo Sha, Anya Ing Muruabai, and the others also slightly raised their heads at this moment. 17 pairs of deep eyes fluctuated, and there was some unconcealable nervousness in their expressions. Walala! Under the complicated gazes of many people, the dark clouds in the sky receded, and the light dissipated, allowing the sunlight to pour down on the Juk city. Under countless gazes, a man and a woman appeared in the sky above. The man's black robe fluttered, and his eyes were sharp. A faint black Xian Qi energy spread out from his body, and the runes were dazzling. His aura was turbulent, as if it could suppress everything. The woman was holy and calm, and her figure was graceful. Light lingered around her beautiful figure, and she was like a fairy who had descended. Her vast aura spread out in all directions, causing people's hearts to tremble. For the sake of Demon King Du Xiaofu, I can let you go, but remember that our battle is not over yet. Hua Zimo looked at Yi Pialing, and the runes on her body flickered. When I'm done, as long as I'm not dead, I'll be back. Yi Pialing looked at Hua Zimo, and his deep black eyes narrowed. Good. Hua Zimo nodded, and her eyes were full of charm. Looking at the black-robed youth from afar, a different kind of ripple appeared in her eyes, and then it was restrained. Second brother, let's go. Yi Pialing said to Chinguyu and the others in the square below. Whoosh, whoosh. As Yi Pialing's voice fell, Chinguyu and the others had a strange look in their eyes. But at the same time, they stomped their feet on the square, and at the same time a figure suddenly flew into the air and left with Yi Pialing. Please tell Liue that one day I will appear in front of her again, and at that time no one will be able to stop us from being together. Mu Ruabai looked at Hua Zimo, and under the long sleeves of her robe she clenched her fists. As her voice fell, she turned and flew into the sky, disappearing with Yi Pialing, Chinguyu, and the others. Among the 18 heavenly generals written yesterday, Silver Fox was the third. Silver Fox should have been the 8th. The previous text has been changed and it caused inconvenience. Apologies. Chapter 1385. Watching the 18 figures leave. Hua Zimo's eyes flickered. Zimo, this matter concerns the prestige of our 100 Flowers Gate. If we let them go, it will be detrimental to our 100 Flowers Gate. A beautiful middle-aged woman quietly appeared beside Hua Zimo. The invisible aura on her body fluctuated, giving people a feeling of extreme danger. I did not win. Hua Zimo bitterly smiled. Could it be that you lost? Hearing this, the beautiful middle-aged woman suddenly looked at Hua Zimo in shock. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, and she could not accept this fact. I did not lose either. Hua Zimo looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman and shook her head. That Yi Piaoling is very special. He is different from the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. If we want to determine the winner, we will have to fight to the death. Otherwise, it will be somewhat unfair to him. He only uses killing moves, and in an ordinary battle, he will not be able to use his full strength. Could it be that this matter is over? The beautiful woman slightly frowned. If Yi Piaoling and Mu Ruobai were allowed to leave, it would undoubtedly be a great loss of face for the 100 Flowers Gate. This battle has not been decided yet. Hua Zimo slightly smiled, then looked at the beautiful woman and said, Besides, this is also a good thing. I have time to prepare for a breakthrough. Yi Piaoling is stronger than I imagined. With my current cultivation, even if I use my full strength, I do not have much confidence. That boy, is he really that strong? The beautiful woman slightly frowned. She seemed to have some doubts about Yi Piaoling's strength. There were only a few people in Kyushu who could make Hua Zimo praise them. Hua Zimo slightly smiled and did not say anything more. She paused for a moment and said, This is also good. They are members of the World Society. Even if I win today, if I really cripple their cultivation, I am afraid it will cause a lot of trouble for my 100 Flowers Gate. My 100 Flowers Gate is not afraid of trouble. The beautiful woman slightly raised her eyebrows. The 100 Flowers Gate stood tall in Wanzhou and had a huge foundation. Crippling 2 people was not a big deal. Hearing this, Hua Zimo smiled at the beautiful woman and said, Second senior sister, don't forget, the World Summit belongs to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Hearing this, the woman's face immediately twitched. She had personally witnessed the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, back on the Tianhuan continent. He dug out the bones of dragons, drank their blood, and skinned Dragon 9. Just how brutal was that? The 100 Flowers Gate was massive, but it was naturally inferior to the dragons. Rumor has it that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is being hunted down by the devil religion. One of the sects, the 7-Star Hall, has also been massacred. Right now, their whereabouts are unknown. They have disappeared for a long time. After being stunned for a while, the beautiful woman said with a grin, But the devil religion doesn't seem to be able to do anything to him. Hua Zimo's eyes revealed a slight smile. Looking in the direction that the 18 youths left, she muttered softly, That Demon King is brutal, and the people around him are also very special. After Yi Piaoling and the other 18 youths left, the entire Titanic Crescent City suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at the sky and then looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. What exactly is going on? Did Yi Piaoling win? Did they decide the victor? Why did Yi Piaoling and Mu Ruobai leave? Hua Zimo doesn't seem to have lost. This is so strange. Looking at the situation, it seems a bit like a tie. There were all kinds of discussions and speculations. After a long time, the crowd helplessly dispersed. For the onlookers in Titanic Crescent City, they were really helpless today. Not only did they not see the battle with their own eyes, but they also did not know the outcome of the battle. However, from today onwards, Yi Piaoling, Mu Ruobai, and the other 18 youths' names began to spread from Titanic Crescent City to Wanzhou. Yi Piaoling was able to fight with Hua Zimo and not lose. This was enough to send out a lot of information to the entire Wanzhou. Whoosh, whoosh. In the calm sky, the sound of wind breaking suddenly resounded. 18 figures flashed across the sky and landed on a mountain peak in the distance. The 18 youths landed on the ground. All of them were tall and straight and had extraordinary temperaments. They were the 18 celestial guards that had left Titanic Crescent City not long ago. Boss, you won? On the mountain peak, Stone stepped forward. He had a strong and honest physique and looked at Yi Piaoling happily. After entering the Celestial General Guard, Stone had followed Yi Piaoling, Chinguyu, Anya Cha, Duo Sha, and the others everywhere to temper themselves. His cultivation base had soared, and his body had begun to exude a sense of cleverness. That woman is very strong. Even if I used all my strength, I'm afraid it would be difficult to defeat her. Yi Piaoling smiled, but there seemed to be a hint of bitterness in her smile. She then said, "But if it was a battle of life and death, perhaps my chances of survival would be higher." Hua Zimo, the 100 Flower Gates Heaven's pride, the leader of the younger generation in Wanzhou. She was also the leader of the evil Purifying Alliance. Naturally, she's extraordinary. Boss, it's already very abnormal that you didn't win against her. A young man in a brocade robe walked out. He had a handsome appearance and fair skin. It was as if he always had a carefree smile on his face, as if he was the little brother next door. However, under the seemingly pure smile in his eyes, there was a volcano that was being suppressed. Only those who were familiar with this young man would know how terrifying this handsome little brother next door could be when his face changed. It was said that back in the Lan province, an empire's prince provoked him and was killed. After that, the empire sent people to hunt him down. Enraged, the young man single-handedly slaughtered his way into the imperial palace and used divine abilities to slaughter an army of 100,000. He destroyed the imperial palace and absorbed the imperial energy. Even the golden dragon, imperial jade seal, was taken away by him. Even now, there was a huge force behind the empire that was still hunting him down. He had no choice but to come to Wanzhou. However, the little god of slaughter, Duan Feiyu, was infamous in the Lan province. Old 16, there's always someone better than you. My strength is far from enough. Yi Piaoling said to Duan Feiyu, "Apart from those old people, there shouldn't be many people in the same generation who can deal with you, right?" Duan Feiyu smiled. As far as he knew, they were not afraid of anyone in the younger generation, let alone the eldest and the second eldest. Their physical bodies were already terrifying. You should say this to the president in the future. Chang Guyu patted Old 16's shoulder and smiled. The leader of the 12 heroes who killed the dragon 9 dragons. He's a peak existence in the same generation. Is the president really as strong as the rumors say? Little god of slaughter. Duan Feiyu's eyebrows slightly raised. He said, "If there's a chance, I'd like to try." Haha, Silver Fox, Stone, Anya Chi, Guwuing, Yin Tianjue, Ingyen, Chinguyu, and Yi Piaoling gazed at Duan Feiyu when they heard this, and all of them smiled silently while their gazes revealed encouragement that seemed like praise. Duo Sha walked up and patted Little God of Slaughter's shoulder. He said sincerely, "Old 16, your courage is commendable. Back then, I had the same idea as you. But then what?" Little God of Slaughter, Duan Feiyu frowned. He felt that there was something wrong with the expressions of Old 16 and Old 16. So he asked Duo Sha curiously. "In the end, I gave up." Duo Sha smiled at Little God of Slaughter and said seriously, "I hope you'll be stronger than me when the time comes. Don't shrink back. I'll cheer you on." "Is that so?" Little God of Slaughter, Duan Feiyu frowned. He felt that there was something wrong with the expressions of Duo Sha, Guwuing, and Silver Fox. "All right, we have to hurry back to the central province." Suddenly, Yi Piaoling interrupted everyone. His pitch-black eyes suddenly surged with a dignified expression, and his aura became fierce. "Boss, what's wrong?" Chang Guyu asked. He had long wanted to say something. Ever since the battle with Hua Zimo in Titanic Tower City, he felt that something was wrong. Yi Piaoling didn't say anything. He took out a dim jade slip that was broken into several pieces. On the jade slip, one could vaguely see the emblem of a golden-winged rock shadow. Not good. Something must have happened to the world society. Seeing the broken jade slip, Changguyu, Stone, Silver Fox, and Anya Ying's expressions changed. That was the jade slip that Medicine King Yi Wuming gave to Yi Piaoling when they left the central province. If the jade slip was broken, it meant that the world society was in great danger. They had to hurry back immediately. Let's go to the wormhole. We have to hurry back to the central province. Yi Piaoling's pitch-black eyes were sharp. His black robe fluttered in the wind as he clenched his fists. Whoosh, whoosh! One figure after another flew into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. In the golden-winged rock clan, in the collapsed space that no one could peek into, the golden lightning began to subside. The silver-yellow lightning giant tree continued to release a violent and destructive aura. Mysterious runes covered the entire tree. The ancient and domineering aura could not be provoked as it continued to devour the three-footed Thunderbird. No. The three-footed Thunderbird's body was covered in sparkling and translucent lightning. It was as bright as divine gold. His eyes were filled with absolute horror. The sky-burning golden crow thunder's soul seed had been devoured to its limit. If it was devoured again, its soul would be destroyed. It's too late, Du Xiaofu said. The lightning martial veins in his body devoured the sky-burning golden crow thunder. The silver-yellow lightning giant tree on his body emitted a supreme aura. The ancient aura spread out, bringing with it a magnificent and desolate aura. Supreme rule the heavens. At this moment, the sky-burning golden crow thunder could no longer be stopped. It was suppressed in several ways and was unable to replenish its energy. It could no longer hold on. Crackle! The silver-yellow lightning giant tree was filled with lightning arcs. It was as if the tree's roots were covering the sparkling, three-footed Thunderbird's body. It absorbed the three-footed Thunderbird's energy until it completely withered and shrieked in despair. When the last wisp of bright, golden lightning energy was devoured by the silver-yellow lightning giant tree, the sky-burning golden crow thundersoul seed was also completely devoured. Chapter 1386. Then, in this vast golden lightning space, the lightning and thunder gradually disappeared. The shockingly hot and destructive aura dissipated and calmed down. The purple gold Xian lightning around the purple thunder Xian cauldron also retracted. The huge purple thunder Xian cauldron shrank to about 5 feet in size and spun in front of Du Xiaofu. In the golden lightning space, as the golden crow sky-burning thundersoul seed was completely devoured by the silver-yellow lightning tree, Du Xiaofu also sat cross-legged in the void. The silver-yellow lightning tree also turned into a bright silver-yellow electric arc and returned to Du Xiaofu's forehead. The silver-yellow lightning tree returned and turned into a bright light screen of talismans and mysterious patterns. The electric arc returned to Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. Inside Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace, his essence spirit sat cross-legged on a purple 9-petaled lotus. His essence spirit's body was wrapped in silver-yellow electric arcs. In addition, there was also a type of resplendent golden electric arcs that gathered to form a silver-gold electric arc. The golden electric arc was the golden crow sky-burning thundersoul seed that Du Xiaofu had devoured. Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was activating the mysterious, incomplete cultivation method. Under the operation of the mysterious, incomplete cultivation method, the inconceivable matter of fusing with the third spirit thundersoul seed was once again successful. With the experience of the fusion of the spirit thundersoul seed from the previous 2 times, Du Xiaofu did not encounter much difficulty this time. He proceeded smoothly and successfully. In the Naiwen Palace, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit body exuded an ancient aura. His eyes were also tightly shut. The bright golden electric arc that was devoured was the golden crow, sky, burning thunder soul seed. It also contained the huge amount of information within the golden crow, sky, burning thunder soul seed. As Du Xiaofu fused with and refined the golden crow heaven incinerating lightning soul seed, a huge amount of golden crow heaven incinerating lightning information was fused into his primordial spirit. The golden crow, sky, burning thunder at the initial domain level was extremely powerful. As a body of spiritual thunder, it was extremely difficult for human cultivators to fuse and refine it. Even if they were more powerful, it was impossible to do so. However, this golden crow heaven-burning thunder was unlucky enough to encounter Du Xiaofu, who had the thunder martial vein, the purple thunder profound cauldron, and his primordial spirit had long merged with the other two spiritual thunder soul seeds and spiritual roots. In addition, the golden crow heaven-burning lightning had been trapped for thousands of years, and it was unable to recover after using up its energy. In the end, it ended up being swallowed by Du Xiaofu. Although the golden crow heaven-burning lightning's energy could not be replenished, it was still at the initial domain level. A spiritual thunder soul seed at the initial domain level was extremely powerful. It was equivalent to the primordial spirit. The energy of the spiritual thunder soul seed had all gathered in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. Now that Du Xiaofu had fused with the soul-type seed, Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit had also benefited greatly. Walala! Not long after, the primordial spirit energy in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit began to increase crazily. The primordial spirit's aura rose, and waves of aura fluctuations were emitted from between his eyebrows. The mysterious incomplete technique had fused with the soul-type seed of the golden crow, heaven-burning lightning. It had also refined the energy contained in the soul-type seed, making it even purer. Although the spiritual thunder soul seed's energy that Du Xiaofu could absorb was only 10 to 20% of the original soul-type seed of the golden crow, heaven-burning lightning. However, 10 to 20% of the soul-type seed of the initial domain level was definitely not something that an ordinary nirvana spiritual talisman master could withstand. It was enough to make an ordinary nirvana spiritual talisman master self-destruct. Fortunately, Du Xiaofu was not an ordinary nirvana spiritual talisman master. The strength of his primordial spirit was definitely not inferior to his physical body. It was just that he rarely used the strength of his primordial spirit to fight against enemies. Walala! Time passed slowly. The primordial spirit aura on Du Xiaofu's body sword, silver gold electric arcs overflowed from between his eyebrows. The vast and majestic primordial spirit energy swept out from his body, accompanied by the silver net soul devouring lightning, earth-shattering lightning, golden crow heaven-burning lightning, and the spiritual roots aura. At this moment, if there were other spiritual talisman masters present, who knew how shocked they would be when they felt Du Xiaofu's abnormal primordial spirit aura. At this moment, the primordial spirit energy that permeated from Du Xiaofu's body was enough to directly crush the primordial spirit of a spiritual talisman master of the same level. What was even more frightening was that Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit aura was still continuing to soar. The primordial spirit energy, which was the most difficult to cultivate, was rising unstoppably in front of Du Xiaofu, while refining the soul-type seed of the golden crow, heaven-burning lightning. Time passed quietly again. In this golden lightning space that no one could pry into, most of the golden crow heaven-burning lightning energy had been absorbed into the purple thunder profound cauldron and swallowed by the purple gold profound lightning. The remaining golden crow heaven-burning lightning energy had also restrained its domineering heat and destruction, becoming docile. No one knew that the golden crow heaven-burning lightning was not only unable to do anything to Du Xiaofu, but it also allowed Du Xiaofu to transform and strengthen again. The continuous mountain range was dense and steaming, and there were extraordinary spiritual herbs everywhere. The energy of heaven and earth was astonishing. Early in the morning, at the peak of the mountain, a woman in her early 20s had her eyes closed. Her body was surrounded by a dazzling white light, like a divine light enveloping and spreading. Boom! Waves of vast pressure spread out, and waves of heaven and earth energy occupied the peak of the mountain, connecting with the woman. It seemed to have lasted for a long time. The woman's two curves seemed to be frowning, and her body was shrouded in light, like a cage of smoke. She sat upright, graceful and light. At this moment, under the irrigation of the surrounding heaven and earth energy, the woman's primordial spirit aura that made people tremble continued to rise. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound of an aura breaking through a bottleneck came from the woman's body, and her aura reached a new height. At the same time, with the woman as the center, a spatial wave appeared in the sky, and a large area of spatial ripples exploded. Boom! From the woman's glabella, circles of invisible light also burst out. There was a vast primordial spirit aura, and it swept in all directions like lightning. Sister Xingyu has successfully broken through. Feeling the vast primordial spirit aura in the sky, on a mountain peak not far away, a 14 or 15-year-old girl in green was shocked. Her long eyelashes were slightly curled, and her clear and bright eyes carried a faint green light. In the sky, the vast primordial spirit aura swept out like a tidal wave. Rumble. At this moment, this part of the world was trembling, and the aura was ancient and terrifying. In the sky, the primordial spirit aura swept out like a tidal wave, and after a while, it turned into an illusory and beautiful figure in front of the girl in green's shocked eyes. This illusory and graceful figure was exactly the same as the woman who was sitting cross-legged. She was graceful and beautiful. She was so clean and pure that it made one feel as if she was otherworldly. However, the radiance in her eyes was so bright that no one dared to look at her directly. Is that Sister Xingyu's primordial spirit clone? It's so powerful. The girl in green's thin lips were as delicate as rose petals, and the curve of her lips was shocking. In the sky, the woman's illusory body seemed to be looking around curiously. After that, it slowly descended, and when it neared the woman below, it turned into a bright ball of light and plunged into the woman's glabella. After that, it disappeared. At the same time, the woman's body trembled slightly, and the ancient and terrifying primordial spirit aura that spread out from her body also started to dissipate slowly. On the surrounding mountain peaks, the primordial spirit aura that had lasted for a long time also started to weaken. In the end, it completely surrounded the woman and became faint and illusory. Moments after the last wisp of primordial spirit aura plunged into the woman's body, the woman who was sitting cross-legged opened her eyes. Boom! A bright light surged out from the woman's eyes, and the aura on her body swept out, shaking the surrounding space. In just an instant, the bright light in the woman's eyes was withdrawn, and her gaze became clear and clean. Feeling everything in her body, the woman extended her delicate hands and formed a hand seal. Immediately, from her delicate hands, 36 formation flags were formed in front of her. Boom! The 36 formation flags emitted a shocking fluctuation, causing the space in front of her to distort, revealing traces of pitch-black spatial cracks. 36 formation flags. That was the symbol of a 9-star initial region soul symbol master. This woman was in her early 20s, but she had already become a 9-star initial region soul symbol master. If there were people from the outside world here at this moment, it was unknown how shocked they would be. She was only in her early 20s. In the large clans and factions above Kyushu, who among the top peers in the One Valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, and 3 factions could reach such a stage. At this moment, if the top younger generation above Kyushu were to be compared with this woman, they would probably be beaten into worms. This woman was a monster. Her cultivation speed and talent simply made those of the same generation outside not need to live anymore. Walala! 36 formation flags were formed, and then they dissipated in the woman's fair palm. Her eyes were clear and pure, so clean that it made people who looked at her feel as if they did not belong to the mortal world. She muttered softly, "I have finally stepped into the 9-star initial region." As her voice fell, the woman slowly stood up. She was graceful, and elegant. Her beauty could topple cities, stunning the world. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Sister Xingyu." The green-clothed young lady's happy voice sounded, and she immediately went to the woman's side. "I have finally broken through. If I still didn't break through, I'm afraid Master would scold me again." The woman smiled slightly, and her face was filled with joy at this moment. "Little girl, don't tell me you don't like your master that much?" A clear voice suddenly sounded, and a plain-clothed, beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of the woman and the green-clothed young lady. The plain-clothed woman was very beautiful, and she looked to be in her 40s. Her plain-clothed palace dress was simple and elegant, and she had a natural, noble aura. "Master, why are you here?" Seeing this beautiful woman, the woman's delicate face instantly revealed a smile. She intimately held the beautiful woman's arm and shook it gently, saying, "Xingyu has missed you." "Greetings, madam." The green-clothed young lady looked at the beautiful woman, and her delicate little mouth secretly smacked her tongue. Then she stood aside in reverence. Chapter 1387. Do you miss me, or do you want to go down the mountain? The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at the girl. Although her expression was a little cold, it could not hide the affection in her eyes. Then her gaze flickered slightly, and she said to the girl, "In the blink of an eye, time has passed quickly. It has already been so many years. Breaking through to 9 stars, you also have the right to go down the mountain to train. It will be beneficial for you in the future." "Thank you, Master." Hearing this, the girl's eyes immediately lit up with joy, appearing inexplicably happy. Time was like flowing sand. This girl was Dai Xingyu, who had only been a little girl back then. Now, she had already grown into a slender and elegant woman. Don't be happy too early. The great calamity of the world is coming. You have to train yourself this time. You have to be wary of people from the devil religion. Your cultivation of initial 9 stars is barely enough. Be careful. The beautiful woman looked at Dai Xingyu and said seriously, "Also, I have a mission for you. I will definitely do my best." After so many years, now that she could finally go down the mountain, Dai Xingyu was overjoyed. She agreed without hesitation. The beautiful woman looked at Dai Xingyu and said seriously, "When you go down the mountain this time, if you see someone called Fu Yibai, capture him and bring him to me." "Master, who is that Fu Yibai?" Dai Xingyu asked curiously. "An old bastard, the most cunning. If you see him, do not be fooled by his words. Just bring him to me," the beautiful woman said. "Oh!" Dai Xingyu nodded and did not ask any more questions. Her gaze was already quietly looking ahead. With joy on her face, she murmured softly, "Aunt, Big Brother Xiaofu, I will be able to see you soon." "Big Brother Xiaofu, you should be going back too." The space was simple and deep, grand and ancient. The mountains were connected, the cliffs were steep, and the trees were lush, covering several buildings. Early in the morning, the light blue sky was still embedded with a few scattered stars. The brilliant morning glow dyed half the sky red. The air in the mountains was filled with a thin, veil-like mist. At the peak of the mountains, the energy of the world was fluctuating, as if a storm had just happened. A girl stood in the air, her eyes slightly closed, but her appearance was peerless. Her slender legs were alluring, and her tight clothes floated in the air, outlining her devilish figure and perfect figure. Buzz! The sound of wind and thunder resounded. A vast aura surged, causing the surrounding space to suddenly freeze and tremble. An extraordinary and dazzling spirit sword appeared in front of this beautiful woman at this moment. releasing an endless amount of pressure. Chi chi! Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. Her eyes shone with a bright light that shot up into the sky. Her aura swept across the sky like a storm. If Du Xiaofu was here at this moment, he would definitely be stunned. He might even have a mental breakdown. This woman was none other than Ouyang Shuang. After not seeing her for so many years, Ouyang Shuang's aura had already reached the level of a nirvana martial saint. Ouyang Shuang stretched out her slender hand and kept the spiritual sword in front of her. A vast and mighty aura swept out and suppressed the surroundings. It was as if she could slash through the void and kill in all directions with just a lift of her hand. You've recognized the sandfly as your master, and you can even benefit from breaking through to the nirvana martial saint. That's not bad. As his voice fell, an old man's figure appeared in the air. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were sloppy, but his eyes were as deep as the sea. He looked at Ouyang Shuang in the air and said, "It was not in vain for me to spend so much effort to raise your talent. Although your starting point is rather low, you have great perseverance and perseverance. It's not impossible for you to catch up with those people in the future." "Master, do you mean that I can leave the mountain now?" When she saw the sloppy old man's figure, Ouyang Shuang's beautiful face immediately turned gentle, and she happily landed beside the old man. "In your dreams." The old man glared at Ouyang Shuang and said, "I've told you before that the great calamity of the world is coming. It's not safe for you to go out with your current nirvana martial saint cultivation. You can leave the mountain on the day you break through to the martial domain realm." Martial domain realm. Ouyang Shuang's red lips pouted slightly. Her red lips were pink and tender, and her slender legs were slightly stamping. Suddenly, the sloppy old man's eyes trembled, and he immediately probed with his mind. Chi! In the next instant, the sloppy old man's figure disappeared from Ouyang Shuang's side like a ghost. A furious roar resounded. "Fooey bai, you old bastard! You still dare to steal from me. Today, I will absolutely not let you off." The loud roar resounded like thunder in the sky, resounding through the clouds. "Old lunatic, what can you do to me? You won't be able to catch up to me anyway. With your speed, you will never be able to catch up to me." A voice resounded in the air in front of him, and it was filled with pride. "Fooey bai, I'm not done with you. Even if you have to go to the ends of the earth, I will not let you off this time." "Master!" Ouyang Shuang was stunned on the mountain peak as she looked at her master, who had suddenly appeared and disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, her large eyes slightly rotated, and a strange smile surfaced on Ouyang Shuang's face. Her smile was like a flower, and it was enough to cause the downfall of a country. She softly muttered, "I should be able to secretly leave the mountain. When the time comes, I'll just have to rush back." The mountain peak was tall and had an ancient aura. It came from the distant ancient space. Rumble! Above the firmament, azure-red flames were resplendent and gathered into a sea of fire. The raging flames surged as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The energy of heaven and earth held like a tide. Above the terrifying sea of flames, the phantom of a giant azure-red bird flapped its wings and floated out. The phantom of the azure-red giant bird was shaped like a swan, a phoenix, and a crane. It stood on one leg with red markings on its body and a white beak. Its entire body was covered in red markings and beautiful azure-colored feathers. At this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended on this part of the world. At this moment, many gazes on the surrounding mountains trembled. Roar! Countless strange beasts roared around the mountains. At this moment, under the pressure of the giant green-red bird that looked like a phoenix, a crane, and a phoenix, the beast souls trembled. Among those strange beasts, there was a white-headed, raccoon-like creature that could suppress all evil, the heavenly dog. There was also an existence that looked like a horse with a white head. Its markings were like a tiger with a red tail. Its voice was like a song, and its name was Lushu. Among these strange beasts, the weaker ones were directly suppressed to the point of prostrating themselves on the ground. The giant green-red bird's wings, which looked like a roc, a phoenix, and a swan, suddenly flapped. Scorching heat accompanied by fierce winds turned into a terrifying vortex of flames. The surrounding space distorted as if it could burn everything. Little Blue really is terrifying. It actually broke through to the beast region. On a mountain peak, there were many young men and women dressed in plain clothes, but all of them had extraordinary auras. They were astonished by the huge commotion and pressure in the sky. Little Blue is the true form of the Bai Fong divine bird. Its bloodline seems to have mutated somewhat. It also received the inheritance of an expert from the ancient Bai Fong divine bird in our clan's collection. It's also been doted on by several of the clan's elders. Naturally, it's benefited greatly. A young man in plain clothes smiled. He was Zhou. Among the entire younger generation of the clan, he was also an outstanding existence. Little Blue is terrifying enough, but the little tiger and that damned monkey are just as strong, especially that damned monkey. It's too monstrous. Even Big Sister Xiao Luo says that damned monkey is strong. A beautiful woman beside Zhou spoke. Although she was dressed simply, she was clean and elegant. Her aura was pure. How am I a monkey? My true form is a red-bone horse monkey, okay? How about you give birth to a little monkey for me? As soon as the pure woman finished speaking, an irritated voice rang out. A young man dressed in golden robes walked out. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His facial features were sharp and handsome, as if they had been carved with a knife. However, at any time, he seemed to wear a wanton smile. For some reason, he emanated the aura of a ruler. The pure woman glanced back at the young man in golden robes. His golden hair draped over his shoulders. He was tall and slender. Beneath his thick eyebrows were long and dense eyelashes. Beneath them was a pair of dazzling golden eyes that seemed capable of seducing souls. His skin was sparkling and translucent, as if it was emitting a faint golden luster. At this moment, looking at the young man in golden robes in front of her, the pure woman's heart could not help but tremble. In the depths of her heart, she actually had the thought of giving birth to a bunch of little monkeys with him. But then, the pure woman came back to her senses. She glared at the young man in golden robes and said, "A red-bone horse monkey is also a monkey. You are a damned monkey. Hurry up and return my 9 revolution, heavenly spirit fruit to me." Hearing this, the young man in golden robes pouted. His aura immediately weakened, but it could not hide his outstanding, heroic bearing. He was born with the aura of a ruler. His golden eyes were deep and gave off a sense of oppression. "Little tiger, what are you doing over there?" "I'm looking for you." His golden eyes turned, and his gaze immediately fell on a young man in black robes not far away. He pretended to have something to do, and immediately left. "Brother Monkey, why are you looking for me?" Not far away, the young man in black robes was tall and sturdy. His facial features were clear and deep like a sculpture. He exuded a sharp and cold aura. His dark and deep eyes were pure black as he looked at the young man in golden robes and asked seriously, "You stupid tiger, you are already a Nirvana beast sovereign, but you are still as stupid. If you call me Brother Monkey again, I will not let you off." The young man in golden robes immediately glared at the young man in black robes. His golden eyes emitted a golden light as if there were golden divine flames burning in them. The young man in black robes clicked his tongue and weakly lifted his eyes to look at the young man in golden robes. He said, "A red-bone horse monkey is also a monkey. Could it be a horse?" "Ha ha!" Many young men around could not help but burst into laughter when they heard this. "This is so infuriating, so infuriating!" The young man in golden robes was so angry that he stomped his feet. He angrily glared at the young man in black robes and said, "Little tiger, do remember this. Next time, don't ask me for help. Brother Monkey. No, second brother, I was wrong, okay? Hearing this, the young man in black robes immediately braced himself and stepped forward. He squeezed out an uncoordinated smile on his sculpture-like face. Chapter 1388. At the same time, the illusory image of the divine bird of Fong in the air slowly shrank. Finally, it transformed into a translucent beam of azure and red light. It flew straight into the sea of azure and red flames around it. The energy of heaven and earth in the sky dissipated. Then, within the sea of azure and red flames, the true form of the divine bird of Baifeng flapped its wings and floated out. The divine bird of Baifeng was shaped like a swan, a phoenix, and a crane. It stood on one leg, and its entire body was covered in red stripes and brilliant azure feathers. Accompanied by a terrifying pressure, it descended upon this ancient world. The divine bird of Baifeng's true form is really strong. Zhou Yu looked at the divine bird of Baifeng's true form in the air. Shock flashed through his eyes. Many gazes around him trembled. Roar, many strange birds and beasts in the surroundings cried out. Under the pressure of the gigantic azure and red bird of Baifeng's true form, their beast souls trembled. Then, as the last of the energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding sky surged into the divine bird of Baifeng's body, its body began to emit an azure and red light. It was like a blooming lotus flower spreading a dense fog. Finally, the vast expanse of azure and red light shrank to a size of several dozen feet. Within the hazy mist, a graceful figure appeared. The graceful figure was tall and slender. Her waist was slender, and her ink-black hair was as smooth as a waterfall. It extended all the way to her soft waist and perky buttocks. She was enchanting and graceful. When the energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings finally disappeared, the last wisp of energy dissipated as well. The figure's alluring figure became completely clear. A face so beautiful that it could cause the downfall of nations appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a beautiful woman in her early 20s. She had a youthful and seductive aura that coexisted naturally. Her long, curved eyelashes trembled. In the next instant, her tightly shut eyes opened. The azure and red light in her eyes seemed to solidify. It carried with it a terrifying aura that could incinerate all things as it shot into the sky. As the azure light bloomed, a powerful, surging aura shook the surrounding space violently. Boom! The terrifying aura filled the air. Many gazes from afar were shocked. Within the mountains, even the strange birds and beasts trembled in fear. Little Qing has stepped into the beast region. I wonder when I'll be able to reach the beast region's level. On the mountain peak below, beside the golden-clothed youth, the black-robed youth's pure black eyes were filled with envy. The woman stood in midair. Her alluring figure was curvaceous, and the dazzling green-red flames in her eyes slowly dissipated. Her eyes turned ethereal, and the aura around her swept away before quietly dissipating from the world. Little Qing, congratulations on breaking through to the beast region. You're not slow. The golden-clothed young man jumped into the air and landed next to the beautiful woman. His golden eyes were filled with joy. He was happy for her. The golden-robed young man was Du Xiaoyao in human form. The woman smiled at him. Her smile was like an epiphyllum flower, releasing a tranquil melody. She was so beautiful that people would fall in love with her. Even though she was bewitching, there was a kind of holy beauty to her. She said to the young man in golden clothes, "You are also very strong. Even Sister Xiao Luo said that you are very strong." The true form of the Bai Fong divine bird was Du Shaoqing. Of course. Who am I? I'm the red-bone horse monkey. Du Xiaoyao smiled proudly. Her eyes were filled with confidence. Afterwards, she looked at Du Shaoqing and smiled mischievously. You've broken through to the beast region now. I wonder what cultivation level that kid Du Xiaofu has reached. If we go out now, we should be able to beat him up. Back then, in the dark forest, little demon Du still remembered that he had suffered quite a bit. These years in the farmer's sect, his cultivation had advanced rapidly. He thought that he would be able to abuse that brat Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaoyao, don't you dare! Hearing this, Du Xiaoqing immediately glared at Du Xiaoyao. Soon after, a slight smile appeared on her face. The gaze she used to look at Du Xiaoyao was warm and gentle within her pitch-black and ethereal eyes. However, it clearly contained a kind of disdain. She smiled and said, "It's fine. With Big Brother's talent, I'm afraid that it would be good if I don't torture you now." Du Xiaoqing, I'm your big brother too. Can you not be so biased? Du Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Du Xiaoqing. She felt very wronged. This girl was being too biased. I'm not being biased. Du Xiaoyao smiled sweetly. She was charming and holy. Then her eyes sank, as if she was thinking about something. After a while, she raised her head and looked at Du Xiaoyao. Her pure eyes rippled. I miss Big Brother, Big Sister Shuang, and everyone. You've already broken through to the beast region. That old man shouldn't be stopping you from leaving, right? Du Xiaoyao's gaze shifted. From her expression, it seemed she was afraid of that old man. He's an elder of my clan. If he hears you being disrespectful to him again, you'll be the one to suffer. Du Xiaoqing glanced at Du Xiaoyao and smiled gloatingly. That Du Xiaoyao's gaze was clearly fearful. Then her lips curled into a smile. If worst comes to worst, I'll just hide. I can't afford to offend that old man. Can't I avoid him? Just like last time. You've been hiding for half a year. Du Xiaoqing looked down on Du Xiaoyao. You're touching a sore spot. Du Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. She looked helpless. I have to go tell Big Sister Xiao Luo that I want to go back to see Big Brother, Big Sister Shuang, and everyone else. Du Xiaoqing ignored Du Xiaoyao. Her heart had already flown out of this space. That's great. I've stayed here for a long time. I can finally go back. Du Xiaoyao smiled happily when she heard that. Across the 800-mile-long Central Province River, there were also mountains. Roar, among the mountains, the shadows of enormous beasts appeared from time to time. They shook the forest, and their roars echoed deep into the mountains. These were the mounts of the various factions of the Purifying Evil Alliance of the Central Province. They had been entrenched in the mountains for a long time. The Purifying Evil Alliance's army had also been entrenched in the mountains for a long time. Although they were all cultivators, and it was easy for them to eat, drink, defecate, and sleep, now that such a long time had passed, the army began to stir and grumble. Moreover, most of the Purifying Evil Alliance's army were of the younger generation. There was a limit to their patience. Young people were all hot-blooded. After waiting for so long, it was natural for them to be restless. This time, the Purifying Evil Alliance's army was mainly led by some experts of the various factions. The elite younger generation led some rookies on the operation with the intention of training the disciples. In the process of purging the evil spirits, it was the best training for the disciples of the mountain sections. All the major forces knew that the number of evil spirits that came from the Central Plains could not be compared to the number of evil spirits that came from Wanzhou and Lanzhou. The number of evil spirits that came from Wanzhou and Lanzhou could not be compared. Back then, the evil spirits in Lanzhou and other continents were so numerous that the various factions felt a real crisis. Therefore, the various factions of the Central Province did not send out too many troops this time. They were mainly led by experts to protect them and the elite disciples to train the rookies. Even so, the Purifying Evil Alliance included all the well-known factions in the Central Province. Together, the army was more than 100 million. What a huge number it was! However, in the face of the vast Central Province, where so many factions gathered, this number was actually not too much. It was only about the same as a medium-sized city. The difference was that in a medium-sized city, not all of the people in the hundreds of millions were necessarily cultivators. The number of ordinary civilians would occupy the majority. Now, the Alliance army had more than 100 million cultivators. The vastness of this army was somewhat different. The Alliance army was entrenched here mainly because the opposite bank of the Central Province's river was the territory of the World Society and the Desolate Nation. In the process of encircling and annihilating the evil spirits, although this time the Alliance army was unstoppable and invincible. However, the remaining evil spirits crossed the Central Province's river and surged into the territory of the World Society and the Desolate Nation. This was originally not a big deal, but the problem was that the World Society and the Desolate Nation did their best to stop the purifying evil alliance from entering. They claimed that the World Society and the Desolate Nation would purge the evil spirits. Even the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect blocked the Purifying Evil Alliance's army from crossing the river. In the Purifying Evil Alliance, the Spirit Sky Valley, the Great Lewin sect, and the Sky Snake sect advocated forcefully crossing the river to purge the evil spirits. As for the Intelligent Sword sect, the Immeasurable sect, the Shindu Gate, and the Profound Underworld sect, these four sects seemed to have noticed something and maintained a neutral stance. Since it concerned the major sects, the entire Alliance army had no choice but to block the evil spirits from entering the mountain range. However, the Purifying Evil Alliance's army of over 100 million had been entrenched in these mountains for a long time. They were all cultivators, so there were many free trading areas where they could exchange for the cultivation resources they needed. Within the free trading areas, there were elixirs, refining materials, spiritual medicines, martial techniques, mystic bones, weapons, demonic beast blood essences, and so on. There were even treasures of heaven and earth. There were all sorts of cultivation resources available, and it was extremely popular. In the beginning, the disciples of the major sects could exchange for what they needed or by what they needed in these trading areas. This was a place where hundreds of millions of cultivators gathered, and everyone was blocked from entering. Following that, the trading mode gradually became an extremely popular trading venue. Of course, behind these trading areas, there were also the shadows of the various major factions. Otherwise, there would be no lack of disputes in these trading areas. It would not be strange if there were even cases of people killing each other to snatch their treasures. However, with the shadows of the various major factions behind the scenes, those who wanted to scheme had to think carefully. However, there was only one place that was the most popular among all the free trading venues. The reason was simple. It was because there was a world pavilion in that trading area. Chapter 1389. There was nothing special about the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. They also sold and exchanged various cultivation resources, mainly elixirs, weapons, and puppets. If there was anything different, it would be the difference between the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's elixirs, weapons, and puppets. In terms of elixirs, the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's signature elixirs, the Shenyuan Elixir, Berserk Elixir, and 9-flowered jade do spirit-strengthening elixir, were famous in the entire Middle Ground. The grades of the Shenyuan Elixir, Berserk Elixir, and 9-flowered jade do spirit-strengthening elixir all changed according to the grade of the materials used to make them. Hence, elixirs were divided into many grades. Cultivators from the martial honorable realm to the pulsating realm could use them, and the effects were the same. However, different grades of elixirs had different prices. Compared to other elixirs of the same grade, the Shenyuan Elixir, Berserk Elixir, and 9-flowered jade do spirit-strengthening elixir were more than 20 times more expensive. The reason was that the Shenyuan Elixir, Berserk Elixir, and 9-flowered jade do spirit-strengthening elixir were limited in daily sales. More importantly, the effects of these three main elixirs were different. After consuming the Shenyuan Elixir, it could allow a person to develop their body's potential in an extremely short period of time and recover their full strength. The Berserk Elixir could allow a cultivator to raise their cultivation level and increase their strength greatly within a short period of time. The 9-flowered jade dew spirit strengthening elixir could directly increase a cultivator's soul power, which was the hardest to cultivate. Its effects were more than 10 times better than the other elixirs in Kyushu. Although the 3 main elixirs of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion would cause some damage to the body, the side effects of the Xianyuan elixir and the other elixirs were almost negligible compared to the other elixirs. Hence, the 3 main elixirs of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion became popular like never before. Strictly speaking, the Xianyuan elixir and the other elixirs had been popular in the entire Middle Ground for many years. Furthermore, the weapons sold by the Heaven and Earth Pavilion could instantly kill weapons of the same grade. The beast power inscribed on the weapons was several times more powerful than weapons of the same grade. Although the price was also much higher than weapons of the same grade, there was always a demand but no supply in the market. Another thing that had to be mentioned was the puppets sold by the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. There weren't many artifact symbol masters that were able to refine puppets. Therefore, the refining of puppets was extremely rare in the entire 9 continents. What's more, puppets were expensive and not something that ordinary people could touch. For example, a king stage puppet was naturally stronger than an ordinary king stage puppet. At the very least, it had an absolute advantage in terms of physical strength. However, the price of a king-level puppet was enough to bankrupt an ordinary king-level cultivator. Even if an ordinary king-level cultivator went bankrupt, he might not be able to afford a king-level puppet. Even if he could afford one, the king-level puppet would only be slightly stronger than the king-level cultivator himself. If he used the price of the puppet to buy cultivation resources for himself, he would be able to increase his cultivation by a little. If he was lucky, he might even be able to make another breakthrough. Generally speaking, cultivators who were powerful enough to buy king-level puppets were at least at the martial royal realm or above. It was meaningless for martial emperors to purchase king-level puppets. If they wanted to purchase emperor-level puppets, they might not even be able to afford it, even if they sold their entire fortune. Therefore, although puppets were good, they were also limited in their sales. Only some big forces, in order to protect their outstanding juniors, or some experts, in order to protect their favored juniors who were training outside, would choose to buy puppets as trump cards. Only then would they be at ease to let their juniors go out to train. However, the limitations of puppets did not mean that weapon talisman masters did not have a high status. On the contrary, weapon talisman masters had a very high status. The weapon revered Xiahou Fenglei, whose name had shaken the Central Plains, had proved this. Before the weapon revered master, some people had always thought that weapon talisman masters were the least useful of the spiritual talisman masters. Although they could refine spiritual weapons, talisman weapons, and even puppets, most of them were used to increase the strength of others. Their own strength was not very strong. However, the appearance of the weapon revered master had broken everyone's understanding. He had become a giant by refining weapons, especially the puppets refined by the weapon revered Xiahou Fenglei. They were extremely powerful. In the end, he had become a giant by refining weapons. The puppets refined by the weapon revered master could instantly kill puppets of the same level. The puppets at the peak of the king level could directly fight against ordinary martial royal realm experts. Their bodies were indestructible. They were pure killing machines. Such puppets were extremely terrifying. It was said that when the puppets refined by the weapon revered master had appeared, some experts rushed to buy puppets to follow them. When they encountered a strong enemy, they would be the most loyal helpers. However, there were not many puppets refined by the weapon revered master. They were so rare that they were priceless. The more powerful the puppet was, the rarer it was. Although the price of the puppets refined by the weapon revered master had reached a terrifying level. However, a king-level puppet would not be stronger than an emperor-level puppet refined by others, but its strength was comparable to an emperor-level puppet refined by others. This had broken the limitations of the puppet sales. People were willing to buy them even if they had to sell their family's fortune. The market was very desirable. It was said that many top sects in the Middle Continent wanted to recruit the weapon revered Xiahou Fenglei. Not only did they value the weapon revered master's strength and refining weapons, but they also valued his puppet refining skills. Just think about it, if a mountain sect with enough resources had an army of puppets and these killing machines appeared, which mountain sect would dare to go against them? Even the demonic beast army would have to retreat. The demonic beasts had strong bodies to rely on. They were also ferocious and bloodthirsty. When facing humans, the demonic beast army could defeat their peers without fear of death. However, if they were to encounter a puppet army of the same level, the kind of pure killing machine, the demon beast army would definitely retreat. As long as they were living creatures, they would definitely be afraid of those pure killing machines. The puppets sold by the World Pavilion were said to have the same effect as the puppets refined by the weapon revered master. They were enough to surpass puppets of the same level. The weapons and elixirs sold by the World Pavilion were also famous. Originally, they were sold through the Ancient Heaven sect and had already become popular in the entire Middle Continent. They even had quite a bit of influence in Kyushu. It was said that because of the Xianyuan pill, Berserk pill, and 9-flower jade spirit-boosting pill recipes, talisman masters from various sects came to the Ancient Heaven sect and wanted to exchange the sect's treasures for the recipes. It was said that the treasures offered by some sects were so valuable that even the Ancient Heaven sect's sect master, Sima Tashing, couldn't help but be tempted. However, in the end, he refused all the sections. As for the Ancient Heaven sect's weapon and puppet refinement methods, various sects sought the refinement methods. There were even sects that wanted to exchange their sect's treasures, but in the end, they were unable to obtain them. First of all, the Ancient Heaven sect's sect master, Sima Tashing, was not a fool, not to mention the profound meaning and trump cards behind the refinement methods of the weapons and puppets. It was no exaggeration to say that the Xianyuan pill, Berserk pill, and 9-flower jade spirit-boosting pill recipes could influence the entire Middle Continent as long as there was enough time. Of course, even if the Ancient Heaven sect's sect master, Sima Tashing, wanted to sell the refinement methods of the weapons and puppets, it was impossible. The other sects didn't know and thought that the refinement methods of the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill belonged to the Ancient Heaven sect. However, only a few experts in the Ancient Heaven sect knew that the refinement methods had nothing to do with the Ancient Heaven sect. The refinement methods belonged to the World Pavilion from beginning to end. However, in these years, the Ancient Heaven sect had relied on the agreement with the World Pavilion to make a lot of money. More importantly, the Ancient Heaven sect relied on the sales of the Xianyuan pill, Berserk pill, 9-flower jade spirit-boosting pill, weapons, puppets, and other cultivation resources to rope in countless large businesses in the Middle Continent. They ruthlessly suppressed the Great Wheel sect and the other 8 major sections. Even the Spirit Heaven Valley, which had always had an absolute advantage in these areas, was gradually suppressed by the Ancient Heaven sect. In just a few years, the income of the Ancient Heaven sect's businesses had steadily taken the top spot in the Middle Continent. Because of the effects of the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill, the alchemy talisman masters of the various major sects had studied the ingredients and refinement methods, wanting to break them down and refine them again. However, in the end, the effects of the refinement were inferior to other types of elixirs. One had to know that the Xianyuan pill, Berserk pill, and 9-flower jade spirit-boosting pill were all obtained by Du Xiaofu from his big brother, Zhen Qingchen. At first, Zhen Qingchen had only given Du Xiaofu the Xianyuan pill and Berserk pill formulas. Later on, even the 9-flower jade spirit-boosting pill formula was taken away by Du Xiaofu. Those pill formulas were all obtained by the sacred array prodigy, Zhen Qingchen. Back then, he had inadvertently obtained them in an ancient land. They weren't ordinary items, so how could they be easily copied? This time, the World Pavilion sale of the Xianyuan pill, Berserk pill, 9-flower jade spirit-boosting pill, weapons, and puppets shocked the Alliance army. In the past few years, the Xianyuan pill, weapons, and puppets sold by the Ancient Heaven sect all had the World Pavilion's logo on them. This unique design and packaging made them stand out from the masses, and they were especially sought after by cultivators. It also made some disciples of large sects and aristocratic families compete with each other. They used the authentic elixirs, weapons, and puppets sold by the Ancient Heaven sect as a symbol of their status. Unknowingly, the World Pavilion also spread in the Middle Continent. However, everyone thought that the World Pavilion naturally belonged to the Ancient Heaven sect. No one had ever suspected that the World Pavilion actually belonged to the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Of course, this was a story for later. Chapter 1390. The news that the World Pavilion was selling berserk pills and Xianyuan pills in the free trade market spread like wildfire. At first, some people suspected that the Ancient Heaven sect was selling the real berserk pills and Xianyuan pills. They even suspected that the World Pavilion was real. After all, due to the huge profits and the fact that there was no supply, there were many fakes on the market. However, after some people bought them and tested them, they verified the authenticity of the weapons and puppets. Immediately, the free trade market boiled over. In just one day, this explosive news spread throughout the entire Alliance army. Due to the lack of supply and demand, the sales were limited. The next morning, the queue at the free trade market stretched over dozens of mountains. The fiery scene caused the experts from the various large factions to secretly suck in a breath of cool air and click their tongues. Therefore, the free trade market became abnormally popular in a short period of time. Every day, there was a sea of people, and the queue stretched over dozens of mountains. The World Pavilion only accepted spiritual medicines, natural treasures, and refining materials at market prices. They didn't sell them directly. However, this didn't affect the explosive sales at all. Amidst the explosive sales of the World Pavilion, the names of two young people once again resounded. The names of Weapon Tyrant Gazong and Puppet Sect Guzhangyu resounded throughout the Alliance army. Compared to Dongli Chihuang, Jiu Zhongling, Wu Ming, Zhu Shui, and Ling Jun, Jiang Rolin, and the other younger generation in the Alliance army, Weapon Tyrant Gazong and Puppet Sect Guzhangyu didn't rely on their strength. Instead, they relied on their identity as Weapon Talisman Masters. Even before the establishment of the Purifying Evil Alliance in the Central Province, the names of Weapon Tyrant Gazong and Puppet Sect Guzhangyu had already begun to resound throughout the Central Province. The reason was very simple. Weapon Tyrant Gazong was the chief weapon talisman master of the World Pavilion. It was rumored that his weapon refining speed was at least 5 times faster than someone of the same cultivation base. The weapons that he personally refined were even more powerful. It was rumored that Guzong had successfully refined a magic weapon in the Ancient Heaven sect not long ago. This made some of the Ancient Heaven sect's elders blush with shame. Therefore, he was called the Weapon Tyrant by the outside world. As for Puppet Sect Guzhangyu, he was originally a nobody in the Ancient Heaven sect, unlike Guzong, who was originally a powerhouse on the Ancient Heaven sect's gold roll. However, one day, Guzhangyu's name was made known to the entire Middle Continent. A few years ago, the Spirit Sky Valley held the Spirit Talisman Master Competition once every 50 years. It was a grand event for the entire Central Plains. All the Spirit Talisman Masters in the Central Plains could participate. The winners were the Medicine Talisman Master Champion, Array Talisman Master Champion, and Weapon Talisman Master Champion. In the end, the 3 champions would receive amazing prizes jointly provided by the various major forces. And it was during that grand event of the entire Central Plains that the artifact Tyrant Gazong also participated, and he suppressed numerous top artifact and talisman masters of the younger generation of the Central Plains. But in the end, the champion was Guzhangyu. During that grand event in Zhongzhou, a puppet that Guzhangyu had refined was born. It directly injured a Nirvana Realm Martial Venerable expert with one move and won the championship. This caused the experts in the Ancient Heaven sect to be stunned. From then on, Gu Zhangyo's name went from a nobody to a well-known figure in Central State. It was said that when Gu Zhangyo's master in the Ancient Heavens sect found out that his disciple had won the Talisman Master competition in the Spirit Heaven Valley, he was shocked and moved to tears. After that, some curious people asked around and found out that Gu Zhangyu had another identity, and that was the person in charge of the Ancient Heaven sect's World Pavilion. The puppets in the World Pavilion were all refined with Gu Zhangyu as the leader. Over the years, he had refined countless puppets, and their powers were amazing. Hence, the name of puppet sects Gu Zhangyu spread. In the Ancient Heaven sect, Gu Zhangyu had completely become the leader of the younger generation. Because of his title as the person in charge of the World Pavilion and his ability to refine puppets, Gu Zhangyu's name in the Ancient Heaven sect gradually overshadowed Guzong's. To a certain extent, although Gu Zhangyu's strength had not reached the level of Xinling and Shui Ruhan, he was on the same level as Xinling and received the respect of all the disciples in the Ancient Heaven sect. Gu Zhangyu, who was able to refine such puppets, had refined many different types of puppets in the World Pavilion over the years. However, all of them had amazing powers and could be called a puppet grandmaster. From time to time, there would be some artifact talisman masters from various major forces who could refine puppets, as well as some famous artifact talisman masters from the Central Continent who would come to the Ancient Heaven sect, hoping to exchange pointers with Gu Zhangyu. A famous artifact talisman master from various major forces who could refine puppets had come to exchange pointers with a young disciple of the Ancient Heaven sect. This indirectly increased the Ancient Heaven sect's reputation by a lot. Even the elders of the Ancient Heaven sect treated Gu Zhangyu differently now. It could be said that Gu Zhangyu was no longer just a simple disciple of the Ancient Heaven sect, but also a puppet grandmaster. Although Shui Ruhan and Xinling were the leaders of the younger generation of the Ancient Heaven sect, and their talents were rare, Gu Zhangyu was still a puppet grandmaster. Although Gu Zhangyu's strength was incomparable, he was already a puppet grandmaster at such a young age. His future would be even brighter. In comparison, Gu Zhangyu's status in the Manchu could be said to be no lower than Xinling and the others. In the outside world, the reputation of puppet sects Gu Zhangyu and artifact Tyrant Gazong could be said to be above Xinling and Ruoshui Han. This was because although Xinling and Ruoshui Han were the leaders of the younger generation in the entire Central Continent, their talents were rare. However, there were still Wu Ming, Jiang Ruolin, Jiu Zhongling, and Lingjun, Zhu Shui, and the others. None of them would be below Xinling and Ruoshui Han. However, Gu Zhangyu and Gu Zong only had one puppet grandmaster each. Their methods and talents in training soldiers and refining puppets were second to none in the entire Central Continent's younger generation. The sun was setting in the west, and the white clouds in the sky were like golden threads, gorgeous and colorful. As dusk approached, the trading market was still bustling with people. It was noisy and lively, just like a small town. In the distance, on top of a mountain, there were more than 20 figures standing. They were shrouded in the sunset glow, shining brightly. These were more than 20 extraordinary young men and women. Just by standing there quietly, they gave off a dangerous feeling that could not be underestimated. At this moment, if the disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect were here, they would definitely cry out in alarm. These 20 extraordinary young men were Judge Hao, Qiao Yingming, Mu Jieja, Mo Win, Ben Yo, Feng Xiangyu, and the others. In addition to being the outstanding talents of the Ancient Heaven sect, they also had another identity. These outstanding talents were the core members of the World Pavilion. In these years, Judge Hao, Qiao Yingming, Mu Jieja, Mo Win, Ben Yo, Feng Xiangyu, and the others' cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. In the Alliance Army, many people are waiting to cross the Central Continent's long river. If we sell our elixirs and weapons, once the war starts, it will be disadvantageous for us. A 25-year-old woman looked at the trading market in front of her. Her skin was whiter than snow, and she had beautiful eyebrows, phoenix eyes, jade cheeks, and cherry lips. She could be considered a beautiful woman. She was Mu Jejia. In these years, her cultivation had improved a lot. If we don't sell them, we won't have enough resources to refine better ones. Beside Mu Jejia, a delicate voice sounded. The one who spoke was a woman about her age. However, this woman's clothes were much hotter than Mu Jejia's. The soft armor outlined her exquisite figure, revealing her slender and straight legs. On each of her wrists, there was a palm-sized scimitar. Her healthy yellow skin faintly revealed a layer of rouge. Her bright eyes were as sharp as a female cheetah's. And with this kind of provocative attire, one didn't need to look carefully from afar to know that this woman was probably Qiao Yingming. Even if others wore such provocative attire, they definitely wouldn't be able to wear Qiao Yingming's seductive curves and slightly wild temperament. Tomorrow is the deadline. I wonder what decision the Alliance will make. In front of everyone, a sturdy and burly young man looked at the sky with a serious expression. He was the weapon tyrant Gazong. His sturdy and burly body gave off an explosive feeling of power. He looked more like a martial arts cultivator than a spirit symbol master. Senior Brother Ge, if we sell the puppets, it won't be good for us if the Alliance and the World Association go to war tomorrow. Mu Jejia was still a little worried. She raised her head slightly and looked at Guzong. Guzong smiled and withdrew his serious expression. He then said to a young man beside him, "This seems to be your business." This young man looked to be in his 20s. He was very thin and not very tall. He was none other than Gu Zhangyu, who was currently popular in the ancient heaven sect. However, the current Gu Zhangyu was no longer as skinny and sallow as before, as if he had been abused in the ancient heaven sect and couldn't eat his fill. On his skinny face were 2 clear eyes. Although Gu Zhangyu's body was still skinny, there was an invisible aura around him. It carried a kind of charm that caused people to feel a little fearful when looking at him. Over the years, under Gu Zhangyu's leadership and with the backing behind him, the World Pavilion's development couldn't be described as the same as before. Outsiders couldn't even imagine how much resources the World Pavilion had right now. Let them buy the puppets. The more they sell, the better. Gu Zhangyu looked at the market. Suddenly, a faint chill flickered in his clear eyes as he said in a deep voice, "If someone really dares to go to war with the World Association tomorrow, then I've already fallen out with them. It doesn't matter how much I fall out with them. I wonder where the president is right now. If the president is here, I'm afraid that Dongli Chihuang won't have the chance to be so rampant." Qiao Yingming sighed. Her enchanting and graceful body moved a few steps before looking up at the sky. Her delicate body straightened a little, causing the curve of her chest under the soft armor and tight clothes to become even more alluring. Chapter 1391. Don't worry, my brother will be fine. When my brother comes back, Dongli Chihuang won't be able to do anything. Then, the Divine Light Court won't be able to run rampant for long. A fat man said. He was wearing a wide robe and his belly was bulging. The flesh on his neck was layered like waves. He was Judge Hao, who had kowtowed and swore to acknowledge his brother as his brother. Over the years, he would smile even in his dreams because of his choice. But all these years, Judge Hao had been worried from the bottom of his heart, but he also firmly believed that his brother would be safe and sound. Given his brother's ferocious character, the day he returned to the central continent would definitely be the day when the Divine Light Court would be in trouble. And now there was the Eastern Flame Phoenix. At night, on the peak of the mountain, the moonlight was dim, the stars were twinkling, and the moon was dark and the stars were bright. But at this moment, the space around the mountain peak was frozen for no reason. Those who were not strong enough could not set foot on it. At this moment, there were no less than 200 figures sitting in the main hall. There were also some middle-aged men with strong auras who could only stand at the back. Near the front of the tent, there was a row of young men and women with extraordinary talent and temperament. There were also some old men and women. They all looked old, but their auras were really terrifying. Ninefold Spirit, Jiang Rolin, Anlingjin, Zhu Shui, Wu Ming, Ming Rongyin, Xiangling, Shui Ruhan, and the other young geniuses of the Middle Continent were all present. These geniuses gathered together, and each of them had their own auras. And among the rows of old figures, Venerable Goldenrock of the Ancient Heaven Sect and Elder Gu Qingyang were also among them. The old Taoist of Changdao of the Great Wheel Sect and Elder Jiu of the Shindu Gate were also present. And at this moment, the most eye-catching person was a young man with golden hair and a red robe, sitting on the seat in the center of the tent. The invisible aura that spread out from his body was more powerful than that of Ninefold Spirit, Zhu Shui, Xiangling, and the others. Even when facing Reverend Golden Rock, Elder Gu Qingyang, and many other experts of the older generation, the young man faced them head-on. There was even a hint of arrogance in his eyes. He was Dongli Chihuang, the reincarnated saint child of the Great Luan Sect and the Alliance Master of the Purifying Evil Alliance in the Central Plains. Recently, his name had shaken the Central Plains and even spread to Kyushu. The atmosphere in the tent froze for no reason, and many of them had complicated looks in their eyes. There were also old men and old women who had their eyes tightly shut. They appeared to be at ease, as if everything around them had nothing to do with them. For example, the Venerable Goldenrock also had his eyes tightly shut as he leaned against the back of his chair. His aura was calm. Looking at the many figures in the tent, Dongli Chihuang's eyes swept across them without leaving a trace. Then his voice rang out, "Everyone, tomorrow is the last day. The World Society and the Barren Country are obstructing our Alliance Army. They have ulterior motives. Tonight we will know the result. I'm afraid there is someone else with ulterior motives. The Alliance Army has the absolute strength to eliminate the evil spirits as soon as possible. However, you have been delaying and purposely allowed the evil spirits to enter the Barren Country. You just want to take the opportunity to enter the Barren Country and attack the World Society and the Barren Country." Elder Gu Qingyang shouted bluntly. He looked at Dongli Chihuang and said, "Dongli Chihuang, the reason why you are doing this is because my disciple Du Xiaofu has been suppressing you. Now, you want to take advantage of my disciple's absence to launch a sneak attack. Don't treat everyone as fools." Hearing this, some of the people in the tent changed their expressions, but most of them were already used to it. During this period of time, Elder Gu Qingyang had quarreled with Dongli Chihuang and the other members of the Great Luan Sect more than once or twice. Gu Qingyang, although he was already used to quarreling with Elder Gu Qingyang, Dongli Chihuang couldn't help but reveal a sinister expression when he heard Elder Gu Qingyang mention how he had been suppressed by Du Xiaofu. However, in just an instant, Dongli Chihuang regained his composure. It had to be said that this state of mind was already difficult for ordinary people to achieve. Back then, the purpose of the Purifying Evil Spirits Alliance in the Central Province was to eliminate the evil spirits in the Central Province. I don't know why some of you here have forgotten the original purpose. I really didn't expect this. Dongli Chihuang calmed down and swept his gaze across the entire great hall. He sighed softly and finally, intentionally or unintentionally, his gaze fell on the lineup of the Immeasurable Sect, the Huijian Sect, the Shindu Gate, and the Xianming Sect. Eliminating the evil spirits in the Central Province is the responsibility and obligation of the Alliance Army. It is also the purpose of the Purifying Evil Spirits Alliance in the Central Province. Jiao Chongling raised his eyes slightly. His eyes were filled with divine light, like the stars in the sky, making it hard for people to look away. There were 9 scars on his head, like 9 mysterious runes flickering with light. He looked at Dongli Chihuang and continued, "If the World Society and the Desolate Country have the ability to eliminate the evil spirits, why don't we participate? There's no need to worry about it. We should be happy that there are people contributing to the cleansing of the evil spirits." His voice was faint, but it rang clearly in everyone's ears. Hearing Jiao Chongling's words, everyone understood. With Jiao Chongling's position in the Immeasurable Sect, he could represent the Immeasurable Sect and had always been neutral on this matter. That's right. If the world society and the desolate country could eliminate the evil spirits, there would be no need for the Alliance army to cross the river. I'm just afraid that there are people with ulterior motives. A beautiful woman from the profound Talisman sect spoke. Her eyebrows were curved, and her face was as white as jade. Her beauty was like the morning sun, and her cheeks were slightly dimpled. For some reason, she had a temperament and was extremely beautiful. The beautiful woman was Zhu Shui. Everyone in the central province knew that the profound Talisman sect had repeatedly spoken up for the world society because of Zhu Shui's extraordinary relationship with the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Behind Zhu Shui, there was a young man in a loose robe who looked to be in his late 20s. He did not speak, and his bearing was extraordinary. However, there was a slight fluctuation in the depths of his eyes. He was Chen Yan, and his position in the profound Talisman sect was not low. However, in recent years, for some unknown reason, Chen Yan's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had vaguely become the leader of the younger generation in the profound Talisman sect, and was almost on the same level as Zhu Shui. Not long ago, during the competition for the position of Alliance leader, Chen Yan defeated the ancient heaven sect's Ling Ling, shocking the central province and becoming one of the biggest dark horses in that battle. Looking at Zhu Shui and Jiu Ling, Dongli Qihuang smiled faintly. His eyes flickered with light as if he had a card up his sleeve. He said confidently, "I know that everyone is worried, and I know that some people suspect that I have ulterior motives. However, I want to tell everyone that the ones with ulterior motives are those who are blocking the Alliance army from crossing the river. The truth will be revealed one day. Everyone wake up." Swish! As his voice fell, Dongli Qihuang waved his hand. His scarlet robe shook, and his hand stretched out from his long sleeves. In the end, a ring of light spread out from his palm. It was like a sacred light, and a vast aura immediately fluctuated from that resplendent light. The space rippled a little, and soon after, two figures emerged from the spatial ripples. At this moment, all the old men and women within the large hall, who had their eyes shut and auras calm, seemed to have sensed something. All of them, including the golden Peng, zoon 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 zoon. Chapter 1392. As the light spread out, two figures appeared on the expanding space ripples above Dongli Qihuang's palm. As the two figures appeared, evil spirits spread out. One of them was a thin, middle-aged man in a black robe. He wore a black robe and a hat, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. The other one was a big man in black. His body was slightly illusory. He had short red hair like a mane, and his eyes were filled with blood-red light. However, at this moment, the two figures were imprisoned by an invisible force. Evil spirits were surging all over their bodies, and their eyes were blood-red. They couldn't break free, and they couldn't even make a sound. Swish, swish! Looking at the two imprisoned figures with evil spirits, the people in the tent all looked at them, and their expressions changed a lot. Among them, Elder Gu Qingyang, the venerable golden rock, the evil spirit, and Shui Ruhan's eyes flickered. Looking at the two figures with evil spirits, Elder Gu Qingyang and the others recognized them. They were the soul evil and the beast killer, the evil spirit who had been hiding in the dark in the novel world society. They are evil spirits. They seemed to be quite powerful. There was a sudden commotion in the tent. The people in the tent could easily feel the monstrous evil spirits from the two evil spirits. Yes, they are evil spirits. Looking at the reactions of the people in the tent, Dongli Qihuang seemed to be very satisfied. Then he smiled faintly and looked at the ancient heavens sect with a cold smile. Gu Qingyang, the ancient heavens sect, must be familiar with these two evil spirits. Do you want to explain it to everyone? The Taoist of Changdao looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and sneered. Hearing the words of the Taoist of Changdao, the masters of the major forces in the tent all looked at the ancient heaven sect. What's there to talk about? The Daluan sect secretly attacked the World Society. If you don't release these two today, Taoist of Changdao, I won't let you off. Elder Gu Qingyang said angrily. Jia Jia! He looked at Elder Gu Qingyang and said, Elder Gu Qingyang, these two evil spirits are from the World Society. One is called the Beast Killer, and the other is called the Evil Soul. The World Society claims to clean up the evil spirits, but in fact, the nest of the evil spirits is in the World Society. All the evil spirits in Zhongzhou State may come from the World Society. You, the Ancient Heaven sect, protect the World Society. Maybe you have known about this for a long time. What? There are evil spirits in the World Society. Everyone in the tent had their eyes fixed on Gu Tianzong. The news was like a bomb exploding in everyone's heart. Nonsense. Taoist of Changdao. The evil soul and the beast killer were subdued by my disciple, Xiaofu. Although they are evil spirits, they have never done anything out of line in Zhongzhou State. They have nothing to do with those evil spirits. You are obviously framing the World Society. Gu Qingyang said angrily, his white beard flying. They had heard the news from the World Society that the Daluan sect had captured the evil soul and the beast killer, and they had guessed all kinds of possibilities. Now, they just confirmed the purpose of the Daluan sect. Everyone, this is enough to prove that these two strong evil spirits are from the World Society. As far as I know, the World Society has other strong evil spirits. The Barren Country and the World Society, which claim to clean up the evil spirits, are actually the nest of the evil spirits. The Ancient Heavens sect knows that there are evil spirits in the Barren Country, but you still stop the Alliance army from crossing the river. You have ulterior motives. Tomorrow, the Alliance army will cross the river to clean up the evil spirits. I believe you have made a decision in your hearts. Dongli Chihuang had a smile in his eyes, and the spirit in his eyes was gorgeous. His red robe shook, and the light in his palm dimmed. He took the evil soul and the beast killer in his palm again. Elder Gu Qingyang's face was red. He wanted to fight with Dongli Chihuang for the evil soul and the beast killer, but he was stopped by the venerable golden rock without leaving a trace. Haha, what a joke! It turns out that the World Society is the nest of those evil spirits. No wonder they stopped the Alliance army from crossing the river. The Ancient Heaven sect is the real instigator behind this. How unexpected. In the sky snake Manchu, Shi Longyang sneered. It turns out that the World Society is the nest of the evil spirits. It seems that we have all been deceived. In the Spirit Sky Valley's lineup, a young man with cloudy sleeves sneered. His long eyelashes formed a shallow arc on his elegant face, and there was a flash of brilliance in his clear eyes. He was in Lingjun. This time, like Shen Yan of the Profound Talisman sect, he became one of the two dark horses in the battle for the position of Alliance leader. Shen Yan of the Profound Talisman sect shocked the Central State in that battle, and the battle between Lingjun and Ninefold Spirit was also undecided. It was rumored that after Lingjun lost in the sealed ancient land, he returned to the Spirit Sky Valley and obtained other shocking benefits. We must purge the evil spirits. The World Society and the desolate nation cannot be tolerated. Inside the tent, as Dongli Chihuang, Shilongyang, and Lingjun spoke, many of the vassal forces began to stir. This matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. A young man in the mysterious underworld, Manchu, spoke. His thin lips were as light as water, and his skin was very white and delicate. His silky black hair cascaded down like a waterfall and was loosely tied up with a red ribbon. His bright and clear eyes emitted a gentle and warm light, but there was also an aura that rejected others. He was Ming Rongyin of the mysterious underworld sect. If the World Society is the lair of the evil spirits, we naturally can't let it go. However, there are many suspicious points in this matter, and we need to investigate thoroughly. In the Huijian sect, John Doe spoke. His expression had been silent, as if he was as cold as ice. The side of his face was as sharp as a knife, giving people a feeling of extreme sharpness. It was as if there was an invisible sharp edge all over his body, like an unsheathed sword. The 3 sheathed long swords of gold, white, and yellow on his back spread out like a fan, extremely eye-catching. Ming Rongyin, Nameless, is right. We need to investigate this matter further. Ninefold Spirit spoke and raised her head slightly. Under her red, brocade clothes, there was a faint luster flowing on her sparkling skin. This is very simple. If the World Society and the Desolate Nation allow the Alliance Army to enter and search tomorrow, then the result will naturally be clear. However, if the Desolate Nation and the World Society stop them, then the result is self-evident. Dongli Chihuang's gaze swept across everyone in the tent. He was at a loss, and his expression darkened. An invisible wave of meaning emanated from his body, and he said in a deep voice, "As the leader of the Purifying Evil Alliance, I give a secret order. Tomorrow morning, the Alliance Army will cross the river to cleanse the evil spirits. Whoever dares to stop them will be killed without mercy. I hope that everyone will not forget the original intention of the Purifying Evil Alliance. Also, don't forget that I am the leader of the Purifying Evil Alliance." Hearing this, Ninefold Spirit, Nameless, Ming Rongyin, and Jiang Rolin, who had yet to express their opinions, had a slight change in their expressions. In the end, they did not say anything. The existence of evil spirits in the world society was basically confirmed from the ancient Heaven Sect's attitude. Even if they knew that Dongli Chihuang might want to take the opportunity to suppress the Desolate Nation and the world society, they had to be cautious at this moment. The evil spirits wreaked havoc, and the other 8 continents suffered greatly. Everywhere there were cries, and blood flowed like rivers. Therefore, the evil spirits in the central continent must be cleansed. If someone makes a move against the world society tomorrow, then they will be the enemy of the ancient Heaven Sect. No matter who it is, the ancient Heaven Sect will not be polite. I apologize to everyone first. Once we make a move tomorrow, the ancient Heaven Sect will not be polite. The Venerable Goldenrock stood up and looked at the several old men and old women in the tent. He cupped his fist slightly. His aura was originally calm, but at this moment there was an invisible wave of aura on his body, revealing an unconcealable dominance and fierceness. He then turned and left. Chapter 1393. Elder Gu Qingyang, Evil Spirit, and Shui Ruhan stood up and followed the Venerable Goldenrock. Phew! In the Profound Talisman Sect, Zhu Shui stood up and glanced at everyone in the tent. She opened her mouth and said, "We still need to investigate this matter. If someone attacks the world meeting tomorrow, the Profound Talisman Sect and the world meeting will stand together. Junior sister, we need to discuss this matter with the sect. It's an undeniable fact that there are evil spirits in the world meeting. Does the Profound Talisman Sect want to ally with them?" Chen Yan stood up and looked at Zhu Shui as he spoke. "I won't bring the Profound Talisman Sect to ally with the evil spirits. I believe in the world meeting. I'll make the decision for the Profound Talisman Sect this time. If you have any objections, you can go back and ask the elders to make a decision." Zhu Shui looked at Xin Yan, but she only glanced at him briefly. Then she turned around and left without hesitation. Chan Yen had a grin in his eyes, while a strand of gloominess flashed through his narrow and long eyes without leaving a trace. The 2 old men of the Profound Talisman Sect had complicated looks in their eyes, but they didn't stay and left with Zhu Shui. It seems that the Profound Talisman Sect and the Ancient Heaven Sect have decided to collude with the world meeting and become enemies with the entire alliance. Seeing the Ancient Heaven Sect and the Profound Talisman Sect leave, the old Taoist of Changdao sneered. Many people in the tent had complicated looks in their eyes. They all had their own thoughts. Those evil spirits must be related to the world meeting. No wonder the world meeting has developed so quickly these years. We can completely wipe out the evil spirits tomorrow. In the tent, many forces affiliated with the Great Lune Sect, the Spirit Sky Valley, and the Sky Snake Sect began to clamor again. They wanted to ally with the Great Luan sect to show their loyalty. At night, the moon was dim and the stars were bright. Auras surged in the mountains. Crowds surged, and flying demonic beasts soared into the sky. What's going on? Why did the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect leave? I heard that the Ancient Heaven sect and the Profound Talisman sect have already fallen out with the Alliance. They might fight with us tomorrow. I also heard that the lair of those evil spirits might be in the world meeting. There was a lot of discussion in the mountains. Quite a number of mighty figures rushed through the air and left, causing the atmosphere in the entire mountain range to become tense for no reason. The Great Luan sect will not let this go tomorrow. I feel that their goal is not as simple as to deal with the world meeting and the desolate nation. Send a message and inform the Munchu to be prepared. The venerable golden robe on the mountain, his golden rocks eyes goldens. Yes, a cultivator from the Ancient Heaven sect nodded and left. The night was as dark as ink, so dark that it could not be dissolved. The moon was dim and the stars were bright, and the sky was dotted with twinkling stars. With the relationship between the Profound Talisman sect and the world meeting, we have done enough for the world meeting. This time we will advance and retreat together with the world meeting. If we are careless, the Profound Talisman sect will be doomed eternally. Du Xiaofu is not ordinary, but he has nothing to do with you. From what I know, Du Xiaofu has many beauties in the world meeting. Moreover, we don't know whether Du Xiaofu is alive or dead, and his whereabouts are unknown. He should still be pursued by the devil religion and the divine light court. Is it worth it? You are the young lady of the Profound Talisman sect. The sect master intends to make you the next sect master. You have the responsibility to consider the entire Profound Talisman sect. An old woman beside Zhu Shui said. Her eyes were as bright as stars on her aged face. Zhu Shui stared at the sky. She had a slender figure and a face as white as jade. She looked back and said to the old woman beside her, Elder, I know what I am doing. I also know that if I am careless, the Profound Talisman sect will be doomed eternally. However, I believe that Xiaofu will be fine. He will return to the Central Plains one day. If the Profound Talisman sect is in danger one day, I believe that Xiaofu will help me as much as I do, or even more. Elder, please believe me. You little girl. The old woman sighed. Looking at Zhu Shui, she said softly, I hope that Du Xiaofu will know what you are doing. I also hope that your wish will come true. Du Xiaofu will return to the Central Plains one day. With his talent, he will not be inferior to Dongli Qihuang. He will be able to achieve great things. In the mountains and valleys, a faint evil aura filled the air. Swoosh! A golden-haired young man in a red robe appeared in the valleys. It was Dongli Qihuang from the Great Will sect. Walala! As Dongli Qihuang appeared, an evil aura filled the valleys. At the same time, a black fog vortex appeared, and a black and blood-red figure appeared. Although the figure was solid, it was also slightly illusory. Its blood-red eyes were especially frightening in the deep valleys. The aura emitted from the black and blood-red figure could freeze the void. There should be nothing for me to do. I have already done what I came here to do. The black and blood-red figure looked at Dongli Qihuang. Its blood-red eyes rippled. There is indeed nothing for you to do. Find a place to hide. Dongli Qihuang said indifferently. The black and blood-red figure looked at Dongli Qihuang and said, I have lost a lot during this period of time. Blood Soul, you escaped from the Thunder region, and I helped you to settle down in the Central region. You have lost a lot during this period of time. But don't think that I don't know that the Alliance Army has also lost a lot of people. You have also gained a lot of benefits. Your cultivation has also improved a lot. Dongli Qihuang looked at the black and blood-red figure. His spirit's gorgeous eyes dimmed. He then waved his hand, and a ring of light spread out from his palm. The space rippled a little, and two figures appeared from the light ripples. A bloody aura immediately gushed out. These two are the people you want. Their cultivation is not weak. Remember, find a place to hide and don't come out for a while. As soon as his voice fell, Dongli Chihuang handed the two figures in his palm to the person called Blood Soul. The figure then mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Kiki, looking at Dongli Chihuang's disappearing figure, the Blood Soul smiled sinisterly. He then looked at the two figures in his hand, and a little greed appeared in his blood-red eyes. His figure then disappeared. Roar! In front of millions of mountains, on the bank of the central region's 8,000 miles long river. In the silent night, there was a shocking roar of a beast from time to time. Splash! On the vast 8,000 miles long river of the central region, there was also a huge demonic beast leaping out from time to time. It then jumped into the water and caused huge waves to sweep out. The night was dark and the beast roars were endless. For no reason, the World Society and the desolate country's army gathered on the banks of the central region's long river looked solemn and nervous. In the temporary tent, there were many people sitting in it. They all looked solemn and no one spoke. Everyone's eyes fell on Du Yunlong, who was sitting in the front of the tent. Du Yunlong's eyes were slightly closed. A message jade slip in his hand flashed and then gradually dimmed. Finally, the jade slip cracked and shattered. Immediately after, Du Yunlong opened his eyes. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he glanced at the people in the tent. Familiar figures appeared one by one. At this moment, Medicine King Yi Wuming, Morong Yuroa, Yizijin Li Shui, Black Dragon King, Solitary Sword King, Golden Condor King, Chaoyu Hua Fankong, Han Exen Guokuin Meng Laikai, and others were all in the tent. In addition, there was the current king of the desolate country, North Vanquishing Prince Xie Tianhong, South Vanquishing Prince, East Vanquishing Prince Ouyang Ling, Yuan Shanshan, Wan Sampang from the Myriad Clouds Pavilion, Mu Mingqing, and Mu Zhenghao from the Mu family fort. They were all in the tent. At this moment, there were many young men and women sitting in the tent. All of them were very powerful and sat quietly. The one at the front was an otherworldly lady. There was a faint glow in her beautiful eyes. Beside this lady was an extraordinary young man. His aura seemed to be able to dominate the sky and suppress the mountains and rivers. They were Gu Xinyan and General from Tianwu Academy. Beside them were Ghost Child Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Li Yuxiao, Black Eagle, Tang Wu, Cloud Chasing Swallow, Yi Feiyu, Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, Sun Ji, and others. At this moment, there were many unfamiliar figures in the tent. Although they were unfamiliar, these people seemed to have a special relationship with the South Vanquishing Prince, East Vanquishing Prince, and others. They were the Lightning Racing Prince, Soul Splitting Prince, Blessing Prince, Nightstar Prince, and other experts who had come to rescue Tianwu Academy when it was in danger. Although they couldn't be compared to the elders and experts of the major sects, they were still well-known figures in their respective regions. All of them had one thing in common. They had graduated from Tianwu Academy. Now that the desolate country was in trouble, everyone knew the relationship between Tianwu Academy and the desolate country's rock emperor, Du Xiaofu. Therefore, they all came to help. Du Yunlong looked at the people in the tent and took a deep breath. Killing intent gradually spread out from his body as he said, "Everyone, the Ancient Heavens sect has just sent news. Dongli Chihuang and the others have decided to cross the river tomorrow. They're finally here." Beside Du Yunlong, a lady in provocative clothes had a dark expression. Lightning flickered in her ethereal eyes. "Then let's fight." Many people's auras surged in the tent. Yi Wuming's expression changed slightly as he said softly, "The Evil Purifying Alliance is too powerful, be it in terms of experts, numbers, or foundation. We won't be a match for them in a head-on battle." Morong Yuroa revealed a bitter smile. In the face of absolute strength, everything would be useless. As the saying went, A strong man could defeat 10 skilled men. The evil purifying alliance had experts from various mountain sects in the Central Plains. The World Society and the desolate country only had a few years of foundation. If they really fought, they would be powerless. Chapter 1394. We have no place to retreat to. Dongli Chihuang and his people will not let this go. We can only fight to the end. Yi Zijin spoke. Her beautiful face was cold, but her expression was solemn. Of course we can only fight. However, we have to plan for the worst. If we reach the last step, the World Society and the barren country's foundations need to be preserved. The foundations that we have painstakingly built over the years cannot be destroyed. When Xiaofu returns, we will not be able to explain ourselves. Wu Ming's aged face turned cold. He looked at the people in the tent and said seriously, Yunlong, Xiaoman, Yuroa, Zijin, tomorrow is the last moment. You will leave with the barren country and the World Society's foundations. You are not retreating. A great man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. When Xiaofu returns one day, he will repay you tenfold. As for us old fellows, we have lived for a long time. Even if we die, there is nothing to regret. Old Yao. But now this old man was still thinking of a way out for the World Society and the barren country. He did not care about them. This kindness moved all the experts in the tent. Then there was silence in the tent. If the battle were to start tomorrow, it would be a bloody battle. Everyone, don't be too worried. At least we still have 2 great allies, the Ancient Heaven sect and the mysterious Talisman sect. We are not fighting alone, Du Yunlong said to the crowd. His sharp and murderous face squeezed out a smile. At night, in the barren country's stone city, night fell, but the vast stone city was brightly lit. The stone city, which was originally densely populated, had lost more than half of its population. Most of them were the elderly, women, and children. The young cultivators had all rushed to the battlefield, intending to stop the purifying evil alliance's army from entering. It must be mentioned that the barren country's army did not ask the residents of the stone city to go to the battlefield. It was the residents of the stone city who had asked for it. If the Du family had not stopped them, the elderly and the youths would have rushed to the battlefield. I pray to the heavens that the Huang nation's sons will be able to defeat the purifying demon alliance and return in triumph, protecting the Huang nation for generations to come. Within the stone city, there were many places where old people, women, and children gathered. They burned incense and kowtowed. They couldn't rush to the battlefield, so they could only sincerely pray for the protection of the heavens. For the past few years, the Du family of the barren country had been very considerate of the people. They had never collected any exorbitant taxes from the commoners and only collected a small amount from the merchants. They had also often helped the poor. Under the protection of the barren country, the entire barren country was peaceful and the lives of the people were getting better and better. Even things like dominating the market and bullying the weak were rare. All the citizens of the barren country knew that this was all thanks to the efforts of the barren country's Du family. It was because of the barren country's protection that they could live such a life. Now that the evil purifying alliance was about to enter the desolate country, it was destined that blood would flow like a river. Everywhere they passed would probably be turned into ashes and razed to the ground. All of the citizens of the desolate country were strongly against it. The moonlight was faint and the starlight was twinkling. Under the night sky, 2 figures quietly appeared in the sky above the barren country's stone city. The 2 figures were one old and one young. The young one was a woman. She wore a long green dress and looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. Her green dress fluttered in the wind, and her black hair fell to her perky buttocks. The delicate contours of her face revealed an otherworldly beauty. The old one was an old woman in a plain dress. She looked senile, but as she hovered in the air, she looked vigorous. Her face was full of wrinkles, as if the vicissitudes of time were written on it. Miss Xiaojing, this is the stone city. Looking at the vast stone city below, the old woman said softly to the otherworldly woman beside her. Her wrinkled face seemed to have seen the vicissitudes of life, but her eyes were deep and spirited in the night sky. "Granny Ming, I can feel it. This is the place where my brother grew up." The woman's green dress fluttered and her eyes shone. She kept looking around, as if she was curious about everything. For such a small place to be able to produce such a young man, this place must be extraordinary. The old woman also looked around curiously. Then she looked kindly at the woman and smiled. "He's my brother. It's not strange." The woman raised her head and looked at the old woman. Her eyes were firm, and there was a smile on her face. Her smile could topple a city. Then her eyes swept across the vast stone city below, and her eyes moved slightly. She said, "Many people are praying to the heavens. Did something happen?" This is unexpected." The old woman looked ahead. In the vast and majestic palace, there was a bright light under the night sky. It was like a bright moon, releasing its brilliance. Hearing this, the woman in the green dress followed the old woman's gaze. On her otherworldly face, her ethereal eyes also looked at the palace. Her eyes were like stars, and the corners of her red lips moved. She said softly, "Granny Ming, it seems to be related to you. There seems to be the aura of the grass of immortality." "That's strange." The old woman smiled and looked ahead. Her figure suddenly flew out, and in the next moment, the old woman appeared in front of the palace. The woman in the green dress smiled. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, nervousness, excitement, and longing. She muttered softly, "Father, brother, Xiao Jing is here to look for you. Will you wait for me at home? I miss you so much." As she muttered, the beautiful figure of the woman in the green dress disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, when the woman in the green dress appeared again, she was beside the old woman in front of the palace of the desolate country. "Miss Xiaojing, we are here. But according to the news from the clan, your brother seems to have disappeared. Your father has not appeared either." The old woman looked at the woman in the green dress. Her eyes were filled with love. The woman in the green dress did not speak. She looked at a small mountain range in front of the vast palace. It was also a place where light shone. There was energy everywhere, and the palace's dragon aura rippled around it. Whoosh! A strange fluctuation appeared in the space. The woman in the green dress seemed to have discovered something. Step by step, she walked through the air and slowly stepped forward. She entered the palace of the desolate country. The palace of the desolate country had an array set up by the sacred array prodigy, Zhen Qinshan. If a stranger wanted to break in, even an ordinary martial domain realm cultivator would not be able to do so. However, at this moment, this otherworldly woman in a green dress calmly entered the imperial palace. It should be a talisman array set up by the descendants of that old man. It's not bad. The old woman looked around the palace of the desolate country. Then she entered the palace without causing any disturbance. Chapter 1395. In the imperial palace of the barren country, a woman in a green dress flew across the sky. Her face was solemn. She had an impression of a young man who was mocked and ridiculed as a fool since he was young in this small border city. Outside the Du family, the originally barren mountain was now filled with light and energy. Inside the seal, two great treasures, the dark seeker grass and the immortal grass, were growing luxuriantly, bringing great benefits to the stone city. "It's here." The woman in the green dress landed outside the Du family. It was as if she had seen a young man sitting alone in the barren mountain, enduring all the ridicule and ridicule. Occasionally he would smile, showing disregard and indifference to all the ridicule and ridicule. "Pain! Why is it so painful?" Suddenly the woman in the green dress felt a sharp pain in her heart. It was as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. Looking at the light in front of her and the place filled with energy, she stepped across the space and directly stepped in. The powerful seal was extraordinary. It was set up by the divine array prodigy, Zhan Qingshan. Inside the seal, 2 spiritual grasses covered the entire mountain. They were so luxuriant that they covered the sky and the earth. Light shot into the sky, and energy fluctuations filled the entire stone city. The woman in the green dress walked to the center of the mountain, trembling with each step. When she reached the roots of the immortal grass and the dark seeker grass, she bent down and scooped up a handful of soil. Her clear eyes were moist, and 2 lines of tears could not stop flowing down her beautiful face, drop by drop. "Brother, for me to live, you suffered so much," the woman in the green dress murmured. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. In the soil, she could feel the aura of her brother, who she had never seen before, and the endless pain. "Miss Xiaojing, don't be sad. Your brother is still alive in the end." The old woman's figure silently appeared behind the woman in the green dress. Looking at the woman in the green dress, her deep eyes were full of heartache. "Granny Ming, I'm not sad. I'm happy." The woman in the green dress put the dirt in her hands into her cosmos bag. She stood up gracefully, and a smile appeared in her moist eyes. She said, "I felt everything. Big Brother was buried here, but he was also reborn in this miraculous place and obtained great benefits. This is indeed a miracle." The old woman looked at the lush, dark insight grass and immortal grass around her and was also surprised. In the center of the imperial palace, the Du residence had retained its original appearance, leaving behind a large mountain. After a while, the woman in the green dress appeared at the back mountain of the Du clan. Her eyes were filled with joy, as if she had seen the youth grow up in the mountains once again. Occasionally, she would travel through the wilderness with a sloppy old man, catching fish and roasting meat. She revealed a pure and innocent smile. The beautiful silhouette of the lady in the green dress slowly stepped forward. Her eyes were filled with a smile. Finally, the lady in the green dress appeared in front of a courtyard of the Du clan. She looked at the entrance of the courtyard, and her beautiful silhouette froze. Creak! After that, the door to the courtyard was pushed open, and the woman in the green dress entered. The simple and quiet courtyard was extremely spacious. It seemed familiar. There was only one rattan chair in the courtyard. However, just by looking at this rattan chair, the green-dressed woman's eyes were already filled with tears. The green-dressed woman's body trembled. She seemed to have seen a middle-aged man and a young man sitting facing the moon, one big and one small, lonely and speechless, only drinking and gazing at the moon. The place they were looking at was the direction she had walked out from. Those scenes unfolded in front of her eyes. The green-dressed woman could feel that each scene seemed to have entered her soul. She could truly feel it. Drip, 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 in her eyes, tears rolled down. Drop by drop, tears flowed down her beautiful cheeks. The pain in her heart was indescribable. It was as if there was something twisting her heart. Silently looking at the lonely rattan chair, the green-dressed woman's tears were already pouring down. Sigh! The old woman stood behind the green-dressed woman. She did not come closer. On her old face there was a slight sigh. "Father, brother, Xiaojing came back to find you." The green-dressed woman's eyes were boiling. Her delicate body trembled. She could no longer hold it in and let out a soft cry. Her voice slowly echoed. However, in this quiet courtyard, no one responded to her voice. Swoosh, swoosh! This sound, in the originally tense atmosphere of the desolate country, finally alarmed the people of the Du clan. One by one, figures suddenly flew through the air and landed outside the courtyard. These were many elders of the Du clan. At this moment, the younger generation of the Du clan had already rushed to the Chang River in the central region. The first to arrive was a heroic elder in his 50s. When his figure landed, he immediately flew into the courtyard. It was the head of the Du clan, Du Jinwu. "Who dares to barge into my Du clan?" An elder shouted angrily. One by one, figures rushed into the courtyard and immediately surrounded the two figures in the courtyard. The old woman did not move. She only stood behind the green-dressed woman. The green-dressed woman had already stopped crying. She slowly turned around. Under the starlight, an exquisite and beautiful face appeared before the eyes of the elders of the Du clan and Du Jinwu. Xiaofu, when they saw that exquisite and beautiful face, which clearly belonged to an otherworldly woman, all the old men of the Du family were dumbfounded. That face was too similar. However, upon closer inspection, one could tell that it was not the Du clan's third young master that everyone in the Du clan was praying for. Instead, it was a woman who looked incomparably similar. The similarity of the green-dressed woman caused all the elders of the Du clan to be stunned. They faintly felt that there was some connection between the two of them. Otherwise, how could there be such a similar person in the world? You are... At this moment, after Du Jinwu recovered from his shock, his body suddenly trembled. He did not know much about his third brother. However, over the years, Du Jinwu had faintly learned a few things, especially when Du Xiaofu had his heart dug out. Even if Du Xiaofu did not say anything, Du Jinwu was still able to guess a lot of things. The green-dressed woman looked at Du Jinwu as her moist eyes slowly regained their calm. She suddenly bowed and respectfully said, "Niece Du, Xiaojing greets eldest uncle." "Xiaojing, Du Xiaojing, you really are third brother's child." Du Jinwu trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. Then he cried tears of joy as he stepped forward and helped Du Xiaojing up. His eyes were also filled with hot tears as he said, "Child, quickly get up. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're home. Third brother Tingshuan's daughter is back." Moments later, everyone in the Du clan was in a state of panic. "Tingxian has another daughter? Why don't we know about it?" Some aunties of the Du clan asked in surprise. None of them knew about this. "She should be Xiaofu's twin. She looks exactly the same and is otherworldly. One look and you can tell that she's not an ordinary person." An elder said. He had just seen it with his own eyes. "She looks exactly like Xiaofu. How can a girl be otherworldly?" Some aunties of the Du clan joked. At this moment, only Du Jinwu, several respected elders of the Du clan, Du Xiaojing and Elder Ming were present in the main hall of the Du clan. Du Xiaojing sat upright as she learned about her brother and father from her eldest uncle, Du Jinwu. She frowned at times and felt worried at other times. "Your father's whereabouts have always been unknown. However, Zijin of the Yi clan and your brother both said that your father should have obtained great benefits on the Tianhuang continent. He might need some time to return, but it's already been several years. The devil religion and the divine light court worked together and destroyed the seven-star hull. Your brother's whereabouts are unknown. It's said that he once appeared in the Shang province. Later on, he seemed to have appeared in the Beast region as well. However, he has always been pursued by the divine light court and the devil religion. There hasn't been any news of him for a very long time." Du Zhenwu's expression turned serious as he told Du Xiaojing everything he knew. The return of his third brother's daughter should have been a joyous occasion. However, given the current situation that the Du clan and the entire desolate nation were facing, Du Jinwu was unable to truly feel happy. The devil religion, the divine light court. Du Xiaojing's red lips parted slightly when she heard that. Her expression was cold as an invisible presence silently rippled out from her body. What a powerful aura! However, that silent aura carried a terrifying pressure that instantly caused the expressions of Du Jinwu and the old man from the Du clan to change. Under that pressure, all of their bodies trembled, and they were almost on the verge of collapsing. They were unable to resist. "Elders, uncle, Xiaojing has no intention of doing so. I'm sorry." However, Du Xiaojing immediately withdrew the invisible aura from her body and hurriedly apologized to Du Jinwu and the elders of the Du clan. What a powerful girl! Her aura is no weaker than Xiaofu's. The elders of the Du clan and Du Jinwu shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They didn't mind, but they were still deeply shocked by that aura and pressure. Du Xiaojing smiled. Although she had never set foot in the Du clan before, she was incomparably familiar with it. She looked around the hall and said, "Uncle, was this desolate nation built by my brother?" "That's right. Not only the desolate nation, but also the world society were built by your brother when he was young. Over the years, they have become stronger and stronger." As Du Jinwu spoke, his eyes were filled with pride and satisfaction. He continued, "Your brother said that he wants to build a wealthy family that belongs to him." Build a wealthy family that belongs to him. The corners of Du Xiaojing's delicate lips moved slightly. Her eyes were smiling as she softly muttered, as if she could sense something. There was no need for words to understand. On the other hand, when Elder Ming beside him heard this, a slight fluctuation appeared in his eyes on his aged face. "That's right, Uncle. Where are Sister Xiaoman and Brother Yunlong? Why aren't they here? There are also many people in the desolate nation praying to the heavens. Did something happen recently?" Du Xiaojing asked. She already knew some of the members of the Du clan from the picture scroll back then. At this moment, she felt that the atmosphere in the Du clan and the desolate nation was extremely heavy and oppressive. "Everything is because of the evil, purifying alliance," Du Jinwu sighed softly. He roughly told Du Xiaojing about the evil, purifying alliance in the central region and sighed. "According to the news your brother Yunlong sent back, the evil, purifying alliance will start a war with the desolate nation tomorrow. At that time, I'm afraid that the odds are against them. Your brother Xiaofu's whereabouts is still unknown." Tomorrow morning, the evil, purifying alliance, hearing this, Du Xiaojing stood up. Her long black hair poured down from the back of her head as she softly said, "Even if my brother isn't here, I'm still here." Chapter 1396. Miss Xiaojing, it's not convenient for you to participate in the matters of the outside world. Elder Ming raised his head and smiled helplessly on his wrinkled face. "Granny Ming, this is not a matter of the outside world. It's my brother's matter. The wealthy family my brother wants to build includes me." Du Xiaojing smiled. Her green dress swayed slightly, and her eyes shone brightly like an immortal. In the vast golden lightning space of the golden-winged great rocks, the shockingly domineering and destructive aura had already dissipated. Everything had become docile. Only the primordial spirit energy in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace was still madly increasing. Waves of aura undulated from between his eyebrows and continued to rise. Whoosh! As this aura rose, silver-gold electric arcs flowed from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. Vast and majestic primordial spirit energy swept out from his body, accompanied by the silver net soul-devouring lightning, earth-shattering lightning, golden crow sky-burning lightning, and the pressure of the spirit root. This primordial spirit aura was simply abnormal. At this moment, the primordial spirit energy emanating from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows was enough to directly crush the primordial spirit of a spirit talisman master of the same level. The primordial spirit energy, which was the most difficult to cultivate, rose unhindered in front of Du Xiaofu. Time quietly passed. It was unknown when the rising primordial spirit aura on Du Xiaofu's body would calm down. The first rays of dawn slowly pulled open the curtains of the night. When the first ray of light shot through the mist, it was another quiet and colorful morning. 8,000 miles of the central province's long river was a vast mountain range with millions of mountains and towering cliffs. It was majestic and magnificent. Roar. Early in the morning, the roars of many demonic beasts could be heard everywhere in the mountain range and the vast waters. Countless auras surged, revealing a murderous aura that froze the world. Countless giant ships crossed the waters, and countless figures were entrenched. The densely packed figures covered the sky and covered the sun. When the first ray of light shot through the mist in the sky, There were thousands of figures in the air in front of the densely packed figures. Their auras were even more terrifying. These thousands of figures were the experts from the Ancient Heaven sect, Profound Charm sect, and Desolate Countries World Society. Venerable Golden Rock, Elder Gu Qingyang, Elder Husankuan, Elder Cheongmingza, Evil Spirit, Shui Ruhan, Mi Zixia, Si Ruofeng, Yin Yin, Mo Chen, Zhu Shui, Xin Yan, Guoming, and the others were all present. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Iwuming, Morong Yorua, Yi Zijin, the silver-winged demonic condor, North Vanquishing Prince, the general, and Gu Xingyan were also at the front. The Desolate Nation, the World Society, and the Du family will never forget the kindness of the Ancient Heaven sect and the profound Talisman School. Du Yunlong spoke. His cloud robe fluttered in the wind as he clasped his fists and bowed to the experts from the Ancient Heaven sect and Profound Talisman School. Everyone looked at each other and nodded slightly. Du Yunlong from the World Society had reached the peak of the extraordinary martial honorable realm in such a short time. Many of the elders from the various large sects could not compare to him. Even among the younger generation of the 9 great forces in the middle ground, he could probably be ranked in the top 5. In addition to his fierce and murderous character, Du Yunlong had managed the World Society and the Desolate Nation in an orderly manner over the years and had constantly grown stronger. Such talent and wisdom were enough to make the experts from the Ancient Heaven sect and Profound Talisman School not dare to be arrogant in front of Du Yunlong. Little girl, when did you become so shy? The World Society and my Ancient Heaven sect are allies. Xiaofu is also my disciple. Naturally, we should advance and retreat together. Elder Gu Qingyang waved his hand and his white robe fluttered. Xiaofu saved my life back then. As long as I'm around, the Profound Talisman School will advance and retreat together with the World Society and the Desolate Nation. Zhu Shui opened her mouth as a smile appeared on her beautiful face. They're here. Suddenly, the Honorable Goldenrock spoke. A golden light began to sweep out from his eyes. Everyone's eyes glowed brightly when they heard this. They immediately looked forward, and their expressions changed. Rumble. As soon as the Honorable Goldenrock finished speaking, the hazy fog in the long river in front of them began to surge. The waves were like waves that rippled in the air. The fog was torn apart and scattered. Roar! In just a short time, the space trembled. A large number of huge demonic beasts flapped their wings and swept across the sky like dark clouds that covered the sky and the earth. Rumble! The densely packed figures stood and roared. They flapped their wings and swept across the sky. Wherever they passed, the waves of the long river below swept up. In the vast sky, hundreds of millions of troops followed behind. Countless figures swept out from behind. The figures that covered the sky and the earth flew out together. The terrifying aura brought with it a low rumble of thunder, causing lightning to flash and thunder to rumble in the sky. Suddenly, on the vast long river in Zhongzhou, countless figures were like locusts passing through. They gathered at the end of the line of sight. The 10 days are up. If the Barren Country and the World Society dare to stop the Alliance army again, we will massacre all of you and kill you without mercy. In the sky in front of them, there was a mighty rumble of thunder. The sound was deafening, causing the waves of the long river in Zhongzhou to surge. The strong enemy is attacking. Barren Country's men, World Society's disciples, and Heavenly Beast Hall's beast soldiers, you must retreat. Looking at the overwhelming figures and the vast aura in front of him, Du Yunlong stomped his foot and leaped into the air. He waved his hand and looked behind him at the Barren Country, World Society, and Heavenly Beast Hall's demonic beast army. His voice reverberated. The Barren Country only has warriors who die in battle. There are no cowards who retreat. Yi Zijin stepped into the air. Her dress fluttered, and a vast aura swept across the area. The World Society only has disciples who die in battle. There are no deserters who retreat. Hua Fankong escaped with a step and his voice surged. The heavenly beast hall's beast soldiers will never retreat. The silver-winged demonic condor flew across the sky. Demonic aura was overbearing and unparalleled. Roar! Fight them to the death. Kill! In an instant, the shocking roars of demonic beasts and the sounds of killing resounded like thunder from the barren country's World Society's army. It caused the entire Zhong province's long river to tremble like a tsunami. Rumor has it that the World Society's army and the Heavenly Beast Hall's demonic beast army are ferocious. They live up to their reputation. Many of the surrounding profound talisman sect's disciples had already heard of the rumors. Although the World Society had yet to reach the pinnacle of strength, the army of the World Society and the demonic beast army were incomparably ferocious and ruthless. Now that they saw the World Society's army with such imposing manner in the face of the Alliance's army, they were all secretly amazed. Looking at the army in front of him, Du Yunlong smiled. He turned around and looked at the Alliance's army in front of him. Lightning flashed in his eyes. His long hair and cloud robe fluttered. He shouted, "If you dare to take a step into the Zhong province's long river, kill!" The World Society is already involved with the evil spirits. For the evil spirits' lair, kill without mercy. From the Alliance's army in front, a cold and eerie voice sounded. Kill! In an instant, the battle cries were deafening. Figures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed over. Those who offend my desolate country, kill! Du Yunlong waved his hand. With his body as the center, lightning flashed. Wind rose and clouds surged. Dark clouds suddenly rolled and gathered. The sound wave was like thunder from the ninth heaven, resounding through the Zhong province's long river. The warships move first. The demonic beast soldiers will be the main attack. The desolate country's World Society's army will attack the flanks, Murong Yurua said. Her ancient temperament was filled with killing intent at this moment. Roar! Kill! As Du Yunlong and Murong Yurua's voices fell, millions of mountains and the Zhong province's long river trembled. A large number of warships moved horizontally. There were energy ribbons that soared into the sky. The demonic beasts in the water and the Heavenly Beast Hall's demonic beast army rushed out. Finally, the World Society's desolate country's army covered the sky. Ancient Heavenly Sect's army, kill! The descending spirit swept across the sky. His aura was wild and overbearing, and his voice was like thunder. Profound Talisman Sect's army, assist the desolate country, kill! Zhu Shui swept across the sky. At this moment, her long skirt and hair fluttered, making her look heroic. Rumble. In just a short period of time, runes soared into the sky in the quiet 8,000 miles of Zhong province. The terrifying aura made the world tremble. Even from afar, one could feel the terrifying aura sweeping across the land. Bright runes were soaring into the sky. Without any superfluous words, the armies had been confronting each other for several months. This battle was unavoidable. There were even people secretly guiding this battle. Suddenly, the two armies collided fiercely. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the battle began. The 8,000 miles of Zhong province's long river exploded. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and the wind howled. The muffled sound of energy colliding was like thunder. In an instant, there were miserable wails. Blood spilled and dyed the water red. You're overestimating yourself. You're courting death. In the Alliance's army, there were many outstanding people of the younger generation who stepped out. Many of the figures at the front were familiar. They were Shi Longyang of the Sky Snake sect, and Ling Jun of the Spirit Sky Valley, and many young experts of the Great Will sect. However, Dongli Chi Huang and the elders of the major forces were nowhere to be seen. It seemed that they were still standing behind the army, observing the overall situation. Bang, 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 Shi Longyang and Ling Jun, and the others stepped out. Everywhere they passed, the demonic beasts of the heavenly beast hall and the desolate country's army exploded. Kill! Yi Zijin swept across the sky. Her heroic figure was unparalleled. She charged forward. Her target was Shi Longyang of the Sky Snake sect. Roar! A lion's roar was like thunder. A huge thunder lion's body released lightning. The sound was deafening. It was Lezu. Kill! The silver-winged demonic condor's body expanded. It flapped its wings and flew across the sky, wanting to tear the sky apart. And Lingjun, I will tear you apart alive today. And Shunling shouted. His aura fluctuated. A golden lion appeared behind him. The two horns on its forehead were like dragon horns. It was majestic and majestic. It was like the phantom of a divine beast had been resurrected. It stood behind him, looking down on all enemies in the world. Then it flew wildly and locked onto an Lingjun of the Spirit Sky Valley. Kill! Gu Xinyan General, Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, Liu Xiao, Wu Kei, Tang Wu, Yi Feiyu, and the others also rushed out immediately. They blocked the young experts of the Spirit Sky Valley, the Great Wheel Sect, and the Sky Snake Sect. Fight! Yin Machin, Si Ruofeng, Mi Zixia, Guoming, and the other top young experts of the Ancient Heaven Sect and the Black Talisman Sect had also rushed out. North Vanquishing King, Absolute Sword King, Golden Condor King, Black Dragon King, and the others didn't stop either. The battle was about to start. Rumble! Terrifying attacks landed one after another, causing deafening sounds to be heard above the central region's long river. Powerful energy spread out and spread across the land. The energy swept across as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Killing intent surged. Chapter 1397. Kill! A tall and sturdy young man with bronze-colored skin stood out. His facial features were well-defined and deep. His aura surged like a giant dragon in the sky. His aura could suppress mountains and rivers. He was a general of Tianwu Academy. He strode across the river and killed everything in his path. Bastard! Do you think there's no one in the desolate country? Kill! Yu Xiao coldly shouted. On his bright and clean white face, his deep dark red eyes were suffused with a red glow. A kind of indescribable majesty and demonic aura erupted. His long red hair danced in the wind as he actually erupted with an aura that was not inferior to that of a general as he began his massacre. Set up the array. Under the cover of Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others, Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes glowed as she set up a talisman array. Instantly, under the cover of the array, a large number of the Alliance army was trapped and exploded one after another. Du family disciples kill. Within the desolate country's army, several figures suddenly appeared behind Du Xiaoman. Those familiar figures were Du Shui, Du Guai, Du Chong, Du Hao, and the rest of the younger generation of the Du family. The Du family had been quietly growing in strength over the years. Only Du Shui and Du were the most famous in the ancient Sky sect and had become the strongest among their generation. There were rumors that Du had fought with Shunling and had not been defeated in the end. At this moment, Du Guai, Du Chong, Du Hao, and the rest were in the sky. Many of them had reached the martial honorable realm. These figures stepped out into the sky as their auras surged and covered their lightning martial veins. In an instant, thunder clouds gathered in the sky as purple lightning raged. The pressure was so great that it made everyone want to prostrate themselves. Those who invade the desolate country kill. Du Shui, Du Hao, Du Guai, and the other disciples of the Du family charged out, and it was as if there was a purple thunderstorm in midair. Their murderous aura swept through the sky, and everywhere they passed, the Alliance army suffered countless casualties. They retreated continuously, trembling in fear. Du Yunlong, let's stop the war. As long as the World Congress has nothing to do with the desolate country and the evil spirits, we will try our best not to harm the innocent. We will only purge the evil spirits. Ninefold spirits figure swept out and looked at Du Yunlong, Morong Yuroa, and Iwuming, who were overseeing the entire situation in midair. Her eyes were filled with divine light, like the stars in the sky. The 9 scars on her bald head were like 9 mysterious runes, flickering with light, as if a deity had descended to earth. Du Yunlong, let's stop the war. For the sake of your third brother, as long as the World Congress has nothing to do with the evil spirits, we will request that the Alliance's army will not affect the desolate country. After Jiu Chongling's voice sounded, a young man with pale lips and fair skin appeared. His eyes looked at Du Yunlong. A gentle and warm glow shot out from his bright and clear eyes. However, there was also an aura that rejected others. The young man's silky black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. It was loosely tied up with a vermilion ribbon. He was Ming Rongyin, the number 1 person among the younger generation of the Xianming sect. The desolate country and the World Congress will stop the war, as long as we can prove that it has nothing to do with the evil spirits. The Huijian sect will only purge the evil spirits. We will never touch a single blade of grass, tree, or soldier of the desolate country. Wu Ming walked out. The 3 swords on his back emitted 3 kinds of brilliant light. Du Xiaoman, Zhu Shui, Shui Ruhan, your desolate country, the Xianming sect and the Ancient Heaven sect have joined forces. In the end, you will not be able to stop the Alliance's army. Stop the war. Otherwise, blood will flow like a river and corpses will be everywhere. Jiang Roland's beautiful figure appeared and spoke to Du Xiaoman, Zhu Shui, and Shui Ruhan. Her snowy white dress fluttered in the wind, and her ink-black hair fluttered in the wind. A warm flame emanated from her graceful figure, and it was like a divine flame that was leaping about. If you all step back, then there will be no need for blood to flow like a river. The desolate country only has warriors who die in battle, not disciples who retreat. Du Xiaoman looked at Jiang Roland. Her eyes were rolling with lightning. Then we can only fight. The evil spirits must be cleansed. This is our responsibility and obligation. Jiang Roland sighed. She looked at Du Xiaoman, Zhu Shui, Shui Ruhan, and the others and said, I really don't want to fight with you all. I hope you can reconsider. Then let's fight. Shui Ruhan spoke. Her eyes were as vast as the sea, and runes gushed out in all directions. Zhu Shui did not speak. She condensed her hand seals and began to condense array flags. She had unknowingly proved her stance. Leave Du Yunlong to me. I will leave the rest to you all. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix suddenly appeared in front of the ninefold spirit. She had golden hair and a red robe. Her eyes were dazzling. Divine light spread out from her body. She swept towards Du Yunlong in a domineering manner. Dongli Chihuang, come. Du Yunlong shouted. He spread out his arms and activated the thunder martial vein. Lightning flashed around his body. A mighty aura of punishment swept out and fiercely pounced on Dongli Chihuang. Feeling the aura on Du Yunlong's body, ninefold spirit, Ming Rongyin, and the others were extremely surprised. But then Wu Ming, Jiang Roland, ninefold spirit, and Ming Rongyin pounced on Zhu Shui, Shui Ruhan, and Du Xiaoman respectively. Junior sister Zhu Shui, let me help you. Chen Yen flew across the sky with a smile on his face. He blocked Ming Rongyin. There was a slight sneer in his eyes. Once the battle began, it immediately erupted violently. In a short period of time, the central continent had already been dyed red with blood. Countless broken limbs sank into the water. Miserable wails, accompanied by muffled sounds, spread out like thunder. Golden Rock, Ling Fu! Do you really want to interfere to the end and bring the Ancient Heaven sect and the mysterious Talisman sect to eternal damnation? Above the intense battlefield, high up in the sky, there were suddenly many old and powerful figures stepping out of the air. They were the super experts of the Great Wheel sect, the Heavenly Snake sect, the Spirit Sky Valley, the Immeasurable Sect, the Huijian Sect, and the Shindu Gate. Some of them had even stepped into half of the region. When the Evil Purifying Alliance was purging the evil spirits, these experts from the various great forces seemed to have a certain tacit understanding. They didn't touch the experts at the domain realm. It was the same now. The various great forces were aware that the army had already started the battle. They also had an invisible tacit understanding that they wouldn't casually dispatch experts at the domain realm. If experts at the domain realm were to make a move, then the consequences would be beyond anyone's control. It would be enough to destroy everything. At that time, no one could estimate the final loss. If experts at the domain realm were to make a move, it would represent a battle at the peak of Kyushu. It would turn into a great calamity. You are the ones who have to make a move now. We have no other choice. An old man with an extremely ruddy complexion looked at the old faces of the Great Wheel Sect and the others in the sky. His eyes were like the stars, and his body rippled with a soul-stirring aura. He was Old Man Ling Fu, an expert of the mysterious Talisman Sect. Du Xiaofu had met him before. "Come, I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time," Honored Golden Rock shouted. His eyes shot towards the heavens and were incomparably domineering. "Then there's nothing more to say. Let's do it." These top experts had a tacit understanding. Immediately, numerous figures charged into the sea of clouds high up in the sky. Dazzling rune light gushed out in all directions, exploding like thunder. It seemed as if it wanted to shatter the void and shatter the heavens and earth. However, in terms of numbers, the super experts of the mysterious Talisman Sect and the Ancient Heaven Sect were much fewer than the super experts of the Great Will Sect, the Heavenly Snake Sect, and the other 7 great mountain sections. Rumble! Thunder rumbled incessantly in the sky below. The 8,000 miles long river in the central region was filled with raging waves. The river water was bright red, and the stench of blood filled the sky. Broken limbs and bones were scattered everywhere. In this intense battle, the Du family, the World Society, the Tianwu Academy, the Ancient Heaven Sect, and the Mysterious Talisman Sect all sent out their core experts. This was especially so for the younger generation of the Du family and the Tianwu Academy. The strength displayed by them had completely shocked everyone. They were comparable to the younger generation of the 9 great factions. In fact, their overall strength was even greater than the 9 great factions. However, the Alliance Army consisted of 7 great factions and numerous first-rate factions in the central region. Even if the desolate country had the demonic beast army, the outstanding Du family, and the younger generation of the Tianwu Academy, they were ultimately unable to stop the Alliance Army. Go! In the sky, Master Apothecary Yi Wuming formed a seal with his hands. An invisible yuan spirit fluctuation spread out from between his eyebrows like a tide. Woo woo! In an instant, tens of thousands of puppets charged out from the millions of mountains and the countless giant ships below. These puppets had hollow eyes, and their auras were cold and murderous. They gathered together to form an army of puppets and charged towards the Alliance Army. Over the years, under the leadership of Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, the World Society had secretly refined many puppets and created a huge army of puppets. It was all for the sake of facing a crisis like this one day. Not good. It's an army of puppets. Run. Save me. At this moment, the army of puppets created by Master Apothecary Yi Wuming was finally put to use. The army of puppets that were complete killing machines charged out. It was the nightmare of the Alliance Army. The tens of thousands of puppets forced the Alliance Army, which consisted of millions of soldiers, to retreat. They were inexplicably shocked and cried for their parents. Puppets? We have them too. Hurry up and use the puppets to block each other. Tens of thousands of people in the Alliance Army shouted and summoned their puppets with cold laughter. These puppets were almost exactly the same as the World Society's puppets. They were refined by the Ancient Heaven Sect's World Pavilion. These were the puppets that they had bought from the World Pavilion over the past few months in the free trade market. They had placed their soul imprints on them and controlled their puppets. Some of the wealthier ones even had 2 or 3 puppets. They were proud of themselves. Kill! In the Alliance army, those who controlled the puppets shouted as they controlled their puppets. They were about to block the World Society's army of puppets. You finally used it. Since you dare to attack the World Society, don't blame me for killing you. At this moment, the figure of a skinny young man quietly appeared in the sky. He was the person in charge of the World Pavilion, Gu Zhangyu of the puppet sect. However, there was a sinister smile in Gu Zhangyu's eyes. Chapter 1398. As Gu Zhangyu's hand seal was formed, an invisible ripple spread out from between his eyebrows in all directions. And at the next moment, a shocking scene appeared in the battle circle. Just as the Purifying Demon Alliance's army activated the puppets they had purchased from the World Pavilion in an attempt to block the World Faction's puppet army, the puppets, which had just charged out, suddenly froze in place. Woo woo! In just an instant, the thousands of sluggish puppets let out ear-piercing screeches. Then, with lightning speed, they pounced on their masters who had just activated them. A last-minute counterattack. Chi, chi, chi! These puppets were pure killing machines with tyrannical strength. The people behind them who had activated the puppets did not even have time to smile before their puppets were torn to pieces. Some of the disciples of the Alliance army who were slightly stronger came back to their senses, but it was too late. In their panic, they were either killed or heavily injured by the puppets. Screams and wails filled the air, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Bastard, it must be the doing of the ancient heaven sect's World Pavilion. These puppets were refined by the ancient heaven sect's World Pavilion. They secretly tampered with the puppets so that they can truly control them. The ancient heaven sect is too shameless. Bastard, ancient heaven sect, I'm not done with you. In an instant, everyone in the Alliance army cursed the ancient heaven sect for being shameless. The World Society's puppet army, the huge demonic beast army in the water, and the Heavenly Beast Hall's demonic beast army immediately inflicted heavy damage to the Alliance army. However, the Alliance army had the powerhouses and leaders of the younger generation from various factions. Under their organization and leadership, they immediately stopped the demonic beast and puppet armies. The armies of the World Society, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the Profound Talisman sect were also extremely brave and fierce. However, many of the disciples of the various factions were also extraordinary. With such a huge difference in lineup, it did not take long for the World Society, the Profound Talisman sect, and the Ancient Heaven sect to fall into a disadvantage and were gradually suppressed by the Alliance army. Ah, roar! On the 8,000 li-long river of the Central Prefecture, miserable screams could be heard incessantly. The roars of demonic beasts were deafening. Blood mist poured down, dyeing the Central Prefecture's long river red. The vast waters were covered with corpses. The armies of the World Society, Ancient Heaven sect, and Profound Talisman sect were forced to retreat. Demonic beasts fell, and puppets were destroyed. Kill! Under the lead of the Great Wheel sect, the Heavenly Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley, the Alliance army gradually formed a blockade and encirclement around the World Society, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the Profound Talisman sect. Fight them to the death. Hua Fankong, Chao Yu, Absolute Sword King, Golden Condor King, Eagle King, Gong Dao Guokuan, and the others organized their armies and fought with all their might. Roar, the Mysterious Flood Dragon King, the Flame Carp King, the Ice Python King, and the Stone Turtle King had already activated their true forms and were ready to attack. However, in the face of these outstanding leaders of the World Society who had been tempered by the divine lightning, the experts of the major forces in the Purifying Evil Alliance army had their eyes on the Mysterious Flood Dragon King, Chao Yu, Hua Fankong, and the Eagle King Gong Dao. Under the siege, the Eagle King Gong Dao, Chao Yu, The mysterious Flood Dragon King and the solitary Sword King were either at a disadvantage or were already in danger. General Gu Xinyan Liu Xiao, Ghost Child Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Tang Wu, Yi Feiyu, and the other elites of the younger generation in Tianwu Academy were also targeted by the experts of the major forces and the elites of the younger generation due to their outstanding strength and extraordinary aura. They were all surrounded and suppressed by the experts of the major forces. However, this battle had already shocked the major forces in the Alliance army. The world society and the desolate nation had actually produced so many extraordinary people. Just among the younger generation alone, there were hundreds of people whose talents were comparable to the heavens' prides. It could be said that the overall talent and strength of the younger generation of the One Valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, 3 schools, and 9 major forces could no longer be compared to the world society and the desolate nation. In the long run, when the older generation of the 9 major forces had passed away, the world society and the desolate nation would be able to surpass the 9 major forces of the Central Plains. At the thought of this, some of the older generation experts in the Alliance army couldn't help but tremble in fear. They felt uneasy and fearful. Therefore, many of the older generation experts in the Alliance army started to attack the younger generation of the desolate country, world society, and Du family without holding back. They wanted to kill what they were worried about while it was still in the cradle. Uft! Many of the experts of the world society, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the Profound Talisman sect were severely injured. They spat out mouthfuls of blood, and their faces were pale. Uft! High up in the sky, Du Yunlong and Dongli Chihuang were fighting. Under the suppression of Dongli Chihuang, Du Yunlong, who had the lightning martial vein, was also suppressed by his cultivation. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. However, Dongli Chihuang's complexion didn't look too good. She even revealed a look of shock without leaving a trace. It seemed that Du Yunlong's strength had far exceeded Dongli Chihuang's expectations. Roar! As they were suppressed by the Alliance army, the armies of the World Society, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the Profound Talisman sect were suppressed more and more. Under the shocking, muffled sounds of energy, people continued to fall. The armies of the World Society, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the Profound Talisman sect were becoming more and more passive. The younger generation of the Du family had the lightning martial vein. The terrifying aura and thunderstorm swept over, causing people to prostrate themselves. It was impossible to resist. That level of lightning execution was capable of destroying everything. However, at this moment, the younger generation of the Du family was restrained by the older generation of the Great Lewin sect, the Spirit Sky Valley, and the Sky Snake sect. They were in a stalemate. The terrifying lightning execution made the older generation of the Great Lewin sect and the other Honorable Realm experts gasp. Although the cultivation of the older generation of Honorable Realm experts was much stronger overall, they couldn't do anything about the lightning execution of the younger generation of the Du family. They could only barely suppress it. As for the older generation of the desolate country, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the Profound Talisman sect, they were all restrained and couldn't help. The desolate country, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the Profound Talisman sect are already at the end of their rope. They can't hold on for much longer. Kill! Under the lead of the Great Lin sect, the Sky Snake sect, and the Spirit Sky Valley, the Alliance army had already suppressed the desolate country and the other forces to the brink of despair. Killing one won't be a loss. Killing two will be a gain. Kill! Hua, Fan Kong, Chao Yu, and the others shouted as their killing intent surged. They attacked with all their might and clashed fiercely with the Alliance army that was surrounding them. In an instant, the surrounding space became chaotic due to the collision of energy. Violent shock waves were constantly emitted from the collision, causing ripples to appear in the surrounding space. Kill! Fight them to the death! The World Society army was in a killing frenzy. Their eyes were bloodshot as they roared and fought with their lives on the line. Countless figures surged out like a tidal wave as they fought desperately against the Alliance army. Bang! 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 The violent collision of energy reverberated above the central region's long river. Golden spears clashed, fists and palms collided, and all kinds of energy runes erupted. It was as beautiful as fireworks. However, under the brilliance, there was a real bloodbath. The armies of the desolate country, the World Society, the profound Talisman sect, and the Ancient Heaven sect were ultimately unable to stop the evil, purifying Alliance army. Under the absolute difference in formation, the armies of the desolate country, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the profound Talisman sect could only continue to be slaughtered. They gradually fell into a desperate situation. Under the surging waves below, there was already blood flowing and corpses lying on the ground. Suddenly, the space above the central region's long river fluctuated. A large number of figures flew out from the space in front of them. In a flash, they appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Suddenly, a murderous aura swept across the 8,000 miles of central region's long river like a storm. Chapter 1399. In midair, the light receded, and 18 figures appeared in the sky. 18 sharp auras swept across the central prefecture's Chang River. 18 tall and straight youths stood proudly, their eyes shining brightly. Each of the 18 auras was at the honorable realm, and they weren't just any ordinary honorable realm. The 18 heavenly guards have returned. Those who offend the World Society will be killed. The 18 young men stood in the sky, and a black-robed young man spoke first. His eyes were sharp, and his aura was murderous. His voice was like thunder. When these 18 auras descended, their loud shouts immediately attracted the attention of many people. When the desolate world's army raised their heads, all of them revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. It's Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, and the others are back. The heavenly guards of our World Society are back. Cheers erupted from the World Society and the desolate country army. They were in a desperate situation, and their morale was boosted. Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, Anyang, Stone Silver Fox, and the others arrived and charged at the demon-cleansing Alliance army. Those who offend the World Society will be killed without mercy. Duo Sha shouted, and a murderous aura surged around him. Kill! Anya Ing, Yan Ing, Yin Tianjue, Gu Wuying, and the others all used their killing moves. Everywhere they went, a sea of blood was left. Not everyone can offend the World Society, Qinggu Yu shouted. The talisman patterns on his body flickered, and a talisman array spread out from his body. He was like a ferocious beast that was fearless. Qinggu Yu was no longer the arrogant young man in Tianwu Academy. After all these years of transformation and training, he was like a ferocious spear. Wherever the tip of the spear pointed, he would kill. Die, all of you! Qinggu Yu shouted. His blue and white robe flapped in the wind, and he was like a ferocious beast that was killing everything in his way. You're courting death. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, and his deep purple eyes were filled with an innate nobility. His murderous aura swept out in all directions. He was Silver Fox, one of the 18 heavenly guards. He had also ascended the Lightning Tower and become famous in Central Prefecture. Shi Tu soared into the sky with the demon beheading axe in his hand. An extremely dreadful energy swept out from the ancient axe. The axe light was like a thunderbolt falling down. A dreadful, imposing aura surged and swept across the vast sky, cleaving in all directions. Yang Yiji, Qi Guiyu, Jiang Yinfeng, Qianling, Mo Qianchuan, Yuan Hanli, Duan Feiyu, Wen Chen, Muruabai, and the others. At this moment, the cultivation base and strength that each and every one of them displayed was absolutely not inferior to the peak of the younger generation of the 9 great powers of the Central Plains. 18 young men soared into the sky and opened up 18 paths. The bloody slaughter was like 18 peerless, ferocious beasts soaring through the sky, and it was horrifying. The 18 celestial generals are here. Those who offend our world society will be killed." Yi Pialing shouted in a deep voice. His voice was piercingly cold and sharp. Rolling, faint black xian qi surged forward like waves. Wherever it passed, no one could stop it. Not good. It's Yi Pialing and Changguyu. Aren't there only a few Heaven General Guards in the World Society? Why are there 18 of them now? Where the hell did these guys come from? Why are they so strong? With the appearance of the 18 Celestial Generals, hundreds of millions of people on the Central Plains Long River were shocked. These guys are finally back. They even brought some impressive reinforcements. The silver-winged demonic condor, Du Xiaoman, the general Liu Xiao, and the others who were in the midst of fierce battles saw Yi Pialing, Changguyu, Silver Fox, and the others from the corner of their eyes. Smiles appeared on their pale faces. "Quick! Kill those Heaven General Guards!" Someone in the Purifying Demon Alliance's army shouted. Then, many supremacy-level experts had no choice but to free up their hands and block the 18 Celestial Generals. These supremacy-level experts in the Purifying Demon Alliance's army tried to stop them, but they never expected that people of the same cultivation base would be so weak in front of the 18 Celestial Generals. This was especially true in front of Silver Fox, Yi Pialing, and Changguyu. Ordinary people of the same cultivation base would be instantly killed if they were caught off guard. Each of the 18 Celestial Generals had been tempered in the most dangerous of battles. In terms of sparring, they might only have an advantage against people of the same cultivation base. However, in terms of killing, the 18 Celestial Generals were 18 hungry wolves, 18 ferocious cheetahs, and 18 most dangerous, invisible, poisonous snakes. "Bastard, kill the 18 Celestial Generals quickly." The 18 Celestial Generals were too terrifying. The moment they attacked, the Alliance army lost many supremacy-level experts. In the Purifying Demon Alliance, especially the Great Luin Sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and Sky Snake Sect, the 3 older generation experts who wanted to destroy the world society and the desolate nation, felt a lingering fear and immediately charged out in shock. These older generation experts of the Great Luin Sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and Sky Snake, Manchu, wanted to strangle the terrifying 18 Celestial Generals in the cradle. If these 18 youngsters were allowed to mature, their peers in the Central Plains would not be qualified to compete with them in the future. Rumble! Immediately, the older generation experts of the Great Luin Sect, Spirit Sky Valley, and Sky Snake Manchu stepped out and besieged the 18 Celestial Generals. Among them, there were 3 origin supremacies. "Second brother, third brother, delay them for a while." Seeing this, Yi Pialing's face turned cold. As her voice fell, she floated in midair and closed her eyes. "Guard!" In an instant, Qingguyu, Anyaing, Duo Sha, Silver Fox, and the rest of the 17 people had a tacit understanding. The 17 of them surrounded Yi Pialing in the middle and blocked the fierce attacks of the surrounding experts. At this moment, Yi Pialing's aura suddenly rose in a straight line. An aura that came from the netherworld soared into the sky. Rumble! In midair, a vast amount of heaven and earth energy was immediately drawn over and turned into a vortex. Under the ink-black light, it continuously poured into Yi Pialing's body. Origin supremacies are omnipotent. They are the great Tao of heaven and earth. Origin supremacies are one and participate in heaven and earth. They are all-encompassing. Origin supremacies are empty but not empty. They are all the same as Tao. At the same time, Yi Pialing murmured softly. As her aura rose, a black and white light circulated around her body. "Oh no! This brat is going to break through to origin supremacies in the middle of the battle. Quickly kill that brat." Instantly, the older generation experts of the Alliance army who were attacking the 18 Celestial Guards shouted. The 3 origin supremacies attacked with all their might. They wanted to destroy the 18 Celestial Guards and kill Yi Pialing, who was in the middle of breaking through. under the full power of the Alliance Army's older generation experts. Chingu Yu and Silver Fox were slightly better off. However, Anya Shi, Stone, Duo Sha, Guwing Ruabai, and the others were all severely injured. Old bastard. Us brothers are not as easy to deal with as you. Blood dripped from the corner of Duo Sha's mouth. His face looked ferocious, and his murderous aura swept across the sky. Fight! Yin Tianjue shouted. Blood dripped from his mouth, but his aura swept across the sky. It was as if he had the courage to fight against 10,000 enemies alone. Kill! The rune array on Chingu Yu's body surged. The long spear in his hand danced. With his own strength, he fought against origin supremacies without being at a disadvantage. Origin supremacies are all-encompassing. Today, I will break through the origin supremacies and achieve the Tao of killing. Suddenly, Yi Pialing, whose aura was rising in the midst of the fierce battle, suddenly opened his eyes and laughed loudly. In the next moment, waves of black celestial qi surged out from Yi Pialing's body. Each wave was fiercer than the previous one. The runes were dazzling as if they could suppress everything. There was also a murderous aura that descended from the 9 heavens. Rumble! At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared high up in the sky. An unprecedented murderous aura swept out from Yi Pialing's body, causing the souls in all directions to scatter. Everyone felt a sharp, murderous aura that they could not resist. The murderous aura could destroy one's primordial spirit. It made people feel as if they had fallen into the 9 nether blood sea. At the same time, Yi Pialing's deep eyes shone like dazzling lightning. The aura on his body rose to a new level. It was the origin supremacies. The Tao of killing. That's impossible. How can this kid break through the Tao of killing? With such talent, even the average human sovereign heaven talent would find it hard to achieve. The Tao of killing. That kid has comprehended his own Tao. At this moment, countless people couldn't help but look at each other from the corners of their eyes. That terrifying murderous aura was too hair-raising. Yi Pialing had comprehended the Tao of killing in the battle and used it to break through the origin supremacies. How impressive! Of course, this had to do with Yi Pialing's comprehension in the outside world over the years. It wasn't something that could be achieved in the previous battle. However, the current Yi Pialing was already enough to shock everyone. He had comprehended his own Tao in the battle and used it to break through the origin supremacies. How many people in the same generation in the entire Central Plains could be compared to him? Kid die. The intense battle was still going on. A wooden sculpture of a primordial chaos marshal, venerable from the Sky Snake sect, stared at Yin Tianjue, who was already severely injured. His body was wrapped in a huge black python shadow, and his overflowing cold aura was fluctuating, suppressing Yin Tianjue with a suppressive force. Puff, puff. Yin Tianjue kept spurting blood from his mouth. He had exhausted all his strength. He glared and activated his martial veins. The terrifying aura that erupted was terrifying. Even so, Yin Tianjue couldn't stop it. There was still a considerable distance between him and the origin supremacies. Chapter 1400. Old Six, get out of the way. At that moment, a black figure appeared beside Yin Tianjue like a ghost. A black energy suddenly spread out as if it could suppress everything and kill everything in the sky. As the figure appeared, it directly blocked the chaotic element martial honorable suppression with a vast and terrifying aura, causing it to be unable to advance any further. Boss has broken through. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, Yin Tianjue's mouth was dripping with blood. His clothes were dyed red with blood, but his face was filled with joy. Buzz! At the same time, a bright light exploded in Yi Pialing's hand. The serene python sword appeared in his hand. Liquid-like rune energy immediately flowed and spread out. An extremely terrifying energy was released and finally condensed into a gigantic serene python that was dozens of feet long. Hiss, hiss. The gigantic python was like a sword and a beast. Runes filled the sky, and its aura was shocking, causing one's heart to tremble. Novel. You're just a chaotic element, martial, honorable. I'll kill you with the Tao of killing. A sharp and terrifying roar suddenly came from Yi Piaoling's mouth. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and the serene python's sword radiance immediately slashed out. A terrifying aura instantly exploded like a mountain torrent. It contained a terrifying killing aura that was enough to destroy everything. Swish! Wherever the sword radiance passed by, the space distorted. The resplendent sword radiance swept out in all directions with an extremely sharp and ear-piercing explosion. It broke through the space like lightning. Chi-la! Such a sword radiance finally slashed the black python shadow on the chaotic element martial honorable of the Sky Snake sect. It destroyed the black python sword radiance easily and destroyed the sword radiance. This sudden change caused the chaotic element martial honorable of the Sky Snake sect's pupils to shrink. Fear spread in his heart. Bang, 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 as the sword radiance fell. The chaotic element martial honorable of the Sky Snake sect was destroyed along with the black python sword radiance. He did not have time to react before his body shattered inch by inch. A monstrous blood mist bloomed above the central region's long river like fireworks. Blood splattered in the air. A chaotic element martial honorable was killed by Yi Piaoling in one move. Swish! In the next instant, she arrived before the second Spirit Sky Valley's primordial origin martial sovereign, who was suppressing Gu Wuying, Silver Fox, and Stone by himself. Yi Piaoling's eyes flashed with a sharp light as the killing aura descended. The serene python in her hand shot out a dazzling sword light again. Chi-la! Yi Piaoling's speed was like that of a venomous snake. She drew her sword at an unbelievable angle and with a ghostly momentum. It directly pierced through the chest of the Spirit Heaven Valley's primordial element martial saint. The sharp killing intent poured out like a torrential flood. How did you? The eyes of the Spirit Heaven Valley's primordial origin martial venerable were filled with fear. Before he could react, his life force had already been destroyed by the fierce killing intent, and his divine soul had been destroyed. Those who offend our world society will be killed. Yi Piaoling appeared in front of the third primordial element martial venerable of the Great Luen sect, who was suppressing Qingguyu. Her eyes were filled with killing intent under her messy bangs. She was like a poisonous snake without any hesitation. A rune flashed out from the serene python in her hand. Boom! A sharp and powerful killing aura suddenly erupted. Instantly, the sword radiance burst out, tearing the space apart, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out. The sword radiance in Yi Piaoling's hand cut across the sky and pierced through the Great Luen sect's primordial element martial venerable's protective halo, piercing through his throat. This is impossible, impossible. The Great Luen sect's primordial element martial venerable's eyes were filled with disbelief and despair. Even when his body turned into a bloody mist, he still couldn't believe how he had died. Walala! The black energy runes scattered, and the majestic killing aura fluctuation rippled out like giant waves, making one's hair stand on end. At this moment, Yi Piaoling stood in the air, wrapped in black energy runes. With the serene python in her hand, she looked like a peerless killing god. If this kid is not eliminated, the world society will not perish even if that demon king Du Xiaofu is not here. Countless eyes in the Alliance army trembled. At this moment, the black-robed youth had broken through the primordial element martial venerables with killing intent. He had killed 3 primordial element martial venerables in 3 moves. Such an existence could no longer be described as terrifying. He was simply a killing god. 18 celestial guards kill. Yi Piaoling stood in the air, her black robe fluttering in the wind. She shouted fiercely as she led the 18 celestial guards to launch a counterattack with unparalleled ferocity. Rumble, muffled sounds rang out everywhere, and the cries of killing shook the heavens. There were still screams everywhere. The addition of the 18 celestial guards gave the World Society, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the Profound Talisman sect a boost in morale. However, it didn't stop the World Society from losing. The arrival of the 18 celestial guards with such ferocious killing intent only affected the evil, Purifying Alliance's army. They also lost many experts. However, there were too many experts in the evil, Purifying Alliance's army. The arrival of the 18 celestial guards hadn't truly reached the level where they could turn the tide of the battle. However, the appearance of the 18 celestial guards had greatly reduced the pressure on the experts of the World Society, the Ancient Heaven sect, and the Profound Talisman sect. The experts of the World Society who were besieging the Ancient Heaven sect, the Profound Talisman sect, and the Ancient Heaven sect had no choice but to free up some people to block the 18 celestial guards. The battle continued, and it was still tragic. The terrifying confrontation, the cries of killing, and the muffled sounds of energy were like endless thunder. Waves of energy spread out, sweeping out in all directions like a storm. The North vanquishing Prince, the South vanquishing Prince, the East vanquishing Prince, and the Lightning racing Prince were also in a fierce battle. They were all injured, and the situation wasn't very optimistic. Little Martial King, go to hell. A gray-robed old man with a cultivation of the martial royal realm sneered coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he pounced on a beautiful woman in a red dress. The beautiful woman in a red dress was surrounded by runes. The sword radiance in her hand flashed violently, but she couldn't stop the attack of a martial royal realm cultivator. Dark red blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Sister Sean, not far away, a handsome middle-aged man, shouted with a solemn expression. He activated his pulse soul and gave it his all. However, he was besieged by several experts of the evil, Purifying Alliance and couldn't save the beautiful woman in red. Brotherling, I can't stay by your side in this life. You must take good care of yourself, and Shuang. Seeing the fierce killing intent sweeping over, the beautiful woman in a red dress smiled helplessly and said to the handsome, middle-aged man not far away. The terrifying attack was too powerful for her to block. Chi! At this critical moment, when the fierce killing intent was about to sweep in front of the beautiful woman in a red dress, the martial royal realm cultivator, who was sneering, coldly suddenly exploded into a bloody mist. The fierce attack stopped abruptly. Walala! The bloody mist poured out, and the energy swept in all directions. After the bloody mist dispersed, runes flashed. The beautiful woman in a red dress was shocked to see a woman with a devilishly seductive figure and a beautiful face appear. The woman was in her 20s. She wasn't old, and her clothes outlined her devilishly seductive figure. The most terrifying thing was the aura that spread out from her graceful figure. It was so terrifying that it froze the surrounding void. The beautiful woman was Ouyang Shuang. She secretly came down from the mountain and passed by the central province's long river. She saw this battle. Under the many familiar auras, Ouyang Shuang immediately rushed to the scene and saw her mother, Yuan Shanshan, in danger. Shuang? Looking at the woman who suddenly appeared, Yuan Shanshan was shocked and surprised. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she said, Shuang, be careful behind you. Ouyang Shuang didn't even look back. Before a martial royal realm cultivator who was at the peak of the perfect martial royal realm could get close, the surrounding space suddenly distorted. Then his body exploded in the distorted space. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, Ouyang Shuang formed a hand seal in her hand, and an invisible wave spread out from the surrounding space. The cultivators from the evil, Purifying Alliance, who were surrounding Ouyang Ling, exploded one by one. They didn't even know how they died. Mother, father, what happened? Ouyang Shuang's figure flashed out and instantly arrived beside Yuan Shanshan and Ouyang Ling. She also handed several pills to the two of them. She glanced at the intense battle around her from the corner of her eyes, and her expression darkened. She could roughly guess the situation. The Great Luan Sect, Spirit Sky Valley, Sky Serpent Sect, and the others have formed the evil Purifying Alliance. They're looking for an excuse to attack the desolate country. The Ancient Heaven Sect and the Mysterious Charm Sect are helping us. They're so powerful that we can't fight them head-on. Ouyangling took the elixirs from his daughter's hand and stuffed them into his mouth. He was shocked when he felt the aura from his daughter's body. However, at the same time he explained the general situation to Ouyang Shuang. Yuan Shanshan didn't have time to chat with her daughter, whom she hadn't seen for many years. Her expression turned serious, and she reminded her, "Our situation isn't looking good. If there's a chance, retreat with the desolate country and the world society. Father, mother, protect yourselves. There's no need to worry about me," Ouyang Shuang said to her parents. Then, her lithe figure turned around. Her eyes shone brightly and shot up into the sky. The aura from her body swept out like a storm. Those who invade the desolate country die. A clear and cold aura swept across the sky like a sudden clap of thunder. As it came from Ouyang Shuang's mouth, she reached out with her delicate hand. A bright light surged out and a vast and dark aura swept out, suppressing the surroundings. Holding the Tao Wu sword in her hand, Ouyang Shuang stood in the air. It was as if she could slash through the void and slaughter everyone in her way. "Kill!" In an instant, Ouyang Shuang pounced out. Her targets were the honorable realm experts from the evil Purifying Alliance. Wherever she passed, honorable realm experts were slaughtered like ants. Ouyang Shuang is back. How did that girl become so powerful? She doesn't seem to be weaker than Yi Piaoling. After the astonishment in the World Society, Tianwu Academy, and the desolate country, a trace of hope appeared in everyone's eyes. Rumble! The entire central region's long river trembled and stormy waves rose. The scene was fiery and tragic. The smell of blood filled the sky, and the air was filled with a murderous aura that couldn't be dispersed by the wind. In a corner, a bloody aura and remnant souls gathered. A lithe lady in a red dress that was as red as blood formed a moving arc in the air. Her hair danced in the wind, making her look like a demoness.